everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 661 to 710, Chapter 661, Initial Success of the Teachings. 1,276 words. The inside of the coffin was a world of its own, quite different from its seemingly narrow exterior. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly accommodate Shinji, who was larger than the coffin itself. Saying it was a world of its own is no exaggeration. The coffin's interior formed a small world. Although the area wasn't large, it had a pond, grass, trees, wildflowers, and a pitch-black night sky with a bright, hanging moon. At the center of this world stood a miniature castle, identical in appearance to the Millennium Castle Brunestad where the true ancestor resided. However, its footprint and height were significantly reduced. Without considering its external appearance, it was essentially a two-bedroom house. This description involves no rhetorical devices, it's a straightforward statement of fact. Shinji could swear to any being that this was indeed a two-bedroom house because the interior layout was a complete replica of the Matou residence. Of course, a luxurious mansion like the Matou house couldn't be entirely moved inside. Only a few parts were replicated, such as Shinji's room, and the sofa and coffee table in the living room, complete with a fruit platter identical to the one at home. At this moment, Arcuaide Brunestad, with her blonde hair and red eyes, dressed in a white sweater, was lying on the sofa, engrossed in a handheld game console. Yes, this small world was Arcuaide's creation. The appearance of the Millennium Castle Brunestad, and the layout of the Matou residence, were almost perfectly replicated by her will. The only things not created by her were the handheld console and some household appliances, which she couldn't understand and had to bring in from the outside. Hearing the door open, Arcuaide casually pressed pause, tossed the console aside, and leaned over the back of the sofa to stare at Shinji, resembling a sulking Persian cat. "I'm so bored, Shinji. When can we go out? It's not even been a day. Didn't I prepare so many games for you? Have you already beaten them all?" Shinji sat down beside Arcuaide, peeled an orange, and popped half into his mouth, offering the other half to her. Arcuaide didn't take it, instead, she leaned back and opened her mouth with an ah. Shinji, resigned, tore off a segment and tossed it up. With a flash of white light, Arcuaide appeared precisely beneath the segment and swallowed it whole, then mumbled, "No, I don't know why, but I'm just bored." "If you're bored, why did you insist on coming along? And after coming, you don't want to be active during the day. If it weren't for the old man sending this coffin, I wouldn't know what to do. Because the sun is uncomfortable. Besides, I want to play in that world. If I get too far from you, I can't get in." The world was Arcuaide's creation, but the space containing it was opened by Zelrich. Only this second magician could easily fold space, and fit a space the size of a football field into a coffin. As for why a coffin and not something else, it was because Arcuaide, influenced by human art, believed that vampires should sleep in coffins. Zelrich modified the container's appearance accordingly. This act of sending the coffin confirmed two facts. First, Zelrich had been keeping an eye on the Matou family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the spatial tool so timely. Considering the ending of the Heavens Feel route in Fate/Stay Night, where Tosaka Rin faced judgment for using the second magic artifact Jeweled Sword, and Zelrich suddenly appeared after centuries of absence to resolve her crisis, he's likely a voyeur rivaling Merlin. Second, Zelrich had a significant relationship with Arcuaide. In Tsukiheim and related works, there's no direct information on this. It's only known that Zelrich visited the Millennium Castle Brunestad during Arcuaide's childhood, and seemed to have taught her for some time. It appears the old man didn't hold any hostility towards Arcuaide for being a copy of the Crimson Moon, instead, he seemed to care for her. It's unclear what this most enigmatic being on Earth is thinking. With the spatial tool and a small world, Arcuaide wouldn't be bothered by the sun, and could sleep during the day without interruption. Shinji could carry Arcuaide with him without worrying about the lively princess causing trouble. Most importantly, having this UO candidate ensured Shinji's safety. Walking around casually might be an exaggeration, but moving normally without provoking anyone would be absolutely safe, no matter the corner of the real world. This confidence is why Shinji dared to come to this country, claiming to be fully prepared. After all, a black box designated by a certain mushroom, and the country with the most intact legacy of mysteries. It's said that on the XZ plateau, closest to the heavens, there are various secret realms, preserving complete circles from the Age of Gods, making it the most challenging region on Earth. This is why Shinji only brought Arcuade, and no one else on this trip. Of course, Shinji would never tell Arcuade this, or she would get even more smug, like a proud fox with her tail in the air. Even without being told, she always behaves that way. Now she started calling out to Shinji again, "Ah, ah, ah. And you're not bored now?" Shinji rolled his eyes and repeated his earlier action. "Not bored." Arcuade responded enthusiastically. This was one of her favorite little games to play. It all started when Sakura, while snacking, pouted and asked Shinji to feed her, which prompted Fujino and others to follow suit. Arcuade found it amusing and wanted to join in, but she was seated far away, so Shinji simply tossed the snack to her, and somehow, she caught it with her mouth. From then on, she got hooked and couldn't stop. Not only did she seize every opportunity to play, but she also started tossing snacks to herself, coming up with various tricks like serpentine step, cat's water shake, cat's turnaround, and crow takes flight, names coined by Shinji. In his eyes, Arcuade had many similarities with Altera, especially when acting silly. Multiple people had advised her to stop playing like this, saying it was like teasing a dog, and even showed her similar footage, but the princess only grew more interested. Perhaps to a true ancestor, humans and animals were no different, they were all life forms on Earth without any inherent hierarchy. "Then you keep playing while I go to Moon Cell. I promise to tell Altera what happened today." Soon, after tossing the remaining orange segments, Shinji left the sofa and headed towards his room. "Humph, it's that annoying person again." "You can't go," Arcuade pouted, pulling Shinji's arm. "If you go, I'll come out and cause trouble for you." Unfortunately for her, Shinji wasn't fazed. "If you cause trouble, I won't bring you any good food. The cuisine here is more abundant. I've already inquired, and the pancakes and baked buns here are delicious, especially those baked buns. They're golden, with a crispy crust, soft and chewy inside, savory and fragrant, just thinking about them makes my mouth water." Gulp, Arcuade involuntarily swallowed, her pout softening. I won't cause trouble, okay? Then be good and listen. Once I finish my task, I'll take you to try all the delicious food." "Really?" "Really, as true as 24K gold." "Then I'll endure a bit longer. If I can't stand it, use this to tie me up." Arcuade made a silver chain appear in her hand, the same tool she used to bind herself when she slept. The princess's teachings were starting to show results. Chapter 662, Shinji Daily, Part 1. 984 words. Monster. This was the evaluation of Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua towards Shinji. Initially, it was just admiration for his immense strength, but over time, this evaluation took on additional meanings. Monster, as the name implies, refers to a strange creature. Exceptional strength is just one aspect, other peculiarities can also be described with this term. One morning, Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua returned to their residence after practicing martial arts, only to see Shinji wandering the streets with a microphone in one hand and a small camera in the other. "Puzhua, what do you think Shinji is up to? Looks like he's filming." "Not that, your master isn't senile yet, I know what a camera is." "Then you mean?" "I mean, why is he filming here? This is just an ordinary street, like any other in the city. Besides us and himself, there's nothing here related to the mysterious world. What's the use of recording this? If you ask me, I don't know either." "Why not ask him directly? If he's filming so openly, he's sure to give us an answer." "That's true." Ji Lin thought for a moment and walked up. "Little Shin, what are you doing?" "I'm filming a personal DV, it won't take long, don't worry. As he spoke, Shinji turned off the recorder to avoid capturing their conversation. What is a personal DV? This term was beyond the old man's understanding. It means shooting a short film, Zhang Puzhua whispered. Hearing this robust yet friendly voice, Shinji suddenly turned around, his eyes shining, making Zhang Puzhua feel uneasy. Did I do something wrong? No, you're fine. Just say something. Zhang Puzhua was baffled. What was this about? Please, just say anything. It's very important to me. Ah, okay. Seeing Shinji's sincere attitude, Zhang Puzhua hesitated no more. He cleared his throat and made some casual greetings. This made Shinji's eyes shine even brighter. He kept saying, "Great, that's the effect I want." Without waiting for Zhang Puzhua's response, Shinji handed him a sheet of manuscript paper. Read this, just in a normal narrative tone. Read this. The manuscript was ordinary, bought from a local shop. The handwriting is a bit sloppy with many corrections, suggesting multiple revisions. The first paragraph. This land possesses the world's most dramatic natural landscapes, plateaus, forests, lakes, coastlines. This geographical diversity aids in the formation and preservation of species, providing a wealth of potential food resources unmatched by any other nation. To obtain this natural bounty, people gather, pick, dig, and fish. It is this natural endowment that has nurtured the splendid and glorious culinary culture. No problem, it made sense and was well written. Even Zhang Puzhua, a top student, wasn't sure he could match this level. But the question was, why read this? Because I'm making a personal food program. I've already decided on the name, Shinji Daily. Shinji Copy Nas Daily. A program? The master and disciple found themselves unable to keep up with Shinji's thoughts. Yes, culture is magnificent, but due to cultural differences, most people can't understand it. But there's one exception, food. Culinary delights know no boundaries, and have no threshold. A very compelling reason, but why did it sound so strange coming from a foreigner? Shouldn't this be a concern for those involved in politics? Moreover, it had only been a few days, and he had already come up with such an idea. Wasn't this a bit too monstrous? Recalling how this guy chose Eastern Peak as the meeting place just to see the 18 bends, it seems perfectly normal for him to do such a thing. A monster has to be extraordinary. The master and disciple from the traditional martial arts school were baffled by Shinji, but this didn't stop them from helping him. Orders from above had already been issued to accommodate the guests' harmless requests as much as possible. Thus, Zhang Puzhua became Shinji's narrator and cameraman, while Ji Lin reported the matter through special channels. A certain high-ranking official saw this and thought, this is a good thing, let's fully cooperate. Not only should we cooperate, but we can also create our own promotional program. If it works well, we can expand the promotion. Even if it doesn't affect the clock tower, boosting tourism would still be beneficial. A high-ranking official indeed considers all aspects. The next day, the central network received orders to start preparing a program team. A few months later, the new program officially aired, becoming a global hit. At this time, Shinji was unaware that his actions would cause such a ripple effect. He was still diligently recording his program. Because he was tasked by Lorelei, he couldn't do it systematically like the central network, with one comprehensive episode after another. Instead of this time-consuming method, he chose a simpler unit format, filming the local cuisine of each place in as much detail as possible, even including scenes of himself devouring food. This deviated from the proper style of Nas Daily, but as he said, who cares as long as he claimed it first? If anyone disagreed, they could just hold it in. It all stemmed from his conversation with Arcuade on his first night. The allure of food is infinite. If it can captivate the princess of the true ancestors, it can surely captivate many others. Although they couldn't taste it, he could show it to them. Initially, Shinji intended to pair photos with text but decided it wouldn't be effective, so he switched to directly filming a DV. After finishing each tape, he would make multiple copies. Besides keeping some as mementos for the 3 participants, he would first send the rest to the clock tower, then transport some to Japan. Each close friend received a copy, showing them his current situation and fulfilling the dream of being a vlogger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, the first episode began airing. Chapter 663, Shinji Daily, Part 2. 1,120 words. Staple foods usually provide most of the calories humans need. From the simplest pot of rice, a steamed bun, to the ever-changing delicate staples, they are all the result of hard-working labor and accumulated experience. No matter how much food and drink is consumed, the staple food is always the main protagonist on the dining table. Crepes, one of the traditional staple foods, is said to have originated in S. Accompanied by the magnetic narration, an inconspicuous black round griddle appeared on the screen. An ordinary T-shaped wooden spatula spreads a dollop of batter quickly on the griddle. In a matter of seconds, translucent crepes took shape. Sprinkling some sauce and seasonings, the filling inside could be freely chosen. In less than 2 minutes, a fragrant, delicious, and chewy crepes was completed. As Lorelei was watching this scene, she was having lunch. Due to her busy schedule recently, she hadn't left her office and habitually had a nutritious lunch delivered. Taking advantage of a rare moment of leisure, she turned on the TV, inserted the videotape, and prepared to eat while watching. After just 2 bites, she found the food in her mouth increasingly hard to swallow. The so-called nutritious lunch consisted of bread, fruit, vegetables, milk, and meat. It was nutritionally balanced but tasted bland. Compared to the food in the video all steaming hot, her meal seemed increasingly unappetizing. What's more aggravating was that the video included not only the food-making process, but also the sight of a large group of people eating. A rough count revealed more than a dozen people. The final scene was of 3 men, 1 old, 1 young, and 1 middle-aged, squatting by the roadside, their mouths full of crumbs. The young man was none other than the special envoy she had sent. That idiot! The young queen of the clock tower angrily threw her half-eaten bread onto her plate, and cursed at the smiling face on the TV screen. I sent you to handle traitors, not to have fun. Even if you have fun, keep it low-key, and don't let me find out. But you filmed it and sent it along with precious magecraft materials. It's utterly despicable, yes, despicable. Having received a good education since childhood with a limited stock of vulgar words, Lorelei had already forgotten that she had praised her special envoy just the day before for his efficiency. In just 10 days, he had executed 5 traitors, even stripping their magic crests from some of them for special purposes. After sulking for a while, Lorelei took a sip of coffee and prepared to continue eating. As she lowered her head, she suddenly noticed a note tucked inside the videotape case. Casually opening it, the first thing she saw was a large smiley face drawn with 5 arcs and 3 circles, which immediately seemed punchable. There was a line of small characters on the back of the note. Hey, young lady, long time no see. Have you missed me? Who would miss you, oomph? I've missed you a lot. Let me guess, you're angry right now, right? I've told you many times that a queen must have dignity, but also needs to temper her temper, or you'll age quickly. Get lost. Are you here just to annoy me? Lorelei barely resisted the urge to tear up the note. I'm not worried about aging, Magus has many ways to stay young. I know you're even angrier now, but I didn't mean it. Blame your British food for being so awful. That stargazy pie you call a delicacy. Speaking of fish, have you ever seen fish soup served in a basin? Ever heard of a full fish banquet? British food, haha, next time we meet, I'll cook a few dishes for you. I learned them from a top chef, and I guarantee you'll want more after tasting them. Is my food diet that bad? Looking at the nutritious lunch in front of her, then at the video on TV, now showing various fried rice dishes. All kinds of fried rice filled the table, making it a complete fried rice banquet. And it wasn't filmed in a fancy hotel, but at a roadside stall that looked far from hygienic. If the low-end roadside stalls are this good, what about the high-end? Compared to that, her food doesn't measure up. She lost her appetite again. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about something happy. By the time you see this video, my task should be halfway done, and I will complete the rest as soon as possible. That's more like it. At this rate, the execution tasks will be completed in at most another half-month. The remaining discussions and exchanges of rune techniques won't pose any safety issues and won't take much time either. After completing my tasks, I plan to stay in for a while, to walk around and explore this land. You know, I have a Buddhist lineage, and Buddhism flourishes the most here, especially the living Buddhas in Tibet. I hope to gain some insights there. You should work hard too. I'm getting so strong I'm scared of myself. Be careful not to get crushed by me. Crushed by you? In your dreams. You have no idea how vast and profound the Bartholomew crest and heritage are. When you return, I'll make sure you get a good taste of my power. However, walking around and exploring. I recall him mentioning this plan before. Well, most of the clock tower's influence is confined to Europe. Asia is our weak point, so this is a good opportunity to understand the situation beneath the surface in the East. As for safety, I'll find a chance to inform some people. Currently, we are in a honeymoon phase with them, so they shouldn't refuse this small request. The representative accompanied him to film the DV, so they seem to get along quite well. I'll stop here. I should be setting off soon. Lastly, I'm sending you a gift, the recipes of the dishes that appeared in the video. You should be able to find all the ingredients. The seasonings are in the package I sent to Waver. It would affect your image too much for you to carry a bunch of seasonings. I hope these delicacies help relieve your stress and bring you good cheer. Your friend, Matou Shinji. Mr. Velvet wants to see you, came the secretary's voice from outside the office. Please ask him to wait for 5 minutes, I'll be right there. A gentle curve appeared at the corner of the young queen's mouth, but no one was there to appreciate it. Good cheer. Yes, my mood has indeed improved now. Chapter 664, Shinji Daily, Part 3. 1109 words. In the realm of food, flavor reigns supreme. People have never confined themselves to a bland list of foods. With an understanding of food, they constantly seek inspiration through transformation. One of the most exquisite and representative transformations is that of the soybean. In terms of protein provision, soybean products are the only plant-based foods that can rival meat. Soy milk, tofu, dried bean curd, bean sprouts, fermented black beans, soybean paste, fermented bean curd, these are all delicious transformations of the soybean, and they are found in every corner of the world, appearing on the dining tables of millions. Shinji is at it again. It's amazing how he can find so many delicious things, Byakuya praised while sipping his soup. It was obvious that the Matou family was watching the video Shinji had sent while eating, as had become their habit. The first time they received the videotape, the whole family eagerly opened it, only to be tantalized by the images of delicious food and various feasts. The label on the tape read Food Trip, Episode 1, indicating it was a series, with a second, third episode, and possibly more to follow. From the second episode onward, the family would prepare food beforehand to avoid getting hungrier as they watched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fujino counted on her fingers. Is it true that there are so many soybean products? There are that many, and the DV didn't show them all. Having spent a long time traveling around, Kiri knew quite a bit about cuisine. Whenever her family had questions, she would answer them. Although her answers might not always be accurate, they were generally on the right track. There are many types of tofu. I've had stinky tofu, fragrant tofu, fried tofu, tofu puffs. I only know about mapo tofu. Elsa's knowledge reflected many people. Why it turned out this way, Shinji still didn't understand. Tofu cuisine has many signature dishes, and the spicy flavor of mapo tofu doesn't suit the generally light palate. Spring onion tofu would be more appropriate. Don't just watch TV, eat your food. Sakura-chan's cooking skills are improving, Korea said, putting a piece of tofu in his mouth and chewing slowly as the TV showed tofu. Fried tofu is Sakura's specialty, and at this moment, she was smiling as she watched Shinji eating crab roe tofu on TV. My brother is eating tofu, and I'm eating tofu too. Ha, we're in sync. But soon, Sakura's smile became strained because the DV ended with the appearance of Arcuade. The version watched by the Matou family was the most complete, including a special greeting recorded by Shinji. This time, the recording was made in Arcuade's little world, featuring scenes of Arcuade and Shinji playfully fighting over food at the table. Why didn't I go with him back then? Sakura pouted and Kiri and Fujino showed similar expressions. What's today's theme cuisine? In the sealed unknown realm within Mooncell, Altera closed her eyes and read the information dispersed in the air. Because it was a virtual spirit particle world, the filming and presentation methods were very different from the real world. In the real world, it was done with a camera, but in the virtual spirit particle world, it directly recreated Shinji's memories. More precisely, Shinji digitized his memories, then copied the needed segment and projected it for Altera to read. It sounds complex, but it wasn't difficult for Shinji, who could manipulate spirit particles. Altera taught him a few times, and he quickly learned. The reason for using this method was simple. When talking about food, Shinji said that words couldn't convey the deliciousness. If only you could see it. Altera said it was easy, and you could directly display the information, so she taught Shinji some spirit particle manipulation techniques, opening a new path for Shinji to explore the third magic. That's right. Nowadays, the exterior of every city looks similar. Only eating habits can serve as a distinguishing label from other places. Shinji reproduced his olfactory memories from the kitchen, and suddenly the fiery, spicy aroma filled the entire stone chamber. This is fragrant and spicy. The fragrance mainly comes from the oils and the spice primarily from the chili peppers. This cuisine is like a bomb, immediately imprinting its strong regional flavor on your palate in a striking way that you will never forget. A blush appeared on Altera's cheeks, a symptom of being stimulated by the extreme spiciness. It's indeed impactful, somewhat similar to the flavors in my dreams. I like this taste. The Huns were a nomadic people, and their diet was also strong and intense, so it's no wonder Altera liked it. It's great that you like it. Shinji smiled knowingly. Culinary culture is a form of civilization. The moment you say you like it, it means your identity as a weapon of civilization destruction is no longer pure. Although it's just a seed now, Shinji believed that one day this seed would grow into a towering tree. Speaking of which, I've also learned how to make a few Hun dishes. It's a pity I don't have the ingredients, otherwise, I could make them for you to taste. Ingredients. Is that so? What kind of ingredients? Altera asked. Just the ones you saw. Ah, those. Altera clasped her hands in front of her chest and gently blew a breath. It was filled with spirit particles, and the white light within them constantly changed, eventually weaving a stove, kitchen utensils, and various ingredients beside Shinji, all exactly as he had seen in his memories. What is this? Shinji was stunned. This is the reproduction of the spirit particle information from your memory. It might differ slightly from the real items, but I processed it thoroughly to make it as realistic as possible. I hope it will be useful. Shinji picked up a kitchen knife, spun it around in his hand a few times, and muttered to himself. Yes, this is a spirit particle fictional world. Everything is based on spirit particles. As long as there is enough information, anything can be recreated, even finished dishes. No, that's not right. That way, Altera wouldn't get to experience the joy of cooking. Can't you use it? Altera looked at Shinji with expectant eyes. No, it's perfect. Shinji stuck the kitchen knife into the cutting board and began manipulating the spirit particles. With a flash of blue light, he was dressed in a chef's uniform. Please wait a moment, my beautiful lady. I will prepare a feast for you. Altera, I will make you say that phrase again, cooking is a good civilization. Chapter 665, Chapter 665, Fear. 1178 words. Dragon Group. It's unclear when it started, but Dragon Group has become synonymous with the official mysterious organization. This organization spans the entire country, recruiting talented individuals from various fields and managing the nation's mysterious world. Its functions and notoriety are somewhat akin to X-Men, though the Dragon Group is much larger in scale. Of course, neither the Dragon Group nor the X-Men exist in reality. They are fictional institutions from movies and TV shows. Even if they did exist, they might not be called by those names. However, because the name Dragon Group is so prominent, Shinji habitually uses it to refer to official mystical forces, even though the formal name of the institution falls under a certain department within the Ministry of Defense. This institution, which Shinji dubbed the Dragon Group, is one of the key players in this East-West cooperative exchange. Just as Lorelei closely monitors the progress of this cooperation, tolerating rebels roaming London to ensure the safety of the exchange delegation, the Dragon Group is also keeping a close eye on the Clock Tower delegation. Are the arrangements for the exchange delegation in place? Yes, everything is in place. The technical representatives from the Clock Tower have been stationed in various laboratories, and the exchange students have been assigned to Punlai, Kunlun, and Tiamat according to their study directions, where they are interacting with our preparatory members. Remind the three locations once more. Times have changed. We must abandon the old notion of looking down on foreigners. Anyone who hinders this cooperation because of such views will be held accountable. Rest assured, since the Fairylands have agreed to host the exchange students, they won't treat national matters lightly. That's good. What about the progress in the various laboratories? Everything is progressing normally. The fastest progress is in the Human Enhancement Laboratory, where the combination of the Clock Tower's alchemical potions and our breathing techniques has been remarkably effective. Initial data from the first batch of test subjects show a 5% improvement in breathing technique efficiency, with potential for further enhancement. The slowest progress is in the Magic Theory Laboratory, where the differences in our systems pose significant integration challenges. However, it's not without results. The Clock Tower's modern Magecraft system has provided us with many insights, aiding the construction of our modern system. What about the Rune Laboratory? Everything is normal. More than half of the materials sent by the Clock Tower have been analyzed, and some of the results have already been applied to the study of ancient script. And the Oracle Bones? No progress yet. We might need more ancient primordial runes materials, but what? However, primordial runes are divine scripts, highly difficult to decode. Even the Clock Tower hasn't fully deciphered the rune system, so achieving results might be. I see. The analysis of Oracle Bones is crucial to our rune system, so keep a close eye on it. See if the Clock Tower can share some materials. After all, they want the Star Shuttle data to repair their Arkansas. If they can provide the information we need, it's acceptable to give them ours. The Clock Tower has already proposed a condition. What condition? Their special envoy wishes to travel around Asia, and hopes we can facilitate it. Is that Shinji Matou? I've been hearing a lot about him recently. In less than a month, he dealt with all the traders single-handedly. He even started a culinary show called Shinji Daily. I watched it in my spare time. It's quite interesting. He hasn't overstepped any boundaries. If it's him, that's fine. But why would the Department of Law and Politics make a seemingly disadvantageous trade for primordial runes data? Because this special envoy is a top expert in the rune system, and is said to have a close connection with Aozaki Tuko, the legendary figure who revived the rune system. That grand puppeteer whom even the second magician respects. She should now be titled Grand Rune Master as well. I see, such powerful strength warrants caution from the Department of Law and Politics. Whether we can obtain the desired information depends on our abilities. I'm becoming increasingly interested in this Shinji Matou. Where is he now? He's in XZ, Currently listening to teachings at the Jokhang Temple. Him. Listening to teachings. Yes, it's said he has a Buddhist heritage. He used Vajrabhati in a battle once, which, according to Mr. G's speculation, might be related to the Tiantai or Vajrayana sections. The more I hear, the more he seems like a native. Could he be from an overseas community? I think so too. We've arranged for someone to investigate, but the clock tower tightly controls his information, so. Understandable, given how valuable he is. Do you think we could recruit him? I think it's worth a try. How about I make a trip to LS? Good, go to LS and invite him to BJ. I'll personally talk to him. All right, I'll. It seems there's an urgent communication. What? All right, I understand, I'll report immediately. What happened? Shinji Matou is missing. What? Missing? What are our intelligence personnel doing? When did he go missing? Are there any clues? At 10 a.m. today, he was taken away by a group of monks. It seems to be related to that special area down south. They must be seeking death. That old bald monk and his bald disciples think I can't deal with them. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to use them. Never mind that, mobilize the people in the southwest, notify the ground forces in Chengdu and Lanzhou, and send law enforcement teams from a Golden Summit and Pure Glazed Realm. You will lead the team personally. Since those guys are being unruly, let's show them some force. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. At the same time, on the outskirts of LS, several off-road vehicles were speeding across the wilderness at an incredible pace. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the jeep in the middle. In the next second, the over 3-ton steel beast was torn apart in a burst of flames. The passengers were thrown out from the fire, rolling on the ground due to the immense inertia, their bodies battered and bloody, their fate uncertain. They all had one common characteristic: red monk robes and shiny bald heads. The only exception was a young man in casual clothes, who walked out from the flames with cold eyes, exuding a chilling killing intent from head to toe. I thought it was some living Buddha, but it's that old bastard hiding in India. To think he still harbors such wicked intentions, targeting me. Radiant with Buddha's light, achieving a gilded body. Thunder roared and golden artifacts floated in midair. Very well, let me act as the protector of Buddhism and cleanse the sect. First, I'll send you to meet King Yama, and then I'll send him to the Western Paradise to see the Buddha. Shinji's eyes blazed with anger with Vajra's fearsome presence. Chapter 666, Chapter 666, Trip ends. 1011 words. When Shinji stepped into the building on West Street, a place with special historical significance, the official who had gone to find him in Tibet was being scolded. The reprimand came from the top figure in charge of the mystical realm, responsible for guarding the nation's fate. Are you stupid? Huh? He can't see the situation clearly, and neither can you. Creating such a mess at this time is very troublesome to clean up, very troublesome, understand? Why aren't you talking? You were so impressive when setting off fireworks, even recording it and adding music. Didn't you say you agreed in principle? Yes, in principle, but your approach was too simplistic and crude, lacking artistry. Please instruct us. Listen carefully. If I were you, I wouldn't have killed those llamas from the start. The old bald donkey wants to connect with the higher-ups of the clock tower. Not only wouldn't he harm Shinji Matou, but there's also a high chance he'd meet him personally. As long as he shows up, there's much more room for maneuver. Whether it's assassination, an inside-outside surprise attack, or other strategies, any would be better than causing such a big scene without even killing the target. The responsibility is mine. Shinji couldn't help but interrupt. I acted impulsively at that time. By the time I reacted, the car had already exploded, and the bald donkey in the car was dead. I had no choice but to see it through. The bomb I used was from the most orthodox Western magecraft system, which should cause some confusion. That's why it's just troublesome. Seeing Shinji speak up, the big shot in a military uniform, but without rank softened his tone considerably. Different systems and high-profile methods that don't match our usual style have left a lot of room for maneuver. Although some people say it's our deliberate misdirection, they have no evidence. The old bald donkey isn't dead either, so what's left is a war of words that could go on indefinitely. Let's not talk about that. Are you Shinji Matou? Yes. Shinji nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. The big shot scrutinized Shinji carefully and finally sighed, what a pity. Pity about what? Shinji asked. You're not native. If you were, I'd cultivate you as my successor. The big shot made no secret of his attitude, appreciation for excellence and regret for not being one of his own. Okay, I already have Shirsho though. Since the big shot was so direct, Shinji spoke his mind too. Is that so? The big shot gave a meaningful smile. Shinji smiled as well. Words alone couldn't make someone believe, but saying such things, coupled with previous actions, was enough to prove his considerable goodwill towards the people here. He planned to stay for a while, so building a good relationship with the authorities was essential. Although he didn't know why the big shot wanted to see him, this was a great opportunity. With this good start, the subsequent conversation went very smoothly. Both parties got what they needed and reached a high level of consensus. Want information on primordial runes? Sure. Help with ancient text deciphering? No problem. Stuck with the deciphering? No worries, I have external help. Come on, Arcuade, lend a hand. Read the world's memory and translate these oracle bones. What do they mean and what power do they hold? Don't worry, you won't work for free. Know where I am? The Forbidden City. The best chefs in here, and you can have whatever you want, all of it top-tier palace cuisine. I heard it's a good season for fugu. Ah, you've finished translating already, that was quick. I'll treat you to a feast tomorrow at noon, and I can also visit the legendary Imperial Kitchen. With Shinji's, mostly Arcuade's, help, the speed of deciphering the oracle bones greatly increased. Well, it was mostly Arcuade's work, but she didn't want to bother and stay in her coffin, so Shinji got all the credit. Since Shinji was so effective, the authority reciprocated generously. Like to eat? No problem, they changed up the state banquet menu regularly. Want to travel? Easy, wherever you want to go, they'll arrange it in advance. Want to travel freely? They'll give you a pass, go wherever you like. If you want to study Buddhism, you can choose from the 8 major Buddhist sections. If you don't understand something, arrangements can be made for a high monk to give you a lecture. Interested in martial arts? That's perfect because we need your help. Recently, young people's temperaments have been impatient, thinking themselves invincible and looking down on everyone. You can help curb their arrogance, your youthful appearance is quite deceptive. To this, Shinji responded, authorized to beat people. I like that. Thus, he beat up most of the young people in the martial arts community, and even earned the title of Demon King. He also took this opportunity to spar with many renowned masters from the older generation, benefiting greatly from the experience. Shinji spent the most effort on this fiercely powerful martial art, not for himself, but for Tosaka Rin far away in Fuyuki City. Because of his interference, Rin's life had changed in many ways, mostly for the better, but some in less desirable ways, such as with Bajiquan. In the original timeline, Rin's martial arts were taught by Kirai Kodomine, a master of Bajiquan. But now, with Kirai Kodomine missing and Tokiomi's martial arts being only at a self-defense level, Rin's martial arts talent was being wasted. To correct the negative impact he caused and to ensure that the exceptional girl wouldn't be defeated by her future rivals, and also for the sake of Korea and Sakura, who cared about the Tosaka family, Shinji painstakingly acquired detailed Bajiquan materials. These included secret manuals, instructional videos, and personal insights. With these resources and Rin's natural talent and understanding, her future achievements would certainly be significant. After doing all this, Shinji's journey finally came to an end. His next step was to visit ancient land. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, Shaun. 1,271 words. There was a girl. She was a true genius, but because she was born into the Eltnam family, she had been discriminated against by those around her since birth. The Eltnam family was once a prestigious noble lineage among Magi, wielding significant influence in Atlas Academy, one of the three major branches of the Mages Association. At its peak, the family even produced a magus honored with the title Atlasia, the highest honor of Atlas Academy, bestowed upon one who would act on behalf of the institution's will. However, no one could have anticipated that this prosperity would vanish overnight. The magus who bore the title Atlasia fell from grace, violating Atlas's taboos by becoming a dead apostle through external research. This disgrace caused the Eltnam family's authority to plummet, reducing them to fallen nobility burdened with an inescapable stigma, generation after generation enduring discrimination and exclusion from Atlas Academy. In such an environment, an ordinary person would have gone mad, or at the very least, been left with deep psychological scars. But the girl did not. Despite the strange looks she received, she studied diligently, using her excellent grades to prove herself, all while quietly atoning for her ancestors' sins. Alone, she persevered, moving forward, ultimately reaching heights coveted by countless alchemists but rarely achieved in a lifetime, Atlas. Like her ancestor who had fallen into undeath, she earned the title Atlasia, becoming the sole candidate for the position of director. Yes, the sole candidate. If she were not, it would have been impossible for her to receive this title. The discrimination and exclusion of the Eltnam family had become a form of political correctness, a unique culture of the academy, ingrained from top to bottom, from instructors to students. In some ways, the atmosphere at Atlas Academy was worse than at the clock tower. But fate played a colossal joke on these magi. In the vast Atlas Academy, only she possessed the necessary abilities to inherit the institution, an irony that could not be overstated. No one could have foreseen this. Students, instructors, and others associated with the academy lost their composure over this improbable development, their eyes filled with protest and spreading panic. Atlasia was not just a title, its authority was second only to the director, granting the power to bestow instructor qualifications and enjoying the same privileges as a special envoy. It was truly shocking. Unbelievable. Hard to accept. Suspicious. Unforgivable. Indescribable accusations, like curses, filled the girl's surroundings, but she was not surprised, having grown accustomed to it long ago. She only found it uninteresting. Nothing had changed from before. Exclusion and isolation. While she now stood in a position with the power to exclude others, she would not do so. The girl was proud, and so was the Eltnam family. Even though they were branded as sinners, the Eltnam family was a lineage of noble blood. Abusing power for personal reasons was something she would never do, and she held no feelings for these mediocre people, despite their disbelief. The girl's relationships with those around her remained distant. It used to be others distancing themselves from her, but now it was she who distanced herself from them. Essentially, nothing had changed. The girl continued to live alone, as an excellent student, in her research lab. Correction, there was a slight change. After earning the title Atlasia, she had her research lab, allowing her to distance herself from others even more effectively. Because no one was necessary to her, she saw no need to involve herself with anyone. She thought this way. However, inadvertently, she also harbored a bit of confusion. Was this the right thing to do? What exactly was right? What was wrong? With these troubling thoughts, she accepted the church's invitation to join the dead apostle hunting mission. The target of the mission was her ancestor, Zepia Eltnam Oberon, the 13th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, known as the Knight of Wallachia, the very culprit responsible for the Eltnam family's downfall. That was 3 years ago, in 1998, during an unusually hot summer. The girl's name was Shaun, a name that sounded beautiful both in the East and the West. Shaun Eltnam Atlasia. The 13-year-old Shinji quickly scanned through the information on his computer, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. It's her wanted notice. This is getting interesting. In the summer of 1998, the Knight of Wallachia reappeared. The church organized a night order specifically to hunt the vampire, but the outcome was disastrous. The entire night order was annihilated, with only Shaun escaping. The church and Atlas Academy were desperate for Shaun to return and explain everything. However, the last survivor not only did not return, but also continuously evaded the search parties sent by both sides. During this process, she violated Atlas's taboo, exchanging her research results with others. In Atlas Academy, one can research anything of interest without any restrictions from worldly ethics, but there is one untouchable taboo: imagination must not be liberated, and one's results must be kept private. Thus, Atlas, in conjunction with the church, issued a wanted notice. Since Atlas Academy and the Clock Tower are both part of the Mages Association, the Clock Tower also provided some cooperation. The latest news indicated that Shaun had come to the Far East and possibly entered Japan. Therefore, Lorelei sent an email to Shinji, asking for his help in finding her, attaching information provided by Atlas Academy. Judging by the fact that Lorelei didn't even bother to call, and just sent an email, she didn't care whether Shaun was captured or not. It was just routine. It seemed the relationships among the three major branches of the Mages Association were quite ordinary. However, if you knew what kind of state Shaun is in right now, you wouldn't be so indifferent. Shinji was quite familiar with Shaun. After all, she was one of the heroines in Type Moon, appearing in the game and the manga Melty Blood. Although she was the most inconspicuous heroine, with popularity even lower than many supporting characters, she was still the protagonist of an independent work, with comprehensive characterization. Although I know this world line has incorporated all the special elements, I never thought it would include elements from a doujin game. Even though the story of Tsukihime has become unrecognizable, and one of the key characters in Melty Blood didn't participate, I don't know how the old gem managed the timeline. After thinking for a while and finding no clues, Shinji decided not to dwell on it. This wanted notice falling into my hands is a kind of fate too. I'll go back to Japan. If I don't go back, they might not be able to handle the Knight of Wallachia. At most they could only protect themselves, and there's a chance they might get tricked. Just mentioning the Knight of Wallachia makes my right arm ache slightly. Let's collect some interest first. Arcuade. The princess, who was napping on the sofa, turned over in boredom. Let's go kill a dead apostle. Who? One of the 27 ancestors, Knight of Wallachia. Okay. Hearing this name, Arcuade also got a bit motivated. She hadn't done anything significant since waking up nearly 2 years ago. But aren't you currently wanted? A bunch of greedy fools, coveting the flame of the sun. They have good taste but lack strength, and their behavior is despicable. I want Karna to see their ugliness. How could they claim to be descendants of Surya? Shinji snorted coldly and casually closed his laptop. If they keep getting in the way, I'll clean the temple for Karna. Chapter 668, Rumors. 1194 words. Rumors refer to widely spread or unsubstantiated statements, usually referring to defamatory statements spread behind someone's back. Due to the social nature and inherent flaws of humanity, wherever people gather, there will be rumors. When certain strange rumors ferment, urban legends are born. This small town in Tokyo is no exception. Did you hear? Someone went missing again yesterday. Yeah, I heard. It's some female ghost causing trouble. My grandma said there's a ghost with red hair around here. It's been years. Geez, people still believe in those old legends. I didn't believe it either, but a few days ago, my dad saw it, hair as red as blood, glowing in the night. Whoa, really? Yeah, really. My dad has no reason to lie about this. Maybe your dad saw it wrong? I don't think so. He pinched himself hard at the time, and the mark is still there. Your dad is pretty harsh on himself. I think so too. So, should we go look for this red hair ghost? Why would you want to do that? Are you crazy? But you said you didn't believe it. I believe it now. This was a conversation between two female students after school one day. Neither the speaker nor the listener took it too seriously, but when it fell into the ears of someone with an interest, it took on a different meaning. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Did you just mention a red hair ghost? Can you tell me more about it? A male student interrupted their conversation. Maybe because it wasn't something particularly important, or maybe because the male student looked gentle and honest, the girl who claimed her family had seen the ghost didn't hide anything. 3 nights ago, around 10 p.m., it was on the small path to the left of the second intersection up ahead. Intersection, small path. The boy looked in the direction the girl pointed, deep in thought. Thank you. I know a bit about the ghost legend too. If you're interested, we could go to that cafe and sit down to talk about it. Another girl suggested, but before she could finish, a new voice interrupted. No need. Another girl walked over, wearing the same school uniform as the boy. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her dignified and beautiful face was intense with a serious expression. Akiha. The boy glanced at the new girl, clearly indicating they knew each other. We have plans afterward, right, Shiki? Akiha gently took Shiki's arm, her serious expression turning into a gentle smile, but the pressure she exerted only increased. Shiki looked slightly awkward, just about to say something, but suddenly felt a pain in his waist, which forced him to nod with a forced smile. Oh, I see, you already had plans. The girl who suggested the cafe looked disappointed, pulling her companion away, and their conversation could still be heard as they left. Why did you think of asking that boy out? He looks so ordinary, nothing special. That's because you can't see it. He's very handsome, just hidden behind those big old-fashioned glasses. I can't believe someone else has the same good taste as me, and is so beautiful too. Shameless. You're way uglier than her. Oh, saying I'm ugly, are you? I'll tear your mouth apart. Calm down, calm down. You may be uglier than her, but your chest is bigger. That's what I like to hear. I'll let you off this time. Heh, hee. A cold laugh and Akiha's black hair trembled and swayed. It wasn't being blown by the wind, but rather forced to move by the pressure surrounding her. Calm down, Akiha. You don't want the legend of the red hair ghost to resurface in the daylight, do you? Shiki quickly tried to soothe her. Hearing this, Akiha finally calmed down. The tips of her hair, which had started to turn red, returned to their original jet black. She awkwardly coughed. Sorry, I lost my composure. As expected, Akiha is quite sensitive about her figure. Shiki's gaze lingered on Akiha's chest for just a moment, but even that brief instant didn't escape her notice. Brother dear, are you perhaps thinking something very rude? No, absolutely not. Shiki quickly shook his head. Joking aside, he wouldn't admit it even if his life depended on it. After more than a year together, Shiki had already figured out Akiha's personality. Outwardly, she was dignified and elegant, but inside, she was still the little girl from childhood. She relied on him, through occasional small tantrums, and when upset, she would resort to force, especially when other girls got close to him. For this reason, she had transferred from a prestigious girls' school in a neighboring city to the high school he attended. The day she transferred was quite the sensation, the boys went wild. However, Akiha completely ignored them. Apart from polite interactions, the only person she talked to at school was Shiki. He sadly realized that his high school life was drifting further from the peaceful existence he sought. Sometimes, he envied Makia, and he had sighed about it more than once. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Makia's burdens were no lighter than his own. Though Makia appeared calm, his life was far from serene. After another sigh, Shiki skillfully changed the subject, a trick he'd learned from dealing with Akiha. Akiha, why did you want me to ask about the ghost? Don't tell me you. It wasn't me. Akiha knew what her brother was going to ask and directly denied it. But you've been going out every night lately. How do you know I've been going out? Was it Kahaku? It has nothing to do with them. I saw you leave the front door myself. That's because I needed to investigate something. Wait, if you saw me that late, then you must also. Brother AR, could you please explain yourself? Her hair fluttered, and the pressure returned. Her brother sneaking out at night was a big deal. What if he was mingling with some dubious woman? Ahahaha, you caught me. Shiki awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I also have something I want to investigate. Lately, I've felt something strange about this city, like a bad premonition. It's like being submerged in a tank, breathing is difficult, especially at night. I asked Toko-sensei, and she said this city is distorting. So you notice too, brother. Indeed, something is invading this city. As the head of the Tano family and the local overseer, I must uncover the truth and prevent any abnormalities from affecting ordinary citizens. So, brother, you want to say you'll handle it? I'm sorry, but that's not acceptable. I am also a member of the Tano family, and as the eldest son, your duties are my duties. I'm the head of the family, so my word is final. Brother, your health isn't good, you should stay home and rest. Your abilities aren't stable either, are they? Besides, I'm the brother, it's my duty to protect my sister. Akiha stubbornly refused to agree, and Shiki argued with reason. Neither would back down. Chapter 669, Chapter 669, Malevolence. 1117 words. Brother and sister, at odds with each other. Because in their hearts, they both considered the other an important person, and didn't want him or her to suffer any harm. Finally, Akiha seemed to think of something, and her tone softened. I can agree to let brother investigate with me, but you have to promise me not to act recklessly. All right, I promise. Then brother, please make sure to protect me, and I will protect you as well. Her tone remained serious, but her brows couldn't hide her delight. Let's start tonight by investigating that ghost. About that ghost. Isn't it you, Akiha? Red hair, firelight, all are characteristics when you use your abilities. Shiki seemed somewhat confused. Due to the interference of Toko and Shinji, the Tano siblings had been getting along very well from the start, and their abilities gradually became known to each other through daily interactions. Akiha knew about Shiki's unusual eyes, and Shiki knew about Akiha's supernatural powers and their flaws. That's precisely what puzzles me. 3 days ago at 10 p.m., I wasn't here at all. Perhaps this ghost is the root cause of the distortion. Even if it isn't, it's certainly related to it. And about the missing people, I've confirmed with the police that people have indeed gone missing. Is it a coincidence? Or, let's investigate with the ghost. In any case, we can't let the sacrifices continue to increase. Shiki was a good-natured person, much like Mikia, but he also had the abilities and initiative similar to Shiki Ryugi, so it wasn't hard to predict what he would do. Akiha glanced at her brother without a word, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, someone passed by them, muttering something indistinctly. That's not a coincidence, it's inevitable. The siblings were stunned. By the time they turned around, the person had already disappeared around the corner, leaving only a faint trace of purple and 2 barely visible strands. Around the same time, in the Tano mansion, in Toko's room. Due to the particularly hot summer this year, the room's owner naturally stayed indoors. At this moment, she was holding her phone between her shoulder and ear, listlessly lying on the desk. Rumors becoming reality. Nightmares turning into reality. This is a big deal. Huh? Related to spirit particles. Indeed, I can feel an abnormal gathering of spirit particles. The concentration of spirit particles in the entire city is increasing at an alarming rate. What? Bang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's fine, I just accidentally stubbed my toe on the desk. I'm hanging up now. You just mentioned the night of Wallachia. How do you know about that? Aren't you in India? Oh right, you're Lord Bartholomeo's favorite, and you're favored by the true ancestor. Come to think of it, that's quite impressive. Sourness. Where is that sourness coming from? Can you smell it over the phone? I'll deal with you when you get back. I understand the situation, and I'll keep an eye on it. If it's really like you said, able to materialize imaginations, then it's a human version of imaginary manifestation, which has research value. Got it, stop nagging. I'm not a child. You dare bring that up? I'm hanging up. With that, Tuko pressed the red button on her phone, grumbling. It's just a stubbed toe. I don't believe you've never stubbed yours, Matou. Master. A shadow descended from the ceiling, a pair of golden pupils faintly visible in the darkness. Get me some medical spray, it's starting to swell. Master, you really should be more careful. Why are you acting like Shinji? Just go get it, it hurts. Tuko waved her hand impatiently. As you command. The shadow flickered and disappeared. Knight of Wallachia, a dead apostle from Atlas. Speaking of which, what have Akiha and Shiki been investigating lately? It should be related to this matter and could be useful. But before that, I need a way to deal with alchemy. Although the aristocrats of the clock tower have always looked down on alchemy for its perceived lack of talent, the reality is entirely different. It is a field that is comparable to, yet fundamentally different from, the modern magecraft system. The Mages Association has three main branches, with the clock tower being the most high-profile, considering itself the headquarters. In contrast, the Atlas Institute is the exact opposite, thoroughly adhering to mysticism and rarely communicating with the outside world, thus earning the nickname Hell on Earth, where even light cannot escape. Atlas specializes in alchemy. Unlike the modern alchemy that became mainstream in the Middle Ages, focusing on material transformation, Atlas emphasizes the transformation of phenomena. This organization was founded to discover the origins of magecraft and the truths of the world. Although they are also called magi, due to their lack of magical circuits, many of them were ridiculed as apprentices in the past. As a result, they began to abandon reliance on magical energy and turn to various tools during their research into mysteries. This development is somewhat similar to modern technology. They utilize pseudo-spirit particles or souls as observable and controllable energy sources, forming a unique system and developing various terrifying weapons, the top 7 of which are said to be capable of destroying the world. We do not need to become the strongest, for the strongest are created by our hands. This is the motto of the alchemists at Atlas. Although these weapons were sealed by Atlas to reach the current technical ceiling, they sufficiently demonstrate the power of Atlas alchemy. And this time, the Knight of Wallachia, or Zepia Eltnam Oberon, is the former number 1 of Atlas. Being enemies with him is akin to being enemies with the uncrowned queen of the clock tower, Lorelei. The difficulty level of this challenge is quite high, but that's what makes it interesting. Atlas, Atlasia. Sorry, but I'll have to make use of you for a bit. Master, I brought the spray. Shall I help you treat the wound? Behind her, the figure of Matou quietly appeared. Please do, Matou, tonight keep one eye on Akiha and Shiki, and investigate some things for me. Yes, Master. While Tuko secretly prepared after receiving Shinji's notification, the others were also busy. In Misaki Town, at the Riyen Girls' Academy, the tall and handsome headmistress left her office with a cello case on her back. Meanwhile, 2 purple-haired girls, who were teasing a little girl in the office, hurriedly took out their phones and sent a message to a certain number after receiving some news. Dark currents surged, just like the ominous clouds hovering over this remote small town, lurking in the darkness. Chapter 670, in the alley. 1193 words. The alley refers to a narrow street, often a small passage between 2 buildings. Because it is narrow, few people pass through it, making it secluded and a breeding ground for the dark sides of many cities. With the development of the times and the progress of society, as the city's surface becomes more and more glamorous, more and more people begin to associate this term with negative words such as delinquency, crime, underground transactions, and so on. Satsuki Yumizuka. A typical modern girl in the sense of the later generations, a typical idol image, without any derogatory meaning, purely positive. She comes from a good family, her parents are successful people with high incomes. She is sweet and cute, well-mannered, and gentle in personality, and apart from her chestnut-colored hair, she conforms to the traditional Japanese Yamato Nadeshiko image. She excels academically, and both her classmates and teachers give her high praise. Such a girl, embodying all kinds of goodness, destined to have a happy life, should have nothing to do with the increasingly derogatory place like an alley. The education she received and the common sense accumulated over time also tell her that she should not have anything to do with such a place, preferably never in her life. However, fate always likes to play tricks. On that day, the wheel of fate, which was moving normally on the main road, suddenly seemed to hit something, inexplicably turning in a direction and veering into a side road. This road is narrow and dangerous, with the risk of car crashes at the slightest carelessness. It was an evening, the girl had just finished her summer cram school class, and was on her way home. Although there had been frequent reports of missing persons recently, and the police had issued notices urging everyone to be careful when going out at night, this had little impact on. The cram school was in the city center, and her home was in a high-end residential area not far from the city center. The roads she took were wide streets, patrolled by police officers all year round, in the safest area. She was not worried about anything happening to her until she saw a familiar figure. A slender figure that looked somewhat frail, with messy hair because he didn't care, a plain white shirt, and black trousers, showing none of the youthful vigor of a young man. No mistake, this kind of increasingly rare attire among young people in the city, she had only seen on one peer. A boy who was unremarkable but caught her attention for several years. His name was Shiki Tano. The first time she noticed him was in junior high. A boy with no distinctive features other than poor health and frequent anemia liked to sit alone in a corner. She didn't know why she noticed him, clearly so ordinary, with almost no presence in the class. Maybe it was a feeling, a sense of fragility, staying around this boy always made her feel that even the air was so fragile, as if it would shatter at a touch. Of course, this attention was just a fleeting moment, and there was no interaction between them. She was always surrounded by many people, and he was always alone, at most having some interaction with that delinquent student. She was truly attracted to him during the winter vacation of their second year in junior high. The school's badminton club had collective activities during the winter break, and as a member, she naturally participated and helped tidy up and return various sports equipment after the activities. The warehouse used by the badminton club had a problem with its door after many years of use. It would automatically lock if not careful when closing the door, and this lock could not be opened from the inside. The weather was very cold at the time, and the girls, who hadn't had time to change out of their sportswear, closed the door to organize the equipment to keep warm, and were accidentally locked inside the warehouse. The girls cried out for help, hoping someone would come to their aid, but they also knew the hope was slim because it was getting dark, and there might not be anyone left in the school. The girls were trapped in the dark warehouse, cold and hungry, and just when they were crying, a boy's voice came from outside the warehouse. "Is there anyone inside?" Calm, even a bit indifferent, the kind of unconcern that made the trapped girls very angry. The captain of the badminton club, a senior who had been blaming herself for trapping everyone here, exploded and directly grabbed a baseball bat and smashed it against the iron door. The boy's voice finally showed some fluctuation, seemingly startled, but soon returned to calm, informing the girls that the teacher had already left. The girls, including her, were utterly desperate. They didn't want to stay there for another minute, yet they might face the worst outcome, waiting until the next morning. At this point, the boy knocked on the door again and calmly said, "If you promise to keep it a secret, this door can be opened." The captain of the badminton club got even angrier, and threw another baseball bat at the door. "If it was that easy to open, we wouldn't need to ask for help." Shortly after those words, the door opened. Everyone thought it was the bat that did the trick, and happily ran out, except she noticed the frail boy quietly standing behind the door, Shiki Tano. At that moment, her mind went blank. She just stood by the door crying, her eyes red and her face streaked with tears. The boy patted her head and, in a calm yet incredible tone, said, "Go home quickly and eat something." It sounded perfunctory but unexpectedly made her feel warm. Looking back, wasn't eating something meant to warm up the body? Couldn't he have expressed it a bit better? But that was exactly what attracted her to him. A school idol, a popular figure. That was merely a misunderstanding by outsiders. The real her was very timid, always yielding to others, always appearing amicable even when she didn't want to, and gradually being called an idol, not something she would choose herself. If she had a choice, she wouldn't even want to come to school. She hated this about herself, which made her especially admire people who were natural, genuine, and unpretentious. Shiki was such a person. A very ordinary conversation opened a new door in her heart. Since then, she began to pay attention to Shiki, more and more, watching him secretly, even wanting to talk to him. Later, with the help of that delinquent-looking but kind-hearted person, she became friends with him, and she realized that she liked him. It was so late, why was he here? This wasn't the direction to his home, neither the Arima residence nor the Tano residence. She quickened her pace, wanting to call out to him, but then he suddenly sped up and turned into an alley. Without much thought, she jogged after him. Tano-kun, wait. Chapter 671, Chapter 671, The Killer. 1071 words. Satsuki Yamazuka, though a quiet girl, was not bad at sports. This school idol had no weaknesses. Whether in academics, sports, or home economics, she excelled in all areas, and had even won awards at the school sports festivals. Normally, it would be impossible for her not to catch up with the frail Shiki. However, things were unusually strange. Shiki moved incredibly fast, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up with that slender figure. Her shouts also seemed to fall on deaf ears. Thus, one chased and one ran, darting through the dark alleyways for a while. Suddenly, after turning a corner, Satsuki found herself having lost sight of him. That familiar figure seemed to have vanished as if by teleportation. Tano-kun. Tano-kun. Shiki Tano. She called out his name loudly, even louder than when she was trapped in the storage room. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. She turned around to see that familiar figure. A plain white shirt and black pants, slightly messy hair, and that clean, refreshing face. Unlike usual, he wasn't wearing those old-fashioned glasses that covered half of his face. Tano-kun. You. Oh, so you're an acquaintance of his. The boy revealed a strange smile, his aggressive gaze unabashedly scanning her body. Satsuki shrank back, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. The Shiki she remembered would never look at someone like this, and more importantly, this person didn't give her that familiar sense of reassurance. Tano-kun. Yes, it's me, but don't call me Tano-kun, call me Shiki. The bee tossed his hair, wearing the same aggressive smile as he took a step closer. The sudden demand startled her, making her subconsciously take a few steps back. She had fantasized about calling the boy she secretly admired that way many times, and had even secretly practiced it when alone, but this unprompted change still made her uncomfortable. Tano-kun, what's wrong with you? Me? I'm fine. The boy continued to approach. I told you, call me Shiki. Shiki, Satsuki weakly called out. Yes, that's right. The boy seemed very pleased. His taste isn't bad, just the personality. Shiki, are you all right? You've been saying some incomprehensible things since a while ago. I'm fine, but you're about to have a problem. Can you guess what it is? Satsuki looked at him with concern, but the boy took out a small knife from his pocket. Why do you have a knife? Can you guess? Is it for self-defense? I heard there have been frequent disappearances lately, Satsuki answered naively. Sorry, that's wrong. The boy flicked his wrist, and the knife flashed dazzlingly before her eyes. A knife is for killing, and I only know how to kill. Do you want to try it? Kill. This joke isn't funny at all. Of course, it's not funny because it's the truth. You mentioned the disappearances, right? Those were all my doing. Killing. That gentle Tano-kun, killing. Satsuki was in shock. The boy didn't give her time to react and played with the knife as he drew closer. You'll be joining them soon. Don't worry, I'm a professional killer. I guarantee you won't feel any pain. Impossible. This is impossible. Something must be wrong. Tano-kun, he. The cold gleam of the knife blade illuminated Satsuki's confusion and reflected the boy's ferocious smile. Farewell, sweet girl. The knife flashed. Danger. Get down. At the critical moment, a third voice echoed through the secluded alley. As soon as the voice rang out, Satsuki fell to the ground in an extremely awkward position, narrowly avoiding the throat-slashing knife. TCH. Missing his strike, the boy didn't pursue. He stepped on the wall with both feet, leaping over Satsuki's head like a spider, muttering in dissatisfaction. When the boy landed, another girl had already appeared next to Satsuki. This was another girl, one characterized by the color purple. She had long, light purple hair, a purple-red beret, and a dress, and while her short skirt and skin were white, they emphasized the impression of purple. Her milk-white skin and prominent nose silently indicated she wasn't Japanese. Don't be fooled, he's not the person you know. The purple girl's voice awakened Satsuki's consciousness. Yes, that's right. His smile isn't like this. You're not him. Ah, I've been found out. The boy covered his forehead with his hand and laughed loudly, surprisingly sharp, woman. I like you. It's such a waste to leave you to that idiot. The crazed laughter made the air freeze. Satsuki trembled with unprecedented fear, but she didn't run away. Instead, she got up from the ground, perhaps she was broken, but there was something she had to clarify before that happened. Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating him? Her unyielding eyes and stubborn attitude made the boy laugh even more maniacally. Oh, don't say that. I'm not just a simple imposter. I am Shiki's sin, the murderous impulse he fears in his subconscious, like the moon's reflection on the water. A reflection should disappear. The purple girl's voice was as cold as her expression. She spread the fingers of her left hand, and in her right hand, she held a handgun, aiming it at the boy who called himself Shiki's sin. It was this gun that had just forced Shiki to push away. How heartless. The boy shrugged lightly. Don't talk as if there's a huge difference between me and the real one. Even though this body has a short lifespan, I still want to spend it with someone I like. That's only human nature, right? Is this how you spend it? The purple girl's left-hand fingers began to tighten. Because I'm a killer, I only know how to kill. And the battlefield of life and death isn't bad either, don't you think? The boy reversed his grip on the knife, his slender body stretching naturally like a beast eyeing its prey. The only one who's going to die is you, Tatari Phantom. Her left hand clenched tightly, and the spot where the boy stood shattered. The ground, the air, the walls, all fragmented. But before that, the boy had already leaped far away, the entire movement silent except for the laughter from his mouth. Welcome to this wonderfully delightful killing space. Let's fight, woman caught in the web and weaving the web at the same time. Chapter 672, How Foolish. 1213 words. The killer who called himself Shiki's sin assessed the situation aptly. He and the purple-haired girl were indeed like two spiders, hunting each other within the same domain. The boy with the short knife moved in ways that far exceeded human limitations. He was a wolf spider, traversing up and down the ground, walls, and even the rooftops. To him, this wasn't a narrow alley but a vast hunting ground. Not only did he move effortlessly along the walls and eaves, but what was even more terrifying was that his entire movement process was completely silent. Apart from the snake-like shadow he left on the ground, there was almost no trace of him, fully demonstrating the eerie agility of a spider. However, such eerily swift movements did not gain him much advantage in front of the purple-haired girl. She too was a spider in the act of weaving a web. It's worth noting that while the spider analogy is a metaphor, the web weaving is a literal description. The girl's combat style involved weaving a web, using threads finer than human hair to create a crisscrossing net in the surrounding space. Do not underestimate this web. Although the threads comprising it are thin, they are as sharp as blades. Given the killer's speed of movement, even a slight misstep could result in cuts. The girl in purple positioned herself at the center of this web, patiently waiting for her prey to fall into her trap. If the prey did not take the bait immediately, she would slowly expand her web until it ensnared the target. One moved with speed almost beyond the reach of the naked eye, while the other wove her web with astonishing rapidity. The two humanoid spiders prepared themselves, cautiously probing each other. The first wave of formal confrontation arrived quickly. The instant the web of threads extended to where the killer had been standing, his dagger cut a stunning arc under the moonlight. At the same time, his mysterious movement style turned suddenly aggressive, wielding the dagger with sparks flying. The wolf spider, known for its ferocity, finally bared its fangs, swiftly cutting through the web of threads and aiming directly at the center, where the purple-haired girl's vital point was. In just a few seconds, he had found the weakest point of the web and launched a fierce attack. With a clang, the short knife collided with the girl's left hand. Yes, her left hand. Clang. The short knife aimed at the girl's head was blocked by her hand, a hand with a faint, almost imperceptible silver glow in the palm, formed by the convergence of fine threads. Relying on this, the girl dared to block the boy's short knife with her hand. For a moment, like their weapons, their gazes clashed. The killer's eyes were filled with dark, bloodthirsty desires, while the girl's eyes were cold and devoid of any warmth. The killer smiled with a heh, and leaped far back in one breath. The girl moved even faster. Her left hand clenched suddenly, and the web that the killer had broken through instantly tightened, firmly sealing his retreat. At the same time, she adjusted her gun-holding right hand, aiming the muzzle at the killer's head. That's right. Everything up to this point had been within the girl's calculations. The seemingly weak breakthrough point was intentionally left by her. Although she couldn't keep up with the killer's movements, she could manipulate his actions through her setup. The killer, adept at exploiting gaps, indeed fell for the trap, rushing in. After blocking his knife, it was time to close the net. More than 10 interwoven threads transformed, resembling a cutting machine sharp enough to slice through steel. This was the method she had used to shatter the ground earlier. Yet, this cutting machine was not her final method, its purpose was merely to slow down the killer's movements. As soon as the killer's movements slowed, the girl's bullet would shatter his skull. However, the slender killer did not get slowed down by her threads as she had anticipated, nor was he cut. In the critical moment, he swung his dagger repeatedly, slicing over 10 times in a second, tearing a gap in the enclosing web and breaking through. Of course, he paid a hefty price for breaking through. His left side was covered with various cuts, and the arm he used to protect his head and face was in a terrible state, with even the bones showing cracks. The killer landed silently on the wall. Though his pale face revealed pain, it also showed more joy. His blood-red tongue swept across the blood on his lips, forming a grin more ferocious than a beast's. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, excellent. This is how it should be. Without this, it's no fun. Killing, bloodshed, this is the stage befitting the knight, the script Tatari wants to see. Woman, you and I are essentially the same. I crave killing, and you crave bloodshed, just like. Shut up. For the first time, anger appeared on the face of the purple-haired girl, and the gun in her hand roared. Naturally, it was missed. The moment she pulled the trigger, the killer pushed off with his legs, almost brushing against the bullet's trajectory as he charged once again into the web the girl had woven, from the very spot he had just escaped from. The earlier gap was left intentionally by the girl, but the opening he used to escape was torn by the killer himself. This was the only real gap in the hunting net, a flaw beyond the girl's calculations. Not good. By the time the girl realized something was wrong, it was too late. The killer's fangs were already inches away. In a hurry, the girl used her handgun to block, but it was easily bypassed. Her left hand, wrapped in threads, was similarly ineffective. Fast, too fast. Not only did the injuries not hinder the killer's movements, but they seemed to have triggered his ferocity. In that instant, the girl didn't even know how the enemy bypassed her defenses and got behind her. All she could sense was the sudden smell of blood from behind, and the sound of the dagger slicing through the air. It's over. Just as despair began to rise, the purple-haired girl felt something embrace her body, knocking her to the ground and saving her from the tragic fate of having her heart pierced by the dagger. Quickly shaking off the dizziness from the impact, the girl saw who had hugged her. It was the student who was initially targeted, the girl related to the killer's true identity, named Satsuki Yamazuka. "Are you all right?" Satsuki asked with concern. "I'm fine, but only for now," the purple-haired girl replied with a wry smile. "Why didn't you run?" I don't know," Satsuki's voice weakened. Indeed, why didn't she run? Was it because this killer was related to Shiki, and she wanted to uncover the truth about him? Or had the extraordinary battle shattered her previous worldview? Or perhaps some other reason? In any case, Satsuki had lost the chance to escape. She could only lie on the ground with the purple-haired girl, awaiting the killer's next move. How foolish. Chapter 673, Chapter 673, Encounter in the Alley. 1096 words. How foolish. The purple-haired girl sighed. Satsuki also knew she was being foolish. She trembled with fear but still raised her head to meet the gaze of the killer before her. "It's okay, Tano-kun will come to save me. He definitely will, just like before." Faced with such pure eyes, even the fierce, bloodthirsty killer hesitated slightly. He covered his forehead with his injured left arm, letting the blood soak his face, and screamed hysterically. "Boring, boring, boring. Do you believe in Tano Shiki? What's so reliable about that idiot? You're about to be killed, and he's probably still asleep at home. Even so, I believe in him. I believe he will come to save me." Satsuki believed in the boy who had saved her before and believed in the one she liked. It's enviable and at the same time, extremely boring. You hold on to your boring hope. The blood-soaked killer raised his unharmed right hand, brandishing a glistening dagger. "No, it's not boring at all. The Lord teaches us to hold on to hope." Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the dark alley, accompanied by a powerful female voice. "God rest ye merry. Let nothing you dismay." In the ancient hymn, the killer finally saw the owner of the voice. It was a young woman, taller than most Japanese people. She wore a black jacket on top and a steel skirt armor below. Her long silver hair was tied into a simple ponytail, complementing her gallant face, and exuding a sense of dashing competence. What caught the eye most was her weapon, a black shield that looked very much like a cello. Two faintly glowing crosses adorned the shield's surface. "I am Risby Stridberg, captain of the Vestal Shield Knights. Cease your violence. If you refuse, I will consider you an enemy. TCH, a troublesome person has arrived." Despite her words, the killer showed no intention of leaving. "Negotiations have failed. Beginning target elimination." With that, Risby stopped talking, stomping the ground with a heavy thud and charging forward with her shield. Unlike the killer and the purple-haired girl, her fighting style was direct and overpowering. In the face of this human tank, neither spider webs nor their creator could withstand a single blow. The threads blocking the alley were snapped by brute force, and even the killer standing on the ground didn't dare to confront her head-on, leaping onto the wall with his bloodied body. Seeing this, Risebife slowed down and stopped in front of the purple-haired girl and Satsuki. She advised them. "Stay here and don't move. Leave the rest to me." She then looked up at the thin figure standing on the rooftop and said, "You can't escape. I never planned to run. I only have one night to live, so of course, I'll enjoy the killing to the fullest." With the cry of an owl and a maniacal laugh, the killer pushed his movement skills to the limit. It was a special form of three-dimensional movement, resembling a bird, a snake, a spider, and even some other beast. It surpassed human limits, a feat that even most martial artists couldn't achieve. The killer used such techniques to perform unpredictable actions, launching one surprise attack after another, defeating even the purple-haired girl who fought with a gun and thread. Faced with such bizarre movements, Risebife remained unflustered. She casually slung her shield over her shoulder, keeping her head tilted back as if this posture helped her locate the killer. Shadows darted, and the wind howled. The killer's movements grew faster. Though his figure was still unclear, everyone knew he was approaching. "Be careful," the purple-haired girl couldn't help but warn, lightly twitching her recovering left hand, seemingly ready to lay another web. Risebife shook her head at her. Just as the girl was puzzled, the killer's figure suddenly shifted from extreme motion to extreme stillness. Right behind Risebife, the dagger turned into a white line slashing at her throat, faster than the two girls could scream. "Got her." The killer's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. However, in the next second, his expression froze on his face. His dagger had indeed touched Risebife's throat. With a slight movement, he could slice her windpipe and take her life. But no matter how hard the killer tried, the dagger wouldn't budge an inch. It, along with his entire right hand gripping it, was held firmly by Risebife's right hand, the one not holding the shield. This hand wore a black metal gauntlet, larger and stronger than the killer's hand, like an iron clamp, securely gripping his weapon, his sole means of attack. "Got you." Risebife lifted her head and smiled faintly at the killer. This smile sent chills down the killer's spine. This female knight was different from everyone he had encountered before. She was a true warrior, proficient in combat, knowing how to leverage her strengths and cover her weaknesses. More importantly, she would never show mercy to her enemies. Her iron wrist finally exerted force, effortlessly slamming the killer onto the ground with one hand, then swung him against the opposite wall, and then back to the ground. Over and over, the cycle repeated until the killer was a bloody mess on the brink of death. Only then did she toss him away like a rag doll, muttering softly, "That should be enough, right? Should I throw him a couple more times just to be sure?" "No, you can't. According to my calculations, his bones and muscles are already over 70% damaged. Another throw would kill him." "I see." Risebife glanced at the purple-haired girl with slight confusion. "Since you say so, it must be right. What's your name again?" "Oh yes, Shaun Eltnamatlasia, right. You know me." Shaun seemed to realize something, her expression changing slightly. "Ah, the Maiden of the Holy Shield. 3 years ago, most of the people who went to hunt that dead apostle with you were my subordinates. I was supposed to go too, but Cardinal Jessabarn assigned me a task at the last minute, so I couldn't. Shaun Eltnamatlasia, you were the sole survivor of that hunt. I need to know everything that happened. If you refuse, I will execute the church's orders and take you into custody. Additionally, Atlas Institute has extended the same cooperation request." Seeing Risebife's straightforwardness, Shaun didn't hesitate and expressed her stance directly. "I can tell you what happened, but I won't go quietly. That dead apostle Tatari is here, and I must defeat him." Chapter 674, Chapter 674, I Am You. 1058 words. Hearing Shaun's words, Risebife suddenly became agitated. "You said that dead apostle? The Knight of Wallachia?" "Yes." Shaun took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. "How do you know?" The knight of Wallachia is named Zepia Eltnam Atlasia. Eltnam. Yes, he is my ancestor and the sinner of the Eltnam family. I have been tracking him for 3 years. 3 years ago, I couldn't defeat him, but this time I must. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Before Shaun could finish expressing her determination, a weak voice sounded. It was Satsuki Yamazuka. He's getting away. Shaun and Risebife turned their heads to see the killer, who was supposed to be on the brink of death, suddenly get up from the ground and stagger towards the alley entrance. The place where the 3 women were located was deep in the alley, and Risebife's throw had landed the killer not far from the alley entrance. Damn! Shaun reacted instantly. He is a phantom of Tatari, not a human. If he were human, Risebife's throw would have deprived him of all mobility. But the phantom created by the Knight of Wallachia was a different matter. It was a conglomeration of rumors and malicious information, manifested into a physical entity through the sealed memories of Shiki. It was an aggregation of spiritual particles, not something to be measured by human standards. If not annihilated, he would recover in no time. Is this the time to discuss this? Chase him. Before Shaun could respond, Risebife had already started running. Oh. Shaun quickly suppressed her regret and the urge to explain, and rushed out at top speed. Wait. Completely bewildered by the events of the night, Satsuki inexplicably followed. To say she followed was not entirely accurate, as the physical abilities of the 3 women created a disparity. Risebife was one of the top 10 combatants in the church. Despite carrying over 500 kilograms of equipment and body weight, she could easily break Olympic records with her speed. Shaun, an alchemist from Atlas Academy, specialized in alchemy. Her physical abilities were average compared to Risebife, but still far superior to ordinary people. Lastly, Satsuki, an ordinary person, though frequently active and strong among her peers, was not at an athlete's level and certainly not comparable to Shaun or Risebife. At this pace, in less than 10 seconds, the 3 would be far apart, and within a minute, they would lose sight of each other. However, this scene did not occur because, just as the killer was about to escape the alley, a person walked by the entrance, a woman, a girl with beautiful long black hair. Get out of the way, don't block the path. The killer roared, instinctively swinging his knife toward the woman's throat. Yet, tonight seemed full of unexpected events. The seemingly frail girl moved faster than the killer. She lifted her leg, and her sandal-clad foot kicked the killer in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. The entire process was fluid, a sign of years of rigorous training. After knocking him down, the slender girl seemed to realize what had happened. She looked at the killer on the ground with slight confusion. I was attacked. Wait, why does this attack her? As the girl was about to approach for a closer look, a boy wearing glasses ran over, holding 2 cans, saying while running. Akiha, I got the coffee. Is there something in the alley? Handing the coffee to Akiha, Shiki peered into the alley. Then, he saw a familiar face he recognized at least 200 days out of the year. Tano-kun. The other person was quite familiar with him as well. Satsuki. What are you doing here? And who are these 2? Having been in contact with Toko, Shiki, Shinji, and others for a while, Shiki Tano was no longer the naive boy from Tsukiheim, who knew almost nothing about the mysterious world. He had gained considerable understanding of both the Japanese and Western mystical worlds, and could easily discern the abnormalities in Shaun and Risebife. Tano-kun, is it you? Satsuki asked timidly, while Shiki looked puzzled. Why are you asking that? Is there a fake me? Brother. Akiha tugged at Shiki's sleeve and pointed to the ground. There lay a person dressed exactly like Shiki, with the same hairstyle, no, even the same face. The person looked up and locked eyes with Shiki. Ha ha, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a night this is. Shiki was dumbfounded. Akiha demanded, who are you? Why are you impersonating my brother? Impersonate? I'm not impersonating anyone, I am your brother. The killer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. Shut up. Akiha's expression turned ice-cold instantly. I have only one brother, and I won't let you insult him. Ah, how heartless, Akiha, I. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a bang and another kick. I told you to shut up. It wasn't a reflexive self-defense move, but a whip kick filled with anger. The killer doubled over, clutching his stomach, and collapsed limply. What a beautiful strike, as expected of my sister, just like me. You want to die? Akiha's hair moved as if blown by an invisible wind, its tips turning from black to red, embodying the local legend. The red hair ghost. Satsuki exclaimed, shivering instinctively, so, Akiha-sen is. Akiha. By this time, Shiki had also come to his senses. He gently patted his sister's shoulder to calm her down, then focused his gaze on the killer. Who exactly are you? And what do you have to do with the recent series of events? I am you. The killer coughed up blood while tightly gripping the knife in his hand. I am your sin, the dark side of you that no one knows about, the urge within you that craves blood and slaughter. Is that so? Shiki responded non-committally. No matter how calm you appear, whether you admit it or not, you cannot hide the darkness and desire in your heart. I am the manifestation of that. Come on, fight with me, release that desire, release your true self. Though the killer's words were mad, they carried a bewitching power. Unconsciously, Shiki reached for his glasses, seemingly intending to take them off. Chapter 675, Chapter 675, You can lose to anyone but not to yourself. 1147 words. Brother. Tano-kun. Akiha and Satsuki both called out at the same time. Shaun hurriedly added, Don't be deceived by him, Shiki Tano. He may have borrowed your appearance and abilities, but he is not you. He is merely an illusion created by the dead apostle. Dead apostle. Shiki's grip on the frame of his glasses tightened, his voice grew lower, and an unusual aura emanated from his entire body. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the murderous phantom lying on the ground. Is this all because of that dead apostle? Yes. That dead apostle is known as Tatari, or the Knight of Wallachia. It can turn malicious information, such as rumors and inner fears, into reality, creating beings that seek blood and slaughter. However, this manifestation cannot come from anything, it needs some form of information to rely on. The killer before you appeared borrowing your image, and the recently spreading red hair ghost is likely borrowing the image of Akiha Tano. Upon hearing Shaun's explanation, Akiha's expression turned grim. The dark aura she emitted, starkly contrasting with her usual perfect lady demeanor, made Satsuki feel very uneasy. Is this true? The imposter with my brother's face. I told you, don't call me an imposter. The killer struggled to stand up again, demonstrating a resilience beyond human limits. Akiha scoffed, casually swung her hand, and her finger sliced into the wall as if it were tofu, all the way to the base. She then coldly glanced at the killer. The killer swallowed hard and muttered, so violent, how could anyone? Halfway through his sentence, seeing Akiha's hair starting to turn red, the killer quickly swallowed the rest of his words and returned to the main topic. As you said, I am merely an illusion manifested by Tatari. But as you also mentioned, even illusions cannot come from nothing, they need some form of information to manifest. My foundation is your bloodlust, Shiki Tano. My appearance may be fake, my existence may be fake, but this urge, this uncontrollable, overwhelming urge is real. Come, Shiki Tano, embrace the slaughter, this is your true nature. At the mention of killing, the killer fell into a frenzy, and his body continued to heal and restore itself over time. As expected, I should have killed you earlier. Risebife complained impatiently and triggered a mechanism with her left hand, revealing a holy nail hidden within her shield. Once struck by this nail, even manifestations of malicious information could not be recovered. Just as the knight was about to strike, Shiki, now enveloped in a dark aura, intervened. Miss Executor from the church. I am not an executor, I am Risebif Stridberg. Sorry, knight. Please leave this killer to me. The Tano family is responsible for managing this area, and as the eldest son, I must handle this. Moreover, since he has appeared using my image and intends to harm my friends, no matter how you look at it, I am the most suitable person to deal with this. Very well, but if you cannot kill him, I will. Risebif retracted the holy nail and stepped back, using her shield to protect Xian and Satsuki, giving the killer no chance to launch a surprise attack. Despite her aversion to complications and her usual unorthodox methods, as a knight, she performed her duty impeccably. A knight is meant to stand at the forefront of the team, and as long as they remain standing, they will not let their teammates suffer harm. Though temporary, Risebif had already recognized Xian and Satsuki as her teammates. Shiki calmly said, "Thank you," and then addressed the killer, "I have a question." "Ask away," the killer replied, flexing his restored hands. "Do you know where the dead apostle Tatari is hiding?" "I don't know. I am an illusion, a killing illusion." "Come, let's kill." The killer shook his head while urging. "You haven't fully recovered yet. Give it a moment, I need some time too." As he spoke, Shiki looked up towards a dark corner not far away. "I'd like to hear your opinion, Tuko-sensei." "Huh?" Akiha was taken aback, just in time to see an eyeball flying out from the corner, prompting her to shout in anger. "Miss Tuko, you're following us." A female voice emanated from within the large eyeball. "Don't put it so harshly. If it weren't for Hizui and Kahaku worrying about your safety, I wouldn't waste such a precious mystic Kodel. Shiki, I don't have much time, so I'll be brief." "Not much time. Could it be?" Shiki and Akiha exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of concern on their faces. "Yes, it's the illusion of the Knight of Wallachia. Is there any family in this city more suitable to serve as a vessel for rumors than the Tano family? Take you, Akiha, for example. Your recent night patrols have been witnessed, hence the birth of the red hair ghost. It's likely the same for Shiki. When people go missing, they naturally think of a killer, and Shiki has quite the potential for such a reputation." "I'm coming back immediately," Akiha said urgently. "There's no need for that. I can handle things on my end. You two focus on dealing with the situation at hand. Once it's resolved, it would be best to invite those young ladies over for a discussion about the Knight of Wallachia. You don't need to tell me. Be careful on your end too," Akiha advised. "Don't worry about me. Shiki, remember this, your urge to kill, your dark side, they are indeed a part of you, an inseparable part. But they are not all of you, and they are not invincible. Now is the best time to overcome them. If you can't conquer this, one day, the darkness will consume you. Don't lose to yourself." "I understand." Shiki reached into his pocket and pulled out his usual switchblade. "One last reminder, the dead apostle can only manifest things within its understanding. If it can't comprehend something, it can't manifest it, such as death." "Thank you, Tuko-sensei." Shiki quietly removed his glasses and, with a reverse grip, pressed the end of the knife's handle, springing out a gleaming blade. "Brother. Tano-kun." Akiha and Satsuki looked at him with concern, to which Shiki responded with a gentle smile. He carefully placed his glasses into his pocket and stepped forward into the shattered world. "Come, killer. I've been waiting for you, Shiki Tano." The killer advanced with the same steps. "Can you defeat me?" "Defeat someone born solely for killing?" "I will defeat you." A blue light covered Shiki's eyes, a glow that comes from true enlightenment, the kind that faces death head-on. "You can lose to anyone, but not to yourself." As the words settled, their bodies instantly vanished, leaving behind only two bright, snow-like flashes of the blade. Chapter 676, Chapter 676, A Different World. 1136 words. The blade flashed. Fleetingly. The battle was over. Yes, it was over, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. As anticipated, this battle was expected to last for quite some time, since the killer was born from Shiki's urge to kill, both shared the same skill level and physical abilities. Given that it was a fight against oneself, each could accurately predict the other's every move. To determine the outcome, one side would have to make a mistake. However, no one expected the battle to end so quickly. In less than the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided, along with life and death. Two figures, both dressed in white shirts and black pants, passed each other, their blades unhesitatingly slashing across each other's chests. Blood blossomed and blood gushed like a fountain. The blossoming blood belonged to Shiki. The gushing blood belonged to the killer. The killer's dagger was the first to stab into Shiki's chest. Although Shiki's knife was a fraction slower, it sliced directly from the killer's left chest to the right, cleaving him in two. Just a small knife, cutting him in two with one stroke. The upper half of the killer's body slid down, staring in disbelief at the lower half that remained standing. This is impossible. How did you do it? Nothing is impossible. The world you see is completely different from the one I see. The dagger had pierced his chest, injuring his lungs, and making it difficult for Shiki to breathe. Yet his voice remained incredibly calm, like a still pond. A different world. The killer's body began to dissipate, turning into dark, mist-like particles. What you see is a normal world, perhaps somewhat peculiar, but still whole. What I see is a fragmented world of death. Shiki's voice grew fainter until only the two of them could hear it. It seemed he was explaining to the killer, but perhaps he was just talking to himself. To see death means to lose rationality. To see death means to be unable to recover. To see death means to be forced to accept the ambiguous and fragile nature of this world. The ground feels non-existent, and the sky seems ready to collapse at any moment. You'll never understand the illusion that the entire world could end in a second. Non-nonsense. Hearing this, the killer, whose lower half had already dissipated and whose upper half was continually crumbling, suddenly became hysterical. If what you say is true, how could you still maintain your humanity? What have you seen? Shiki turned around and his eyes, which could see the points and lines of death and destroy anything with a light stroke, looked indifferently at the killer. The latter, as if seeing a demon, let out a piercing scream and disintegrated into ashes, despite having remained unperturbed even after being severely injured by Risebife. Shiki lowered his head, sheathed his knife, and carefully retrieved his glasses from his pocket, placing them on his nose and ears. The fragile, fragmented world returned to normal, everything becoming beautiful once more. No, even more beautiful, because having seen death, he now cherished the normal scenery even more. You were right. Back then, even walking terrified me. If I hadn't met that person, I might have become abnormal long ago. Even so, I still feared myself, feared the urge to turn the world into that fragmented state, which led to your creation. But not anymore. I will no longer fear this part of myself, nor will I give you another chance to emerge. Thank you, Toko-sensei. You taught me that gods don't bestow power without reason. There must be a purpose for me to have this ability. You taught me to honestly admit my mistakes and understand how to say sorry. You taught me how to be an upright adult. And he lifted his head, sincerely addressing the eyeball in the sky. Thank you too, Ayoko-sensei. Thank you for your guidance. I haven't lost myself and I never will. However, Toko did not appreciate Shiki's gratitude. 2. You were thinking of that idiot Ayoko again, weren't you? Humph, always falling behind her. It's annoying. Shiki's expression instantly froze. All right, stop standing there like an idiot. Your wound is still bleeding. Ah. Only then did Shiki belatedly clutch his wound, his face turning pale. Brother. Hold on a bit, I'll heal you right away. Akiha rushed over in a few quick steps and placed her hand on Shiki's chest, activating her ability, the Tano family's inherited power, Shikigami Operation. Shikigami Operation allows one's consciousness to merge with another's, enabling various forms of exchange, including vitality. What she was doing now was sharing her life force, using her life to save his. Satsuki, slower in her movements and lacking such abilities, could only stand by and watch Akiha sacrifice for Shiki. At that moment, she understood why Akiha's transfer had felt so threatening to her. The emotions in those blue eyes were not merely those of a sibling, but something far more profound. Family love, friendship, romantic love, all fused into one, converging on the men before her, forming an invisible shield that blocked out all disturbances. Satsuki didn't want to remain passive any longer, she wanted to take action. "I want to step into your world." On the balcony of the Tano family living room, Tuko watched this scene, a faint smile playing on her lips. "A bunch of idiots. I gave them rune stones for healing, yet they're using life force to heal. Aren't they afraid of becoming weak and vulnerable?" In the courtyard below the platform, a burly man in a suit was causing havoc. Each punch, each kick, carried immense power, and the mere shockwaves were enough to topple walls and crack the ground. The style of those punches and kicks was one that everyone in the household was familiar with. It was the martial art that Akiha practiced daily, the Tano family's traditional combat technique. And on the roof of the main mansion, red hair extended outwards, vibrant as maple leaves, fiery as flames. The figure was the recently infamous Red Ghost. Ayoko glanced casually at the ghost on the roof and carelessly lit a cigarette. "So you've recovered this quickly." The life force of Tano blood is indeed strong, making it a suitable target for manifestation. But using the owner's phantom to destroy the owner's home is a bit too twisted. Also, every time I see that long red hair, it reminds me of my idiot sister. It's annoying. Let me vent a bit as a substitute for her. The rune etched a spark that lit the cigarette and simultaneously activated the pre-arranged mechanism. It was for slabs imbued with mysterious power, inscribed with simple yet ancient characters. Primordial Rune Activation. Parish, Phantom. Chapter 677, Chapter 677, Demon Slaying Method. 1092 words. Rune magic, one of the most widely spread magical systems in ancient Europe. Primordial runes directly embody divine authority, reaching the pinnacle of magic's highest peak through these original characters. Once upon a time, Tuko regarded the 3 rune stones, which bore the primordial runes passed down from Age of Gods, as her greatest trump card. Even her sister, the destructive idiot who had mastered the 5th magic 10 years ahead, dared not confront her directly. Now, Tuko's research into runes has long surpassed mere replication. She can craft those masterpieces, which originally belonged to the Nordic giants, according to her own will. Yes, right now, the 4 slabs on the mansion's roof, transforming from virtual to physical forms. This is the rawest violence, the ultimate curse. With the amplification of the formations spread throughout the Tano household, and the support of the spiritual veins, the destructive power unleashed is even greater and more precise than during her battle with Ayoko. Runes swept up a storm, and magic power shook the atmosphere, roaring thunderously. The mirage-like red figure was instantly engulfed, not even having the chance to scream before being completely reduced to dust. No one knew, not even her closest ally Shinji, what the complete rune system meant to her. No one knew the extent of her power after reconstituting the runic system alone and mastering the 24 derivative runes and the 18 primordial runes. After years of research, her mastery of runes has long surpassed Shinji, surpassed Sakura, who had concentrated on rune studies since childhood, and even the Queen of the Land of Shadows has given her high praise, believing that one day she might rival her in the path of runes. Now, even if she were to battle her sister, who perfectly controls the 5th magic, she would remain unafraid. How could Akiha Phantom, who hasn't entered the red vermilion state, pose a threat? The Phantom is ultimately just an echo of Kahaku and Hijui's memories, incapable of deeply tapping into everyone's potential. Such an opponent is not worth Tuko's attention. Boring. Smoke wisp slipped between her teeth, as she remained lazily composed. I planned to test the Phantom's resilience in various ways, but Shiki's side ended too quickly. Since that's the case, Katu, it's about time. You may use your full strength and finish the battle quickly. Order received. From behind the Makuhisa phantom in the courtyard came Kata's voice. Makuhisa immediately turned, throwing a heavy punch, the overwhelming force causing the air to shriek fiercely. However, this shriek met no resistance and vanished, just like before. Makuhisa and Akiha's phantoms appeared at the Tano household slightly earlier than when Satsuki saw the murderer. But because Tuko was prepared, the phantoms were intercepted as soon as they appeared. Not only did they fail to harm the Kahaku and Hijui, who were the source of the malicious information, but they were also toyed with. Tuko was responsible for Akiha. There's nothing much to say. Tuko has been Akiha's tutor since 1998 for 3 years now. She knows Akiha inside out, Akiha's strengths, the essence of her abilities, and her weaknesses. Frankly speaking, Akiha is very strong, arguably the strongest head of the Tano family in a century. But no matter how strong Akiha is, she cannot surpass a Grand Magus. Tuko, who is prepared, dares to challenge a magic user, let alone a still-growing Akiha. From the start, Phantom Akiha was targeted in various ways. First, various traps left Akiha dizzy. After recovering, she faced layer upon layer of curses. Barely surviving the curses, she was sealed in an extremely cold barrier, nearly frozen solid. If not for changing circumstances, Akiha's phantom wouldn't know how much more suffering awaited. More pathetically, until she dissipated, her phantom never even touched a hair on Tuko's head. Makuhisa phantom fared slightly better than Akiha phantom, but not by much. He faced Kato Danzu. Makuhisa's combat style is typical of the Tano family, a strong body combined with advanced martial arts and plunder ability, making him a tough opponent for most. But this did not include Kato Danzu. No matter how strong Makuhisa's body is, it's still based on flesh and blood. Kato is a mechanical doll made from a special wood long extinct, more flexible than humans, and harder than steel. Though far from a true divine weapon, it is undoubtedly stronger than Makuhisa. The Tano family's traditional martial arts are indeed formidable, having been passed down since the family's inception, maximizing the unique traits of the Tano blood. But Kata's close combat skills are no less impressive. These skills were custom-tailored for her by Kashin Koji, and the first Fumakotoru, combined with the weapons hidden throughout her body, making her stronger than Makuhisa. As for the plunder ability, unfortunately, it does not affect Kato, who is a mechanical doll. The ability to merge with life is ineffective against her. Since her strengths surpass him, there's no need to mention other aspects. Kashin Koji's illusions, Fuma-style ninjutsu, the extensive experience Kata has accumulated over time, and of course, the Hades cloak left to her by Shinji, all these factors and specific countermeasures allowed a seemingly delicate girl to completely dominate a powerhouse who could cause chaos elsewhere. It was bad enough that Makuhisa couldn't win. The critical issue was that he couldn't even see his opponent's face. Only during intense moments of the battle could he occasionally catch a fleeting glimpse of her figure. Makuhisa felt humiliated. The Knight of Wallachia creates phantoms that are nearly identical to the original, including intellect and mentality. If he could, this powerful former clan head would prefer to be without intelligence, sparing himself the enemy's humiliation. By now, Makuhisa knew his enemy could easily finish him off, but they chose not to, confining him within the courtyard. He couldn't win, couldn't escape, and due to the limitations of the Knight of Wallachia, he couldn't stop fighting. When he heard Tuko's words, "You are permitted to use full strength and end the battle quickly," his first reaction was one of relief. He would finally be liberated. Kata did not disappoint. With a barely perceptible sound, akin to a mechanical synthesized voice, she announced. "Assemble, Wind. Activate Kashin Mystic Code. Karakuri Genpu Dongyu." Makuhisa suddenly felt his vision blur. In a daze, he saw young Akiha smiling at him, young Shiki waving, and further away, Shiki, Kahaku, and Hijui. They were all so carefree, so innocent. It was a truly beautiful moment, the most beautiful scene in his memory. Chapter 678, Chapter 678, Oju. 1057 words. Father, come quickly, everyone is waiting for you. Father. Father. Master Makahisa. Master. The most lively, Shiki, took the lead in shouting. I remember that, in the beginning, he was still timid. I don't know when, but he became like this, causing trouble along with the naturally restless Shiki, and the most obedient Akiha. Then there were Kahaku and Hizui, laughing so happily. It must not have been that day yet, when I, to maintain rationality and suppress the impulse, committed the most unworthy act. Ah, how nostalgic, those times. Makahisa's body moved involuntarily. He slowed his pace, walking over like a most ordinary parent, with a peaceful expression. However, after taking only a few steps and not yet reaching the group of children, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a common kitchen knife precisely stabbed into his heart, piercing through from the front to the back. The owner of the knife was a girl in a dark kimono. That short pink hair was so familiar, accompanying him through countless crazy nights. Kahaku. As the strength flowed away with the blood, Makahisa's face changed, finally turning into a sigh. Do you still hate me? Hate, you ruined me. I will never forgive you. Kahaku raised her head, her cute face covered in tears. Yes, after all, I did such excessive things. His hands trembled, seemingly wanting to lift them but not actually doing so, perhaps giving up or simply having no strength. But I will only hate you, not Miss Akiha, or young Master Shiki. Tears fell like broken strings, but her expression remained indifferent, her tone showing not a trace of fluctuation. So disappear and don't disturb our peaceful life anymore. Then I can rest assured. Makahisa closed his eyes, feeling relieved. Illusions stem from reality. This moment's feelings were by no means false. It was the final wish of a man at the end of his life, the last redemption he yearned for after wandering in darkness all his life. He, content, allowed the kitchen knife to strip away his last existence, turning to ashes. A cloaked figure appeared behind Kahaku, reaching out to support the girl, who had truly seen her own heart, and completed the fatal blow. The golden eyes under the cloak rippled with complex emotions that even she did not understand. Gods will not give away power for no reason, but this meaning can only be decided by oneself, without interference from others or even ambiguous entities like gods. Tuko exhaled a final smoke ring, and extinguished the cigarette butt. Hizui stood by, occasionally glancing at her sister below, her eyes filled with both worry and relief. In the garden, Kahaku wiped away her tears vigorously, then patted her cheeks, returning to her usual cheerful and lively self. She clenched her fists with enthusiasm and said energetically, "Let's work hard from now on. Let's start by tidying up the yard. Hizui, come help." "Coming, sister." Hizui quickly agreed, bowing hastily to Tuko before running downstairs. "Master," Kata removed her cloak, looking up at Tuko. Without waiting for her to finish, Tuko waved her hand casually. You go help too, let me be alone for a while." Understood. The Night of Wallachia was supposed to be a devastating disaster because it targets human weaknesses and manifests the most terrifying things in human minds. However, weaknesses are not always permanent and fears can be overcome. When humans transcend these fears, it is no longer a disaster but a blessing. Blessings and misfortunes are interdependent. Ancient people summarized this principle many years ago. Shiki, Kahaku, Akiha, and even Hizui are examples of this. When the group that had gone out returned home, everything had already settled, and even the cleanup work was complete. Tuko, who had calculated the timing, was waiting in the reception room. Kahaku was in the kitchen preparing a midnight snack, and Hizui had just brewed some tea. Next, a historic meeting unfolded. The participants were the head of Japan's mysterious forces, the manager of the Tokyo area, the head of the Tano family, and the half-demon, Akiha Tano. A representative of one of the two poles of the mysterious world, the Holy Church, and the captain of the Vestal Shield Knights, Risby Stridberg. A representative of one of the two poles of the mysterious world, the most enigmatic department of the Mages Association, the future head of the Atlas Institute, and the alchemist Shaun Malaysia. Also from the Mages Association, the highest-rated Grand Puppeteer by the Clock Tower, the Rune User, and the Grand Magus Tuko Aozaki. And several accompanying personnel. The accompanying personnel are the ones worth describing. The big names listed above, who could fill several rows on a business card, have nothing much to say. Akiha personally drove away all her clan members. Risebife did not bring any subordinates. Shaun had been acting alone for 3 years, and was even wanted by the Atlas Institute. Tuko, needless to say, was known throughout half of the mysterious world as a whirlwind woman, though using crazy would be more appropriate most of the time. In other words, these high-profile women came in their capacities this time, representing only themselves. 3 of the 4 were action-oriented, not wasting time on pleasantries. It's worth mentioning Shiki and Satsuki, who accompanied them without any official status. Yes, Satsuki came along, voluntarily. She even called her family, lying that she was going to a friend's house for a sleepover. This was the first time this exemplary student had lied to her family. Because it was her first time, her family didn't suspect a thing. Everyone, including Shiki, thought her worldview had shattered temporarily, and she didn't want to go home. Akiha, surprisingly, assisted this potentially significant rival, helping her deceive her family. Only Tuko, seasoned in observing young love, noticed the signs. Watching Shiki and Satsuki's increasingly peculiar expressions made Shiki uneasy, and Satsuki hid behind Shiki, trembling. Though she didn't know about the mysterious world, she knew these people could tear down walls with their bare hands, jump 10 meters high, and were essentially monsters. She feared they might eat her at any moment. Unexpectedly, Tuko did not devour her but instead said, "You're quite good. Would you like to be my disciple and learn magecraft from me?" Chapter 679, Chapter 679, Oju. 1107 words. Silence. The entire reception room fell into an eerie silence. A few seconds later, a synchronized exclamation erupted from everyone, familiar and unfamiliar alike. Ha! No one expected Tuko to say such a thing. This was Tuko Aozaki, after all. Even though she had left the Aozaki family and missed out on the position of magician, she still climbed to the pinnacle of modern magecraft. She was on the ceiling designation list but still lived freely. There were even rumors that the Caroline Observatory had given up on hunting her. For a magus of her caliber to take a disciple, countless prestigious families would scramble to send their children, making it the biggest event in the new century's magecraft world. Note that this is a disciple, not an ordinary student. While Tuko currently had a few students, they were all psychics and lacked the potential to become magus. Tuko served more as a guide to them, pointing them in the right direction but not teaching them much. A disciple, however, is different. That person would inherit the magus lifetime of knowledge, akin to the head of a magus family, the true successor in a martial arts school, and could even be considered an adopted son or daughter. Everyone present understood the weight of Tuko's words. That's why they were silent. That's why they were shocked. Are you serious? Akiha felt her brain couldn't keep up. Taking Satsuki-senpai as a disciple. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Tuko shrugged, her attitude not seeming particularly serious. But why her? This Ms. Satsuki, like an ordinary person, Risebife, known for her bluntness, spoke up. Maybe it's not my place to say that. No, Ms. Satsuki is not an ordinary person. Shaun seemed to have noticed something and pointed a finger at Satsuki's forehead. Ms. Shaun. Shiki quickly stepped in, pulling Satsuki out of the line of Shaun's extended finger. That's very rude. I'm sorry. I was just curious, so. I'm sorry, Shaun apologized hurriedly. The alchemists of Atlas are still the same, impulsive when they see good material. Hearing Tuko's complaint, Shaun lowered her head. Akiha retorted directly, aren't you the same? I still remember how you looked the first time you saw Kadu. Tuko countered without hesitation, if you don't change that terrible personality of yours, you'll never get married. I don't want to get married. Akiha stole a glance at Shiki and hummed pridefully. Well. Toko spoke timidly, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any superpowers like you. That's because your power is still dormant, not yet awakened, Toko explained. Moreover, being involved in such events is not a coincidence. Even if the killer hadn't appeared, you would eventually get caught up in other mysterious events. Mysterious. The so-called mystery, simply put, is something not yet deconstructed. Superpowers and magecraft are all part of the mystery. And there's a basic rule in the mysterious world, mystery attracts mystery. Understand? When you were drawn to Shiki, it indicated that you aren't an ordinary person. Ah. Satsuki's face instantly turned bright red. It wasn't about the theory of mysteries attracting each other, it was purely because her most secret thoughts had been exposed, making her feel shy. The girl unconsciously glanced at the boy beside her and found that this dull guy remained as oblivious as ever, making her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This scene also made Akiha begin to regret why she had helped cover for her and brought her back. Toko ignored the young girl's inner turmoil and continued, regarding your potential, Ms. Shaun, you've already detected it with your ether light, haven't you? As expected of the grand puppeteer, Shaun acknowledged frankly. The number of magic circuits exceeds 50, which is quite an exceptional raw talent. Besides that, there seems to be some special potential, but because the mental link didn't hit precisely, no further conclusions were drawn. Just as I analyzed. Toko nodded, her gaze toward Satsuki becoming more and more satisfied. Being attracted to Shiki probably has something to do with a commonality in their abilities. As for what exactly that is, it can be slowly unearthed in future lessons. But Satsuki hasn't agreed to be your disciple yet, Shiki reminded. Won't agree. Toko's lips curled into a mysterious smile. That's fine. For your sake, Shiki, I won't force her. However, I have two things to remind you of. First, the attraction of mysteries. As I mentioned, the incident with the killer wasn't merely a coincidence. This time you were lucky to be saved by Shiki and the others, but what about next time? And the time after that? Are you planning to protect her for the rest of your life, Shiki? Shiki opened his mouth but didn't make any promises. Satsuki's face, which had just recovered, turned red again. Akiha's expression grew increasingly stern. Second, the reason mysteries are called mysteries is because they are unknown. Therefore, the first rule of mysteries is concealment, they must not be known by ordinary people. According to tradition, ordinary people who witness mysteries must undergo mental manipulation to seal the related memories. Satsuki Yamazuka, if you have no intention of stepping into the world of mysteries, then I can only seal tonight's memory for you. Rest assured, my technique won't affect other parts of your memory. If you find my words untrustworthy, you can ask others. Before Satsuki could ask, Risebife and Shaun had already answered. She's right. That's basic knowledge. Satsuki Yamazuka, are you willing to lose tonight's memory? Toko clasped her hands together, resting her chin on them. The lenses of her glasses, which had no prescription, reflected a glimmer of light, dazzling Satsuki's eyes. Now, tell me your answer. The answer had been decided the moment Satsuki stepped into the Tano household. She wanted to get closer to Shiki, wanted to understand him more. Someone like her could never be willing to return to being an ordinary person, nor would she want to lose the memory of tonight. I don't want to lose my memory. I agree to be your disciple and learn magic from you. It's not magic, it's magecraft, Toko corrected. There is a fundamental difference. Shiki, you explain it to Satsuki. Not just the difference between magic and magecraft but all the basics of mysteries. You are, after all, her senpai. Senpai. Satsuki's eyes sparkled. Don't forget that I'm also a senpai. Akiha gritted her teeth in discontent. Kohai. Satsuki playfully moved her lips, feeling for the first time that following Tuko to learn might not be so bad. Chapter 680, Strategy Meeting. 1103 words. Although Tuko accepting Satsuki as her disciple was big news, it was merely a small interlude tonight. The gathering of these strong individuals was to defeat the Death Apostle Knight of Wallachia that had been wreaking havoc on the city. Especially after Shaun explained the mechanism of Knight of Wallachia, their determination became unprecedentedly strong. What? Do you mean this dead apostle called Knight of Wallachia devours the blood and souls of an entire city? A phantom materialized from rumors. Shiki's face turned pale, and Akiha's complexion grew ashen. Is it possible to do such a thing? It's possible, Shaun nodded solemnly. Every time Knight of Wallachia appears, it happens. The last time, 3 years ago in Italy, I saw him devour an entire village. I was the only one who survived. How exactly did you survive? This was Risebife's most pressing question. Because I ran away, Shaun lowered her head in guilt. Tatari's barrier has a range limit. As long as you leave the barrier's range, you're safe. So leaving the city would be safe, right? To Akiha's question, Shaun gave an affirmative answer. In theory, yes. Additionally, Knight of Wallachia is a dead apostle and cannot act during the day, so daytime safety is also assured. Shiki urged, then what are we waiting for? Quickly notify everyone to evacuate. I think that might be difficult, Satsuki, who had been quietly observing the discussion, lightly touched Shiki. For me, just a few hours ago, I wouldn't have had enough reason to leave. I think it's the same for everyone in the city. Besides, even if they wanted to leave, evacuating everyone would take a lot of time. Shiki's heart sank, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Akiha, what about contacting the government? I remember the Tano family has special channels with the government. With the Church and Mage Association as witnesses, the government should believe us, right? There are channels, but as Ms. Satsuki said, evacuating so many people would take a lot of time. I'm not sure if we can make it before the barrier is fully activated. Miss Shaun, can you determine when the barrier will be activated? Shaun, who was addressed by Akiha, pointed out the window. Yes. A dead apostle's power is closely related to the lunar cycle. When the full moon arrives, a dead apostle's power is at its peak, which is also the best time for him to activate the barrier. Less than 3 days left. It's too late. Even if the government issued an emergency evacuation order, it wouldn't be in time. Akiha sighed. Although their city wasn't large, it still had hundreds of thousands of residents. Evacuating all of them wasn't like a regular earthquake evacuation, it would cause a series of problems. The only option left is to defeat the dead apostle before he devours the entire city. If Akiha had held onto a sliver of hope that they could escape if they couldn't win, that thought was now completely dismissed. The Tano family was the city's overseer. If the city were truly devoured, the family would be finished as well. Japan's mystic society wasn't dominated by one family, many forces were eager to replace the Tano family. Regarding this, I have a plan. First, we need to determine the center of the barrier. As Tuko spoke, she spread out a map on the coffee table, clearly marking the city's structure, including above and below ground. It was a military map of the entire city. Seeing the map, Akiha was initially stunned but quickly realized and glared at Tuko. Did you know this would happen? As the local overseers, the Tano family naturally had detailed maps, regularly updated. These maps were usually stored in Makahisa's study, and rarely used. Now that Tuko had them, it was clear she was prepared. Immediately, Shiki and Satsuki's gazes also changed. Tuko waved her hand dismissively. Don't look at me like that. I only found out recently. How long is recently? I only found out at noon today. A certain little rascal called and told me that Knight of Wallachia might appear, advising me to be cautious, and also asking for my help in finding Miss Shaun. Find me. Xiaon furrowed her brows slightly. Is it because of a request from the association? That's part of the reason, Tuko admitted without hesitation. Additionally, he wanted to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? I don't know. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. I assume it has something to do with Atlas alchemy. But that's a matter for later. The immediate priority is to deal with Knight of Wallachia. Tuko slapped the map, on which several points had already been circled with a pencil. Miss Xiaon, this is the map. The marked points are where I observed unusual concentrations of spiritual energy. Which one do you think is the center of the barrier? This one, Xiaon pointed unhesitatingly to the very center of the city. I observed this area beforehand. It's the tallest building in the city, allowing for observation of the entire city. Additionally, since it's not yet completed, no one would disturb it. There's northwest more suitable place. Xiaon's greatest asset was her computational ability. Although she couldn't sense non-human auras like the church's executors, with enough data, she could reach the most accurate conclusions. Temple, what an ironically fitting name. Tuko scoffed. Temple was the name of the still unfinished skyscraper. It was indeed extremely ironic for it to serve as a vampire's hideout. Risebife clenched her fist. Great, let's go take him down and avenge my subordinates. No, wait a moment. The enemy is one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. We can't act rashly. We must be fully prepared before making a move. Compared to a group of youths in their early 20s at most, Tuko's experience was more seasoned. First, we need reconnaissance to determine the exact nature of the enemy's presence and the best method to kill him. I've already dispatched mechanical dolls for this purpose. In the meantime, you should rest. After a busy night, your physical and mental states must be exhausted. Don't worry about safety, I've made specific adjustments against phantoms. If anything unusual happens, an alarm will go off immediately. Although your secrecy displeases me, I still appreciate your arrangements. Akiha said haughtily, and the others also found Tuko's plan quite reasonable. The first part was unnecessary. It seems they've arrived. Let me take a look. Tuko closed one eye, synchronizing her vision with that of the dolls. Chapter 681, Chapter 681, Battle on the Temple. 1,130 words. Hearing the unusual tone in Tuko's voice, everyone hurriedly asked. What happened? Tuko didn't answer directly but instead cursed angrily. That guy, he's stealing my prey. There was only one person in the world who Tuko would refer to in such a manner, Shinji Matou, an eccentric young man. He's back. Shiki's eyes lit up. Although Shinji was young, his strength was unfathomable. With his help, their chances of killing the dead apostles would be much higher. Unlike Shiki's joy, Akiha's attention was caught by the latter part of Tuko's statement. Stealing prey. Does that mean he's on the top floor of the temple, battling the phantom? With one eye closed, Tuko leaned back on the sofa and listlessly lit a cigarette. Although I knew he was coming back, I didn't expect him to return so quickly and directly find the dead apostle's main body. I've said it before, that's my prey, and I can handle it. Miss Tuko, could you project the images captured by the doll? You mentioned that Knight of Wallachia is a formidable enemy, and we need to gather as much information as possible. If necessary, we can provide support to your friend. Xiaon's suggestion was reasonable and received unanimous approval. After considering for a moment, Tuko had Hizui fetch a crystal ball and linked the doll's vision to it. Everyone then saw the tallest building in the city, the temple tower. Since it wasn't yet completed, a third of the rooftop was covered with scaffolding. Black and red steel bars crisscrossed, appearing somewhat eerie and terrifying under the night sky. However, this eeriness paled in comparison to the thing hovering in the center of the rooftop. It was a mass of predominantly black mist, difficult to describe in shape, as tendrils of black fog continuously flowed in from all directions, causing the mist to constantly change shape, looking extremely bizarre. Is this the true form of Knight of Wallachia? Rias Bife asked. Shaun nodded solemnly. Yes, to be precise, it's the incomplete true form. The continuously flowing mist is the malignant information spread throughout the city. When the amount of malignant information is sufficient, that mist-like thing will form a black hole-like sphere and begin to wreak havoc. At that point, the entire city will turn into a sea of blood. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became grave. Where's Shinji? Where is he? Shiki asked. There. Somehow, Tuko manipulated the doll to zoom in on the image in the crystal ball. Soon, everyone saw Shinji within the scaffolding, along with the phantom moving rapidly around him like a giant spider. That was the materialized urban legend killer, a slayer born from Shiki's dark side. Didn't Tano-kun exorcise him? Satsuki's voice trembled. Exorcising doesn't mean it can't be recreated. If the dead apostle can create one phantom, he can create a second one. Isn't that right, Miss Shaun? Shaun nodded again, confirming Akiha's guess. The essence of the phantom is a collection of malignant information. As long as the information persists, the phantom can be recreated. Is that person going to be okay? He looks even younger than me. Kind-hearted Satsuki unconsciously worried about Shinji. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Shiki gently patted her shoulder. Shinji is much stronger than I am. Satsuki, remember, in the world of mysticism, the more harmless someone looks, the more dangerous they often are. Tuko took the opportunity to lecture her disciple, and just as she finished speaking, Shinji, surrounded by the three-dimensional maneuvering gear, suddenly stepped in one direction, covering a distance of 3 rooms in a single step. When both his feet landed, his left hand was gripping the killer's neck, and his right hand was holding a short knife, which he thrust into the killer's heart. A second later, Shinji flicked both hands, discarding the fog-formed phantom, and annoyingly said a few words. What is he saying? Not worth a fight. It only copied Shiki's form, not his essence. Don't bring out such a low-level phantom if you don't want to embarrass yourself, more or less that's what he said. Shaun translated Shinji's words by reading his lips. The more she translated, the more bitter she felt inside. Low level? Embarrassing. Then what did that make her, who was almost killed by the phantom? Trash. As she was sinking into despondency, a new phantom appeared in the crystal ball. A slender female figure with enchanting red hair, surrounded by a fiery glow. This was the red hair ghost, materialized from Akiha. As the red ghost hair fluttered, the air in front of her began to distort, melting even the steel bars in her path. The scaffolding, with its pillars destroyed, collapsed under the strain, emitting a series of ear-piercing screeches of bending metal before toppling in a matter of seconds. However, none of the spectators were worried about Shinji. Given the speed he had shown earlier, the few seconds of collapse were more than enough for him to escape. Indeed, when the dust from the collapsing scaffolding cleared, the Demoness was headless, leaving behind a headless body dissipating into mist, and Shinji casually flicked his knife. This time the copy is decent, but a phantom is still a phantom. It can't tap into the original's potential. If Tano Akiha could fully exert her power, it might make me take her seriously, but as it stands, it's still far off. Are there any others? This time, it was Akiha who felt stung. Heat emission was one of her most commonly used attack methods, not her strongest, but seeing it so easily countered and the phantom slain by Shinji still made her feel terrible. A half-baked amateur, is that all I am? But fully exerting my power. As Shinji wished, a third phantom appeared. Both Akiha and Shiki's faces changed. It was the previous head of their family, Akiha's father, Makuhisa Tano. Compared to the inexperienced Akiha and Shiki, Makuhisa was more seasoned. His moves might not be flashy, but they were highly practical. After a series of more than 10 exchanges, not only did he fend off Shinji, who wielded a knife, but he also gradually gained the upper hand. However, this was only temporary. As Shinji changed tactics, increasing the distance and switching his short knife for a slingshot, Makahisa's phantom met its end. With divine gunblade comparable to firearms and rune bullets with various effects, 3 shots shattered the phantom's head. Seeing this, Satsuki couldn't help but cover her mouth, feeling nauseous. Yes, the phantoms eventually disintegrated into spirit particles, but at the moment of destruction, they still splattered blood and brain matter. Such a graphic scene was too much for a schoolgirl to handle. Can't you use a less violent way to kill? P.S. Shinji was venting his anger to Makahisa. Chapter 682, Chapter 682, Justice from the Heavens. 1142 words. Regarding the internal complaints about his methods of killing, it was naturally impossible for Shinji, far away in the city center, not to hear them. Even if he did hear, at most, he would apologize to Satsuki and then continue at his own pace. The combat training he received from a young age emphasized simplicity and efficiency. He wouldn't change, nor did he want to. Apologizing was already a rare display of consideration for a girl. If it were a stranger, he wouldn't even bother to say a word. However, trash talk was still routine. Makahisa Tano is a good choice, but it's a pity. In this city, no one has seen Makahisa Tano at his peak anymore. I should commend Miss Akiha for this, otherwise, it would have taken more effort. Since the destruction of the Nanaya family, the Tano family's position had become increasingly solidified, and Makahisa himself rarely took action. As Akiha relocated the clan members out of their old home, she became the only person in the city who had witnessed Makahisa fight, and that was in a teaching capacity. Under such circumstances, how much power could Makahisa exert? A phantom based on this model was naturally no match for Shinji. Well then, the warm-up ends here. I don't believe the mighty knight of Wallachia only has this much skill. The title of dead apostle ancestor would cry. Stretching towards the twisted black fog, Shinji's actions and expressions exuded absolute confidence. The black fog suddenly contracted and then expanded wildly. Though Tuko and the others couldn't hear the sound, they could still feel the contained fury. When had the Knight of Wallachia, which even the Holy Church's top brass handled with caution, ever been so belittled? The expanding black fog elongated, eventually forming misty threads around Shinji. The 3 closest threads twisted and transformed upon touching the ground, finally manifesting into 3 phantoms, the killer, the red-hair ghost, and Makahisa Tano. When quality isn't enough, quantity makes up for it, a timeless strategy in the history of human warfare. The first to act was the killer, once again employing a spider-like maneuver to surround Shinji. Makahisa's phantom followed, forcing Shinji into a hard confrontation with the most direct approach. Shinji seemed unwilling to engage directly, preparing to evade, but the red ghost had already accumulated enough heat, sealing his retreat with a high-temperature blast. The 3 phantoms didn't fight independently but instead worked together. Makahisa charged head-on, the killer provided high-speed support, and the red ghost bombarded from a distance. The 3-pronged attack complemented each other's strengths, perfectly fitting the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Although Akiha and the others had anticipated multiple phantoms, they were still shocked by the phantom's coordinated assault. While calculating how they would respond if they were in his shoes, they watched the crystal ball image intently to see Shinji's reaction. Shinji's response was simple. He spread his hands apart. With the knife in his left hand aimed at Makahisa, who was just a step away, a black slash radiated from the knife tip a second before Makahisa's punch landed, instantly splitting him in 2. His other hand targeted the distant red ghost. As she launched her high-temperature attack, a golden lightning bolt shot out from Shinji's hand. The lightning's speed was so fast that the heat hadn't even spread before the red ghost was turned to charcoal. Without the long-range support of the red ghost and the frontal assault of Makahisa, the killer, who only relied on speed, posed no threat. Shinji used mana burst combined with a flash step to catch up to him, and kill him with a single stroke. The Knight of Wallachia was fed up with Shinji's trash talk. Before he could speak, the dispersed fog had already materialized new phantoms. Though the types of phantoms remained the same as before, their numbers multiplied tenfold, 30 phantoms in total. The legendary dead apostle was finally serious. This is. Is this even possible? Several gasps and sounds of inhaling sharply echoed in the Tano family's reception room. A single phantom wasn't terrifying, nor was the ability to continually revive. However, the ability to replicate multiple phantoms at once was truly frightening. Judging by the lack of significant reduction in the black fog of the night of Wallachia, creating phantoms of this magnitude was not a major effort. Even Risebif, who ranked among the top 10 in the church, and had stained her hands with the blood of countless heretics, couldn't help but sigh. I see, so that's why my subordinates were completely wiped out. Though her Knight Order consisted of elite members, they were still flesh and blood. They couldn't outlast the infinitely regenerating and replicating phantoms, which was precisely the terror of the Night of Wallachia. Tuko-sensei, quickly inform Shinji to retreat, Shiki said anxiously. Even if he can handle this wave, there will come a time when he can't hold out. Tuko's attitude was quite the opposite. She reached out and tapped on Shinji's image. There's no need for that. Look closely at his expression. Does he look unsure to you? Well. Indeed, Shinji not only showed no sign of panic, but was instead eagerly examining the phantoms that surrounded him heavily. Then, Shaun began her lip-reading translation. My, what a grand scene. Even I would get a headache facing so many people. Fortunately, I came prepared. As Shinji spoke, he raised his right hand high, pointing to the nearly full silver moon in the sky, and enunciated each word. Heavenly. Descent. Justice. In the bright moonlight, a spot of white appeared, whiter and purer than the moon itself, standing in stark contrast to the black fog at the center of the rooftop. Along with the white light came an ear-piercing explosion, the sound of some massive object tearing through the air at high speed, like a meteor falling from the sky. Amidst the rumbling, the white light plummeted, its target unmistakably the temple building where Shinji stood. The pure light illuminated the entire rooftop, and in the next second, exploded with terrifying wind pressure, sweeping everything off the rooftop. The steel scaffolding, construction materials piled in the corners, the 30 phantoms, and the black fog controlling them, even the rooftop itself, were blown away and destroyed by this white meteor. When the crystal ball's image was restored, the temple rooftop was no more. Amidst the rubble and ruins, a black-haired, black-eyed boy brushed the dust off himself, clicking his tongue in admiration. Seems like I overdid it a bit. But this can't kill you, can it, Tatari? Before his words had even faded, a cold wind blew, and strands of black fog once again gathered from all directions, coalescing into the indescribable, twisted mass in an instant. The same place, the same form, as if nothing had changed. Chapter 683, Chapter 683, Moon Descend. 1,125 words. Even this can't kill him. More than one person felt powerless. Among those gathered in front of the crystal ball, except for Satsuki, none were weak. Although they were not at the scene, the footage clearly showed how powerful Shinji's move, Heaven's Judgment, was. It was a destructive force that even Grand Magecraft might not achieve. Yet, such an attack, which destroyed 30 phantom assaults, did not harm the dead apostle. At least, it appeared that way. Miss Cheyenne, what on earth is going on? Akiha asked. Not just her, everyone wanted to know. Without an answer, defeating the Knight of Wallachia was out of the question. Surprisingly, Cheyenne, who always answered questions, said nothing this time. Miss Cheyenne. Miss Cheyenne. Akiha turned her head to see Cheyenne's pale face, her body curled up tightly and trembling all over. Miss Cheyenne, are you all right? It was only then that Cheyenne came back to her senses. She put her hand to her mouth and bit down hard. After biting for a while, she released and replied. I'm fine. Fine. Risebife's gaze fixed on Cheyenne's bitten left hand, a strange look on her face. I'm just a bit overworked. Cheyenne's expression returned to its usual sternness. It's a common problem for alchemists from Atlas. Overexerting mental power results in this. Then you should rest. Hearing Tuko say this, Risebife stopped pressing the issue. Ah, okay. Cheyenne nodded quickly, casting a sidelong glance at Tuko, only to find her looking back with a meaningful expression, causing Cheyenne to be startled. Could she have figured it out? Miss Akiha, what did you just say? I wanted to ask how the Knight of Wallachia survived the previous attack. I don't have a definitive answer, but based on current information, it is highly likely that the Knight of Wallachia has assimilated with nature, becoming a phenomenon, like a mirage. Then how can we defeat him? Shiki couldn't sit still. Until just now, he thought he could use his mystic eyes to deliver a fatal blow. As long as it's alive, no matter what it is, I'll kill it. This was Ryugi Shiki's evaluation of the mystic eyes of death perception. But can phenomena be considered alive? Even if they are, can he understand their death? I don't know. Shaun sighed. It was the first time they had seen her show such a clear emotion, an emotion called despair. The transformation of Tatari has exceeded my calculations. I always thought Tatari would have to wait until the next cycle to reappear once its body collapsed. She had spent 3 years scheming and betting everything to defeat the Knight of Wallachia, but now. At this moment, Tuko suddenly spoke. It's not time for despair yet. Look closely. Look closely. At what? Of course, the crystal ball. More specifically, Matou Shinji in the crystal ball, still displaying a composed attitude. Even as the Knight of Wallachia reformed and the phantoms reappeared, his face still bore a smile, like a judge at the edge of a stage, passing judgment on the performers. First, I must admit, you are an extraordinary monster, able to assimilate yourself with nature in such a way, extending your existence indefinitely. Perhaps your combat prowess isn't top tier among the dead apostles, but your ability to prolong your life is undoubtedly the best of our time. With your talent, if you hadn't chosen this path, you would undoubtedly have led an era. Don't rush to take such a high stance. I know your pursuits and greatly admire them. Unfortunately, our positions are different. You are a dead apostle, and I promised to people that I would help them hunt dead apostles. Are you ready to die here? You will soon know what method I will use. Shinji once again pointed his finger towards the sky. Heaven's judgment, second shot. Moon's crown, shooting right at your face, in the name of the moon, I'll punish you. Under the moonlight once more, a pure white manifestation appeared. However, this time it wasn't white light or a meteorite but a person, a woman. Dressed in an elegant, noble white gown, with smooth golden hair flowing to her waist, and golden eyes radiating endless majesty. The moonlight bathed her, gathering at her feet as she walked down, descending to the mortal realm. At the first sight of this woman, everyone had the same thought: this woman was the incarnation of the moon. The moment the woman descended, the black mist suddenly began to boil, as if in fear, or perhaps in questioning. Who exactly are you? The Judge of the Moon, Crimson Moon, such a title is fitting, isn't it? As soon as these words fell, a strong wind erupted from the center of the black mist on the rooftop, a mist that could reform into a black hole regardless of the attack. Under the influence of this strong wind, the black mist was swept away in a matter of seconds, along with the reappearing phantoms. When the black mist dissipated and the phantoms crumbled, a man suddenly appeared on the rooftop. The man wore a scholar's robe popular a century ago, wrapped in a large cloak, his yellow shawl constantly trembling. His handsome face, twisted in anger and astonishment, turned the man's entire aura into madness. Seeing this person, Shaun stood up from the sofa at once, shouting in disbelief. How is this possible? Zepia Eltnamatlasia. Has the Knight of Wallachia reverted to its original form? Not only Shaun, but Zepia himself was also shouting. Impossible, absolutely impossible for such an absurd thing to happen. Even if you are a royal of the true ancestors, you can't revert me, who has become a phenomenon, back to my original form. Ignorant. The princess arrogantly raised her snow-white neck, looking down on Zepia from a high position. Wake up from your dream, dead apostle. It's your freedom to believe that having infinite time will let you comprehend the sixth magic, and betting on that minuscule possibility has nothing to do with me. However, even if you spend millions of years, you will never comprehend the sixth magic. This form is your end, the end after seeking miracles and failing. What did you do? Sepia roared hysterically. Don't you understand? Fool! Look up. Arcuid raised her hand in the same gesture as Shinji. The crimson moon is hanging above you. At some point, the bright moon in the sky had been dyed with a vivid red, the once slightly imperfect moon now perfectly round. It was the legendary blood moon, also known as the crimson moon. The crimson moon was not only Arcuid's title but also the name of this extraordinary spectacle. The crimson moon descends. Chapter 684, Chapter 684, The One Who Truly Controls Fantasy. 1178 words. Upon seeing the crimson moon, ancient memories buried deep in Sepia's brain resurfaced. Isn't this from when I created the Night of Wallachia? Under the crimson moon, the pure white princess stood with her arms crossed. Do you remember now? You drew power from the crimson moon to make yourself a phenomenon, a power that would last until the moon reappeared. But the crimson moon should still be in the future. My drive formula should last 1,000 years, and until then, I should maintain my Tatari form. To Sepia's question, Arcuid merely gave a cold laugh. When the drive formula ends, you revert to your original form, don't you? Sepia's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could ask, she continued. If the 1,000-year drive formula doesn't yield a correct answer, Knight of Wallachia will revert to the dead apostle Sepia, as per your contract with Alt Rouge. Wait, does this mean? That's right, this is the end of your tedious journey. Rejoice, for this is a sight you'd have wasted 1,000 years to see. Impossible. Sepia swung his hand violently as if to assert his judgment. Time travel belongs to the realm of magic. How could you bring the moon from 1,000 years in the future? This is a world where falsehoods become reality. For a short time, there is nothing I cannot do here. According to the Knight of Wallachia, both you and I are false rulers. The difference is my imagination is superior to yours, making your imagination a poor delusion. The Knight of Wallachia is merely the king of false words, capable only of converging rumors and manifesting fear. Compared to a true ancestor who can alter reality with thought, there is an insurmountable gap. The Tatari reality marble he created became a domain ruled by Arcuid. Using this domain, she created a miracle she normally couldn't, a crimson moon that should appear in 1,000 years. Realizing this, Sepia trembled as he asked, then, my wish. The end of the drive formula is the end of humanity. Her voice grew colder, her lofty demeanor becoming more distant. A barren araya is no problem, but living a predetermined life is also a form of suffering. For someone as helpless as you, I have no interest in using my power any longer, especially as your script is unpleasant. Let it end here, Knight of Wallachia. As an alchemist and one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, Sepia Eltnam Oberon had failed to unravel the mysteries of the sixth law, leading to the dissolution of his body. Anticipating this result, he completed the drive formula named Tatari, successfully maintaining his existence in the world by spreading his powerful dead apostle spirit particles, reassembling under certain conditions to continue his challenge. Repeating this endlessly, the Tatari would last until the world's end. He dreamed of achieving the sixth law after countless cycles, but is this the result of infinite time? Facing Sepia's final question, Arcuid delivered her last judgment. Indeed, even after countless loops, it's just an impossible daydream. As Tatari, your aimless wandering is meaningless. You're merely a legend in human lore. A legend can disappear at any time, and yours will end tonight. Upon hearing Shaun's recount, Shiki could hardly believe his ears. Disappear, does that mean we can defeat Tatari tonight? Exactly. Shaun was also both shocked and delighted. Right now, he's neither Tatari nor Knight of Wallachia, but the dead apostle named Sepia before he became a phenomenon. If he's in a physical state, there's no mistake. If we destroy him now, the dead apostle named Tatari will cease to exist. Zepia himself was aware of this, but instead of giving up, he convulsed, laughing maniacally, his twisted face more grotesque than any grimace. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Is that how it is? It's unattainable. Are you saying that even if the Tatari lasts for thousands of years, it's still unattainable? Crimson Moon. But I won't be destroyed. I am immortal. Even if tonight comes to an end, I won't be destroyed. Accompanied by endless laughter, an immense killing intent erupted from Zepia. In other places, killing intent was intangible, but in this world where falsehoods became reality, killing intent also became reality. If I kill you, the illusion will disappear. If I still can't achieve the sixth law after that, then this night of Wallachia will end here. Princess of the true ancestors, I will drain your blood and use that power to research the next method. This was the last method Zepia could think of, his final struggle. If it was with the earthly god-level power of the last true ancestor, with the ability to alter reality through imagination, there might still be a way. My name is Knight of Wallachia, an immortal existence who has become a phenomenon. Even with the 5 existing magics, I cannot reach a deeper mystery. With a human body, it's unattainable. So be it. With a discarded human body, it's still unattainable. So be it. If it belongs to the realm of the gods, ha 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 ha. The completely mad alchemist began to advance, step by step, towards the arbiter under the crimson moon. The black mist that had been dispersed earlier reappeared, and gathered around him, at an astonishing speed. Tuko, who was synchronized with her puppet, suddenly clutched her forehead, detecting a massive magical response. Malicious data exceeds the threshold. Damn, does he still retain such powerful strength? I'm afraid so. The Knight of Wallachia was already one of the 27 ancestors before becoming a phenomenon. Shaun also seemed to sense the change through special means, and appeared even more distressed than Tuko. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go support them immediately. Risebife picked up her shield and headed for the door. We're going too. Akiha and Shiki exchanged a glance and hurried after her. Shiki turned back and asked, "What about you guys?" "I'm going too. I have to go." Shaun bit her left hand again. "I have to defeat him myself." "But your body?" "It's fine, I'll recover soon." Shaun's steps were shaky at first but quickly stabilized. Tuko gazed thoughtfully at Shaun's back and finally did not rise. "I'll stay here and continue monitoring. If anything unexpected happens, I'll notify you immediately." "All right." Akiha nodded. "Kahaku, get the car, we need to get there as fast as possible." "Yes, miss." "Tuko-sama, Hizui, please take care of the house." "Understood, sister." The twin maids bowed in succession without the slightest hesitation. This time, there was no pretense or stiffness in their actions, only genuine sincerity. Tuko disconnected the image on the crystal ball. She first waved at the space behind her, then drew a series of incomprehensible runes in the air, and finally lay down on the sofa with her eyes closed, muttering to herself. "You little brat, if you lose, just watch how I'll spank you." Then, she saw the astonishing change occurring in the boy, a development she had never anticipated. Chapter 685, Chapter 685, Etherlight Weave. 1069 words. On the top floor of the temple building, black fog churned and condensed, dyeing the body of the Knight of Wallachia completely black. A voice, long since driven mad, emanated from the twisted black fog, ancient and insane, resembling some mysterious incantation. The flower of the soul, brilliant yet withered. The honey in the vessel, extolling its rotten maturity. Without exception, all are allocated. Alas! This is a priceless omen. The barbarian brain is transformed, the masses agree, this has been so for 1,000 years. Learn, eat, live, kill, praise this matter for another 1,000 years. Beautiful, is it? The poison has finally invaded the limbs, causing you all to evolve into beasts. Self-deception evolving. Cut, 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 sever. Sever, 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 sever. Again. With the blood of the crimson moon, I shall reach the sixth. He 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 he. Amidst the maniacal declaration, Zepia swung his claws towards his chosen prey, also his last hope, the princess of the true ancestors. Among the three major departments of the Mages Association, the individual combat ability of the alchemists of the Atlas Institute is the weakest. This was well reflected in Zepia. Neither his charging movements nor his claw-swinging techniques had any semblance of form. Of course, the lack of form did not mean the threat was low. Zepia was no longer the pure alchemist he once was, but a direct dead apostle of the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood Alt Rouge, sister to Arcuade. The greatest characteristic of dead apostles is their bodies far surpassing that of humans in strength. Without mystery, even a martial artist with years of training would find it difficult to withstand his claw. Fortunately, his opponent was no ordinary person. A streak of light intercepted from the front, and a youth bathed in Buddha's light blocked the vampire's path, punching him back. Who allowed your filthy existence to touch her? Your opponent is me. Nuisance. Zepia patted the struck area, his eyes, completely consumed by red, one fixed on Arcuade, the other on Shinji. The princess of the true ancestors, a being who has slaughtered countless vampires, would you fear a dead apostle like me? Or have you spent so much power maintaining the crimson moon that you are not willing to fight me? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Arcuade, unmoved, stood amidst the ruins. To touch me, you must first get past my knight. Is that so? 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 Whether I win or lose, you won't make it easy for me. Both red eyes fixed on Shinji, and so did the hideously twisted face. A human with a body age of only 14 is crowned with the title of knight. If the princess knew, she would laugh. The princess, a term of endearment for Alt Rouge. This black princess also has two knights, the 6th ancestor Black Knight Strout, and the 8th ancestor White Knight Blood, both high-ranking among the 27 ancestors. How could a 13-year-old boy compare to them? To Zepia's doubts, Shinji replied calmly. Whether I have the qualifications to be crowned knight will be proven by your rotten body and moldy blood. Very well, before the main act, let's have a rehearsal. I hope this rehearsal isn't too boring. The rehearsal is called slaughter. With that, Zepia extended his right hand and clenched it forcefully. The space around Shinji was instantly divided into countless sections by invisible threads, a technique identical to the one Shaun used against the killer demon. So this is the famous ether light. Surrounded, Shinji was not flustered, observing closely through soul vision. So how will it attack me? Simple, like this. Zepia snapped his fingers, and several new threads silently sliced through the air, attacking Shinji's blind spot. Shinji shifted his body, dodging the threads. While visual perception has blind spots, soul vision does not, so he naturally wouldn't be caught off guard. It doesn't seem that impressive. No matter how powerful the attack, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. As you said, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. But do you think I can't hit you? Ha! Just as Shinji sidestepped, the entire web formed by the ether light began to change. The first wave of sneak attacks was dodged, but then came the second, followed by the third, the fourth. No matter how Shinji evaded, the thread clung to him like a bone-sucking parasite, not letting go. In an instant, Shinji had already dodged more than 10 waves of sneak attacks. Did he see through my movements? For a non-mainstream magus like you, it's probably hard to understand. As if to return Shinji's earlier insults, Zepia did not rush to attack but started to explain. For alchemists, analytical calculation ability is fundamental. Every alchemist at Atlas can think at speeds tens or hundreds of times faster than ordinary people. An excellent alchemist can even divide their thoughts and independently handle various matters. Predicting an enemy's movements with superior thinking speed and analyzing the probability of changes, that's how Atlas alchemists fight. Isn't that just a human computer? You don't have to make it sound so complicated, Shinji retorted while dodging. You can understand it that way. But even among computers, there's a difference in capabilities. My incompetent descendant struggles even against a killer demon, whereas I can predict all possible actions you might take and respond accordingly. This is multiple future prediction. By launching multiple attacks from blind spots, and then striking at the gaps in the enemy's movements, there is bound to be a hit in one of the multiple future lines. And that's now. Zepia extended his left hand, spreading his 5 fingers evenly. From the tip of each finger, a light weave shot out, and the trajectory of the light weave coincided perfectly with Shinji's movement path. Even though Shinji corrected himself at the fastest possible speed, he was still a step too slow, and was hit in the thigh by one of the light weaves. The light weave itself did not cause any damage, but... Now you can't move. Zepia raised the corresponding middle finger of the light weave, shaking it back and forth in front of Shinji. This is the end, unknown knight. It's unfortunate, but you don't have the qualifications to be the princess's knight. As for why you became a knight, I'll find out for myself. Chapter 686, Chapter 686, The Illusory Duel. 1057 words. Ether light weave, a mystic code that forcibly intervenes using pseudoneural spirit fibers woven from the 5th imaginary element, ether. It can interfere with reality by pulling like a thread or cutting like a blade, and it can also serve as a medium to invade others' bodies and souls. When the spirit fibers come into contact with the human body, they infiltrate the nerves and mimic a new nerve. Through this nerve, one's thoughts can be transmitted to the other person's body, thoughts can be read, and even a secondary command center can be established to forcibly control the person's body and soul. The brain is the sole command system governing the body, but through the pseudonerve, a second command system can be created to replace the original, making the fake circuit the main line, much like a hacker in a computer network. The difference is that a hacker invades a computer, while Zepia invades the human brain. Finally, the spirit fibers that reach deep within the body will begin to forge a pseudo-thought protocol from the brain's marrow, including information and the soul's blueprint. Of course, reaching the final step requires a long process as it needs to break through countless barriers, including rationality and instinct, which is difficult even for Zepia. In contrast, simply immobilizing a person and reading their memories is not particularly difficult for this top alchemist from the Eltnam family. He acknowledged Shinji's strength, but in the realm of spirit fibers, he was the master. It should have been so, and the boy hit by the ether light we've indeed froze in place. However, just as Zepia further manipulated the light weave, he suddenly found he couldn't read any information at all, as if he was connected not to a person but a stone. How can this be? What did you do? The triumphant expression froze on his face. Shinji stretched lazily with a smile and casually waved, cutting off all the ether light we've attached to his body. Nothing much, just created a barrier with spirit fibers to block your invasion. Coincidentally, manipulating spirit fibers is also my main focus. Then why were you dodging earlier? If he could create a barrier, there was no need to dodge. Because I wanted to test my reflexes. I've heard of Atlas's multiple future predictions but never experienced it. You played me. Zepia finally realized that Shinji's earlier words were deliberate. Shinji shook his head and said sincerely, No, you misunderstand. I wasn't entirely playing you. I also needed time to understand the principle of ether light weave. At the moment of impact, I indeed couldn't move. Thanks to you, I had plenty of time, otherwise, I might have paid a price. Impossible, you cracked ether light weave in such a short time. Although he had left the Eltnam family, Zepia still valued the secret mystic code of his family highly. A secret that countless people couldn't obtain was cracked in such a short time. Of course not, but I didn't need to crack it. I just wanted to understand the principle related to spirit fibers. I'm not interested in ether. As for why I could understand it, it's simple. In this aspect, I've gone further than you. As Arcuade said, in the same field, there can only be one master, the other must be the loser. To prove his point, Shinji voluntarily walked into the web of light weave, letting the weave touch his body. Zepia didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't deny it. Initially, he indeed received some of Shinji's body information, but now he couldn't sense anything. At this moment he had only one thought: he would rather have been played. But he quickly suppressed this thought. Sepia, as one of the 27 ancestors with modern Magus status, had immense strength and willpower. Don't get too cocky. You've only cracked one technique of ether light weave, far from its essence. Let me show you the true usage of ether light weave. Misfortune, intelligence, lies. Duplicate homologous. Countless ether light we've gathered in Sepia's hands, forming human shapes with his chant. Among them were people Shinji recognized, such as the Tano family, and those he didn't, like clergy in church robes. These human shapes were similar to the previous illusions but different. Similar because they had entities, different because they were more real. Without soul vision, Shinji would have mistaken them for the actual people. This is the true utility of ether light weave, a perfect duplication of targets, a unique skill that the Knight of Wallachia couldn't achieve, only usable by Sepia Eltnamatlasia. Although such duplication requires substantial computational power, and can't be done indefinitely, Sepia's thought acceleration could always pull out a strong team. Fighting him meant fighting a whole team of strong individuals, which is why Shaun said he was a calamity even among the 27 ancestors. Self-proclaimed White Princess Knight, are you ready? The finale of the rehearsal. Your mind does contain all sorts of beings. As expected of someone who could drag a god out for a fight, if they wanted to. In another place, encountering so many strong opponents would indeed be troublesome. Surrounded by a group of imposing strong individuals, Shinji not only showed no fear, but instead displayed an eager expression. But unfortunately, the battlefield is here. The domain you've painstakingly created to turn falsehood into reality is exactly the home ground I've been dreaming of. The third magic activates origin, transformation. I've watched your illusions for so long, now it's time for you to see mine. Then you'll understand the fundamental difference between us. Mist gathered from all directions, its turbulent and converging form identical to Sepia's when his ideals shattered, except for one difference, the color of the mist. The mist Sepia manifested was a twisted black, while Shinji's was a pure blue, the radiance of his soul, and the most widespread color on this planet. Cut. 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 Sepia instinctively sensed danger and quickly issued commands. As the creator of Tatari, he knew better than anyone how to deal with this mist formed by spirit fibers. In an instant, flames surged, winds howled, lightning flashed, and black keys shot out. Almost every figure with long-range attack capabilities launched their attacks immediately. The already dilapidated top floor of the temple sustained further damage, becoming riddled with holes. Chapter 687, Chapter 687, Shinji Matou. 1068 words. Sepia's attack indeed had an effect. After a barrage of heavy bombardment, the deep blue mist was dispersed. However, what was revealed was not the figure of a boy but a young man. Standing 180 centimeters tall, clad in a tightly fitting pure white ceremonial outfit that accentuated his well-proportioned physique, he perfectly matched the image of the pure white blood prince. With hair and eyes as deep as the ocean, his handsome face combined the ruggedness of the West and the softness of the East, exuding an intense sharpness. It's the first time I'm appearing in this world in such a state. Feels pretty good. This is. Sepia's crazed and twisted face showed unprecedented seriousness. What's wrong? Can't recognize me now that I've matured? The young man stretched his body, the joints in his frame making slight cracking sounds. Is the difference that big between my former and current selves? The difference was indeed significant, but with Sepia's computational analysis ability, it took less than a millisecond to discern the young man's identity from details like his eyebrows. The issue was the form of the young man's existence. This isn't a phantom, nor is it a perfect replica. This is reality. Impossible. 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 Etherlight can't do this, Tatari can't do this, even phantasmal realization can't accomplish this. How could your spirit fibers know your soul? Madness and confusion. Shinji, in his youthful form, brought Zephia a shock comparable to the arrival of the Crimson Moon. The Atlas Institute was originally focused on spirit fiber research, and Zephia was an expert in this field. Because of his knowledge, he could see through Shinji's form of existence. There were no traces of false information or manipulation. If it weren't confirmed that this was a form composed of spirit fibers, he might have thought it was a real person, the original form. That's why I said it's a fundamental difference. Just because you can't do it and phantasmal realization can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. My spirit is essentially this form, now I just manifested it. Thanks to the spirit fiber environment you provided, otherwise even I couldn't complete such a manifestation. Indeed, his form was that of a servant. In a parallel world, the spiritual foundation set for Shinji by Justice using the Great Grail persisted even after the war ended. As long as there was a suitable spirit fiber environment, it could reconstitute the spiritual vessel and manifest again. Examples include the fictional world and the Tatari environment filled with vast amounts of spirit fibers controlled by Zephia. Spiritual foundation. Manifestation. Despite the shock, Zephia's rapid thinking never ceased. Through a few terms in the conversation, he analyzed an even more shocking fact. This is the realm of the third magic. Could it be? Just as you pursue the sixth law, I also seek the third magic. Although it's not complete yet, I am indeed on the path of soul materialization. What you see is one of the results. Having become a calamity and a phenomenon for so many years, this was the first time he had seen someone else also pursuing magic. However, this encounter did not bring mutual admiration, but rather anger born from mutual conflict. As someone who also seeks miracles, why do you hinder me? You should be my understanding ally. Why stop me? No, you're mistaken. I'm not your understanding ally. Though our goals may be similar, our paths are different. As for why I stopped you, haven't you heard that magics can conflict with each other? The first magic and the fifth magic, due to their similar nature, are bound to clash eventually. And from the way you challenge the sixth law, it seems inevitable that it will conflict with the third magic. Of course, these reasons are secondary. The main reason is that your existence and your script displease me and the princess. So, I will destroy you. Shinji's response completely dashed Zephia's hopes, and fanned his anger to a raging inferno. Foolish. Shallow. Why? Why? Why can't anyone who seeks magic understand? The sixth law is necessary, it is essential, since you can't understand, there's nothing more to say. Originally, I only wanted to devour the princess, but now I've changed my target. I'll devour you and use your soul to perfect the sixth law. If you can, then come and try. My name is Zephia Eltnam Oberon, an alchemist from Atlas. I will complete the eternal existence of the sixth law. The vampire, cloaked in black, moved his hands, and his duplicates moved like puppets along with his fingers. My name is Shinji Matou, a special agent of the Clock Tower's Department of Law, the guardian knight of the last true ancestor, Arcuade Brunestad, and a pursuer of the third magic. Shinji in white spread his arms wide, releasing a magical power no less overwhelming than Zephia's. Now for the final act of this rehearsal. Let the battle between seekers of magic begin. Sever. 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 The knights of the Holy Church charged at Shinji in squads. They were knights under Risebith, and while their combat power might not match the famed executors, they were far superior in group combat. Even Zephia, transformed into the Knight of Wallachia, took a considerable amount of time to eliminate them. Especially their group charges, which crushed countless phantoms. However, Shinji was not a phantom. He was now a genuine servant, standing at the pinnacle alongside Jeanne d'Arc and Artoria. With numerous noble phantasms, he was least afraid of being besieged. Now he was about to use his most secretive noble phantasm, one that was most fitting for his enemies. Pierce Kazikli Bey. Magical power spread and the spirit fibers condensed by faith materialized into reality. Stakes. 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 Countless black iron stakes burst from the ground, filling Shinji's view like thorns. The knights' charge was formidable because their formation was both offensive and defensive. However, their defense did not account for attacks from underground, and they were almost instantly impaled by the stakes. The stakes continued to rise, lifting all the knights off their feet, and hanging them high in the air. Shinji, who created this scene, stood atop the highest stake, looking down at Sepia. This is the true knight of Wallachia. I dedicate these stakes in homage to Vlad III, the Lord Impaler. Chapter 688, Chapter 688, Noble Phantasm vs. Phantom. 1126 words. Sepia earned the alias Knight of Wallachia because of his first manifestation, after embodying Tatari and becoming Disaster. The manifestation occurred in Wallachia, Romania. This is the place where the faith of Romania's greatest hero, Vlad III, converges, and the origin of the vampire Count Dracula legend. The vampire legend has been passed down locally for generations. Sepia exploited this deeply entrenched, centuries-old rumor to manifest Count Dracula, completely consuming a local village. By the time the church's knights arrived, only scattered human skins remained on the roads. But that was ultimately a manifestation based on a rumor, a false product. What Shinji was using now was the crystallization of faith, the essence of Vlad III's life, a real noble phantasm. Although not within Romania, where the noble phantasm would have its greatest power, it still possessed the strength to annihilate servants. How many more so unprepared knights? After annihilating the knights in one strike, Shinji continued to extend the stakes, encompassing all remaining phantoms. However, having learned from the previous example, Sepia, with computing power comparable to a supercomputer, quickly made adjustments. The remaining phantom either jumped into the air or cut off the tips of the stakes to avoid the attacks from below. The most formidable among them was the phantom of Akiha Tano. Her red hair flicked, her body radiated high heat, and the stakes melted as soon as they approached. This was the stakes' only weakness. Single stakes were too fragile and not difficult to destroy. Regrettably, this isn't Romania, so I can't use the King of Execution. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to use any other noble phantasms. Seeing this, Shinji regretfully withdrew his hand. But this is fine too. You have more people, and I have more noble phantasms. Let's see if your numbers are stronger or if my noble phantasms are superior. As he spoke, the phantom of Akiha Tano charged ahead, enveloped in thousands of degrees of heat, evaporating the stakes she passed, including the giant iron pillar under Shinji's feet. Good timing. Shinji laughed, a flash of white light under his feet. Winged shoes condensed, lifting his body higher. A shadow silently glided through the air, appearing behind Shinji in an almost impossibly contorted position for a human, and a dagger in hand stabbed down like lightning. Shinji seemed to have anticipated this. He pointed a finger, and a golden rod floated in the air. Fine golden electric light instantly filled the 10-meter space centered on him. The phantom's movements were momentarily halted by the divine thunder. Seizing the opportunity, the stakes once again unleashed its power, piercing through all phantoms within the divine thunder barrier. Go! With a soft command, the concentrated thunder of the divine thunder barrier converged. The next second, a golden serpent tore through the air, striking directly at the core of the phantom army, Sepia. Simultaneously attacking with the thunder serpent were the ever-extending stakes. Rotate, sever. Sensing the terrifying power and mystery within the thunder and stakes, Sepia dared not be careless. He gritted his teeth, and the ether light we've formed from the fifth element was unleashed madly, forming just in time. The defeated phantoms reappeared, using their bodies as shields to block the lightning and stakes. The ether light we've continued ceaselessly, and the destroyed phantoms resurrected again as shields. Cheater, Shinji scoffed coldly. The two key elements of the phantom army were the ether light weave and Sepia's computational power. The former, due to being within Tatari, could continuously replenish. The latter was even more exaggerated. Although the exact data was unknown, Shaun, who had lesser computational power than Zepia, could divide her thoughts into 7 parts for high-speed calculations. One could only imagine Zepia's prowess. Moreover, after becoming a dead apostle, his recovery rate greatly increased, and he wouldn't feel fatigued even if he kept his thought circuits running all night. With these 2 assurances, Zepia was not afraid of the phantoms being destroyed. He could just create more. He was least afraid of attrition battles. This was also the advantage of the vampire race. Most historical defeats by vampires were due to being dragged into attrition battles. To defeat these vampires, the best way was to find a method to limit their recovery abilities, either by using a noble phantasm that could restrain recovery, sealing them directly, or overwhelming them with higher output. Shinji didn't know how to seal, and Zepia, having suffered in close combat before, didn't engage in melee again, leaving only the last option. This is my favorite thing. As Shinji spoke, he slapped the end of the golden rod, throwing the Buddhist artifact like a baseball. Zepia tried the same trick again, having the phantom form layer upon layer of barriers. However, the golden rod didn't hit any of them. Instead, it burst into dazzling light just before impact. Indra's thunder, broken phantasm. Art is an explosion. Using spiritual particles to create a container, and using mana and faith as ammunition to unleash the power of the noble phantasm all at once, simple and crude, yet extremely effective. The lightning blinded their sight, and the thunder deafened their hearing. At this moment, the only theme on the top floor of the temple was explosion. No, the top floor of the temple was already a thing of the past. Under the destructive force of Indra's thunder, the highest building in the city lost another layer. Of course, neither Shinji, who was in midair, nor Arcuade standing on the building's exterior wall were harmed. Before using Broken Phantasm, he had calculated everything. Since returning from the parallel world, he had never slackened, researching diligently every day. To this day, he was fully aware of the explosion range and effects of all his bombs. As soon as the explosion neared its end, he swung the harp and charged toward the center of the blast. Zepia's spiritual particles were still intact in his mental scan. The regenerative ability of a dead apostle at the level of the 27 ancestors rivaled that of phantasmal species, almost reaching the level of a true ancestor. A cold gleam sliced through the smoke and dust kicked up by the explosion. Visual obstructions could not stop Shinji's advance. At this moment, only one last barrier stood before Zepia. If he broke through this barrier and struck Zepia with the scythe blade, the battle would be over. The scythe blade fell. With B-rank strength, the thrust from the winged shoes, gravitational acceleration, and quadruple reinforcement from body enhancement magic, Shinji's power was amplified to a terrifying height in an instant. Such a strike was far beyond what that phantom could withstand. However, this strike was indeed blocked. Blocked by a hand that felt somewhat familiar to Shinji. The smoke and dust scattered. Chapter 689, Chapter 689, Seeking Your Death. 1142 words. The clash of power against power created a terrifying wind pressure, which swept away the dust in the air, revealing the true form of the hand's owner. A pure white ceremonial dress, flowing golden hair, a flawless figure and face, and those golden eyes exuding supreme authority, identical to the adjudicator who stood on the outer wall overlooking the battlefield. Cast. With Zepia's declaration, Phantom Arcuade grasped the scythe's blade with her other hand as well. With both hands exerting force, she lifted the other end of the scythe, and then slammed it down heavily. Luckily, Shinji reacted quickly, dispersing the physical form of the harp in time. Otherwise, the slam would have been enough to shatter his grip and break his arm. Although he appeared in the form of a servant with superhuman physical qualities, he still couldn't compare to a true ancestor. Even though this was just a replica, her physical attributes were identical to the original. Don't underestimate people, seeker of the third magic. How does it feel to be attacked by your princess? If you want to defeat Knight of Wallachia, you'll have to defeat your princess first. The voice was incredibly familiar, one he heard every day. The speaker wasn't Zepia, but Arcuade, whose voice had also been perfectly replicated. Shinji, continuously stepping in midair to create distance, furrowed his brows tightly. Arcuade was on a completely different level compared to the phantom he had dealt with before. No matter how strong the phantom were, they hadn't reached the level of a servant. Shinji was confident in defeating any number of them, but this phantom, even if it was just a part, could rival a top-tier servant. If its completion was high enough, it could even surpass the realm of a servant. Or will you be killed by the princess? As she said this, the phantom Arcuade forcefully pushed off the ground with her legs, appearing in front of Shinji in the blink of an eye, demonstrating the overwhelming agility that came with the exceptional speed. Following the agility came the display of strength. EX rank strength could block Shinji's full power single-handedly, and could also directly crush his body. The beautiful fingers curled into claws and slashed down in midair. Shinji hurriedly clasped his hands together, manifesting the shield of Athena, while simultaneously reversing the thrust of his winged shoes to maximum. This was the best way to counter the claw attack. Knowing each other for 2 years, Shinji had often sparred with Arcuade and gradually figured out some countermeasures. The reason he didn't retreat immediately was because of this experience, and he did not believe that Zepia could perfectly replicate a princess with specs higher than the original Arcuade. The expected claw strike did not arrive. Arcuade claw inexplicably grazed the shield and struck to the side, the powerful force creating a sharp whistle as it cleaved through the air, yet it still failed to hit its mark. Oh! Shinji raised an eyebrow. Phantom Arcuade, controlled by Zepia, also uttered a puzzled tisk sound. Still can't fully control the strength, huh? But next time, it won't miss. The second claw strike was launched, directly blasting Shinji away and piercing through the outer wall of the temple building. Die. No, the one who will die is you. Faced with the Phantom Arcuade's arrogant declaration, the battered Shinji revealed a confident smile. As expected, you're just a king of falsehoods. No matter how you disguise yourself as a true ancestor, it's just a dishonest lie, a clumsy magic. That power is too immense for you, Zepia, you'll never become a true ancestor. You're just seeking your death. You really can talk. A visible whirlwind rose around the Phantom Arcuade, causing the rubble on the ground to tremble continuously under immense force. Even if it's false, I am now the executor hunting dead apostles. Let's hunt with this false power, O false moon. Reality was overturned. Above the temple building, a massive fireball suddenly appeared over everyone's heads. No, it wasn't a fireball, it was a meteorite. The Phantom Arcuade used her power to manifest a meteorite. Although the meteorite wasn't large and it fell slowly, it still possessed a destructive force comparable to broken phantasm. Ahahaha, crush, crush, crush. Under the meteorite, the Phantom Arcuade laughed maniacally. Shinji also laughed. He held his shield in one hand and opened his other palm, revealing a deep blue glow swirling within it. I was waiting for you to use marble phantasm. The blue glow flashed and exploded upon contact with the air currents surrounding the Phantom Arcuade. The scattered light points blossomed like fireworks in the night sky. Within the fireworks, the Phantom suddenly began bleeding from her 7 orifices. Following that, the meteorite above her head also exploded, creating a massive fireworks display 100 times bigger, dissipating into the night. UI hashtag YenUD, and did S hashtag and it, hashtag percent what L, hashtag, is it T and 90 slash dot. Zepia finally stopped speaking through the Phantom Arcuade. However, his sentence was mixed with various languages, such as Tagalog, French, German, Japanese, and Italian, along with many unintelligible syllables. Fortunately, Shinji had inherited Scathaka's knowledge crystal, which made him fluent in many languages, otherwise, anyone else wouldn't have understood what he was saying. Nothing much, just added a little something to your marble phantasm. How does it feel? Shinji leisurely sat in the gap he had created, not launching any further attacks, just watching Zepia, whose face was pale, and who was babbling nonsensically. That was a sign of mental attack and brain disorder. 2 years ago, during his first battle with Arcuade, at the end of the fight, one of them activated magic while the other initiated Marble Phantasm. The interference resulted in both of them being blasted unconscious and suffering severe mental damage. If even Arcuade was affected, how could Zepia's phantom escape? After a brief exchange, Shinji had already determined that while the phantom Arcuade was almost indistinguishable from the real one, Zepia couldn't control this power. The missed claw strike was the best evidence. The fact that Zepia didn't create any other phantom afterward indirectly proved that his computational power had reached its limit like a balloon stretched to its breaking point. At this moment, what would happen if more gas was injected into the balloon, especially gas that conflicted with the existing gas? The answer was simple: boom, explosion. So the phantom Arcuade exploded, her blood spraying like a fountain. The meteorite also exploded, disintegrating before it could interfere with reality. Shinji didn't explode because he had learned from his previous failure, maintaining a sufficient distance, and not entering the range of the phantasm. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm going to tear your flesh into pieces. Zepia, clutching his head in pain. The uncontrollable power ravaged the ground and walls, resembling the scale of an earthquake. Chapter 690, Chapter 690, The End of Zepia. 1071 words. Out of control and even more terrifying. Not considering control and manipulation, your phantom is truly perfect. Among all the fakers, you are the strongest, no doubt about it. Shinji clicked his tongue as he watched the exaggerated scene below. Princess, I request permission to use the chains of earth. Granted, Arcuade nodded slightly in agreement. Ensure the enemy is annihilated, my knight. Yes, my princess. Shinji clenched his right hand into a fist and struck his left chest. Reveal yourself, silver chains that bind the true ancestor. A silver chain, 2 fingers thick, appeared out of thin air. Under Shinji's command, it wound around the phantom Arcuade like a serpent. The phantom continuously unleashed powerful energy and illusions, but they could not stop the chains from binding. The moment they touched the chains, they disintegrated into nothing, helplessly watching as the chains tightly bound them. What is this thing? Perhaps because Shinji's projected thoughts were not grand in scale, or perhaps because Zepia had divided his thoughts to create a safe zone unaffected by the mental backlash, the vampire who was nearly turned into an idiot regained his speech and mobility. Didn't I just say? Chains of earth, chains specifically designed to bind true ancestors. The chains Shinji first saw in the Millennium Castle Brunestad, filling the entire sealing chamber, were these very chains. They were weapons created by Arcuade, specifically for sealing the powers of true ancestors to the greatest extent. Arcuade is the executioner of vampires, and her targets include not only dead apostles but also fallen true ancestors. True ancestors are nature's offspring, possessing nearly perfect bodies that can alter reality with mere thoughts. Their only flaw is an ever-increasing bloodlust. Once they cannot suppress this urge, they fall and become dead apostle. Fallen true ancestors are still true ancestors, but without the need to suppress their bloodlust, their powers are fully unleashed, making it difficult even for Arcuade to kill them. Thus, she created chains specifically for true ancestors. After she drank blood because of Roa, the chain's target also included herself. Each time she killed Roa, she would return to the castle, heavily binding herself to the throne to suppress her powers and bloodlust. She intended to enter eternal slumber this way once Roa was permanently eradicated. For true ancestors, blood is a drug. As long as they don't drink blood, the urge will increase, and once they do, resisting it the next time requires twice the mental effort. Arcuade knew that she would one day be unable to resist the bloodlust, so she entrusted the chains, in a seemingly joking manner, to Shinji. If she ever lost control, whether due to bloodlust or any other reason, he should use the chains to seal her. With Arcuade's naivety, she naturally didn't think to name the chains. Shinji named them, inspired by Gilgamesh's beloved noble phantasm, Chains of Heaven. The chains of heaven are divine weapons that become stronger the higher the target's divinity. True ancestors are considered divine but exist differently, without divinity, hence the opposing name. Until now, Shinji had never used these chains, until this moment, to deal with the false true ancestor. The bound phantom arcuade weakened due to the chain's seal, unable to move. Shinji once again gripped the noble phantasm harp, and approached the struggling, seemingly broken alchemist. Ah, what a sight of pain, sorrow, and joy. This splendid battle will be reduced to ashes. Vermin. Spin. Reverse the second hand. Reverse creation. Reverse the world. Spin. 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 Night ruler, the blood dealer. A black mist enveloped the vampire, spreading and dyeing everything around it black. However, this level of attack was of no concern to Shinji. The purest solar flame manifested, sweeping away the black mist and restoring clarity. Information condensation. Cast. Cut. 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 Zepia had not given up, using his last computational power to create a new phantom, one that once again left Shinji in shock. Of course, it couldn't be Arcuate again. If Zepia could replicate her again, Shinji would immediately summon Pegasus and retreat. He was stunned because this phantom was someone he was still very familiar with. Although he had only spent a little over 3 months with this person, they had a profound impact on his life. This person taught him martial arts, this person taught him magecraft, this person granted him knowledge, and this person truly made him understand what it meant to be strong and how to become strong. Her name was Scathach, the immortal queen of the land of shadows. I didn't expect to see you here. Shinji involuntarily stopped and murmured. He stopped, but Zepia did not. The phantom Scathach's red twin spears, like 2 bolts of lightning, struck at Shinji's vital points with the force of a storm. Forehead, throat, heart. Left shoulder, side, abdomen, groin. Upper left, lower right, 6 consecutive strikes. This was a feat that only a divine master whose spear skills had reached the divine realm could achieve. Useless. With a sigh, several arms formed from spirit particles appeared around Shinji, stopping the spears just inches from him, binding both the spears and the phantom herself. This must be using the opportunity of the first strike to capture the deepest impression of a strong person in my memory. It's a good idea, but I have to say, you chose the wrong person. Shinji's main body swung the scythe, slicing the replica in half at the waist. Her strength is indeed great, and she means a lot to me. Unfortunately, in my memory, due to certain reasons, could only exert a very limited portion of her power, while I was no longer the person I was back then. Even if you could perfectly recreate her, you still wouldn't be my match. And her greatest wish was for me to kill her with my own hands. Whether you're trying to play the strength card or the emotional card, it's all meaningless. Then, the arms of the divine form extended continuously, severing all ether light weave and cutting off all of Zepia's escape routes. Shinji would not give the enemy another chance. It's over, Knight of Wallachia, Zepia Eltnam Oberon. With a series of flashes, the noble phantasm harp endowed with the refraction of longevity effect was swung repeatedly, dismembering the powerful dead apostle who once brought countless horrors, and held the 13th seat among the 27 ancestors. Chapter 691, Chapter 691, The Final Calculation. 1088 words. Restore. 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 The vampire, divided into more than 10 pieces, screamed in pain, desperately trying to regenerate. However, there was no sign of the separated parts coming together, blood continued to ooze out, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Why can't I recover? Why? Why? Because this scythe is not man-made, but a noble phantasm born from a heroic legend. Its name is Harp, and wounds inflicted by this scythe cannot heal. For certain reasons, the great hero Perseus lent me this noble phantasm, giving me a chance to access the third magic. Disappear, for from the moment you became a calamity, this world had no place for you. Confirming the enemy couldn't recover, Shinji's pressing stance relaxed a bit. Hearing this explanation, Zephyr seemed to give up struggling. His scattered body sprayed blood as it melted. Is that so? It's useless, everything is. Key. With only his head left, the laughter grew sharper, increasingly inhuman. So, everything was pointless. Indeed. Key. Already brainless. Already monstrous. Already mindless. Already dead-brained. Key. Indeed, flawed. Indeed, defective. Indeed, regrettable. Key. I don't know what you saw, but humans are such beings, flawed, unstable, brainless. Shinji sighed, snapping his fingers behind him. A blue magical barrier enveloped Arcuade, isolating her senses of smell and taste. By now, Zephyr's body had completely melted into blood, the blood he had stored from his hunts in the city. All of it was released due to Shinji's cuts, mingling with the chaotic spirits and sharp, intermittent sounds. He. Sticky. Ha. Gushing out. Blood. Flowing. Ah, these blood drops, these blood stains. This lifeblood flowing to the ground. Blood flooded everywhere, quickly covering the entire floor and spreading madly outside the building along the battlefield's destruction, like a river of blood. In the river of blood, the only clean spot was where Shinji, wrapped in servant body, stood. He looked up at a nearby building position and asked. Zephyr, what do you seek? What am I seeking? What do I desire? Ah, I remember now, I want change. The meaningless muttering and shouting stopped. The vampire, with only his head left connected to the blood sea, spoke intermittently. His face was indistinguishable, replaced by a simple mask with 3 curved lines representing eyes and a mouth, both crying and laughing, looking so ridiculous and pitiable. I saw it. You, also pursuing magic, will sooner or later see that result too, that unchangeable thing called extinction. In the past, the ancestors of Atlas sought a stable world by trying to read the future to manage the world, but the future they saw was extinction. Zephyr, where do you seek? Second question. Think. Simulated various methods, tried all means, devised countermeasures. But the more efforts made, the more futile it became, the future only cruelly added more terrifying endings, making us lose heart. Seeing the future of extinction, the alchemists of Atlas crazily challenged the future, and eventually went mad. Yes, they all went mad. Every head of Atlas who had challenged the future went mad without exception. So, I finally believed that unless I became a vampire to enhance my abilities, there was no other way but to reach the 6th law. Crying and laughing, the reason for the twisted face beneath the half-crying, half-laughing mask was revealed. Zephyr, where is the end? Third question. I just want a future that can't be calculated. On the brink of disappearance, his original wish resurfaced. Then calculate once more, alchemist. Calculation is merely deriving results from existing data. Even Atlas, with countless secrets, can't collect all the data of the entire planet. Even if all data is collected, there are parallel worlds and mysteries beyond the planet. You are just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well you drew, not knowing the sky is far broader than you imagined. The second magician is still constantly trying, constantly filtering, introducing variables. Besides him, others are also continuing their efforts. Myself included, and even the whole world, are their attempts. Include all these variables and calculate again. The second magic, the third magic, the eye left by an alien supercivilization on the moon 400,000 years ago, the prototype of the Atlas Central Computation Device, UO, Gaia, Alea, and many more known and unknown mysteries, include them all. Even if there was a previous assumption, as long as there is a slight deviation from that assumption, the result might change. Shinji's words seemed to carry some mysterious power, shattering Zepia's mask and bringing a hint of clarity to his increasingly muddled eyes. The simulations of Atlas are far more complex and perfect than you think, but the direction is not wrong. Endless unknowns and variables. Very well, then I will use my remaining resources to predict once more. Exclude the defective areas, resegment the thoughts, concentrate data in the first area, update in real time in the second area, process calculations in the third area, and summarize and verify in the fourth area. The future simulation begins. Read, read, read. Defect, defect, defect. Complete, complete, complete. Import, import, import. Simulate, simulate, simulate. Prove, prove, prove. Warning, warning, variable conflict. Error occurred. An error occurred. Initiate emergency plan, isolate the first area, abandon the second area, compress personality to open the fifth area, transfer all resources to the fifth area. Conclusion. 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 No change. Nothing has changed. Meaningless, 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 meaningless. The results of the calculations had a tremendous impact on Zepia. The brief clarity faded, and even his final head began to be assimilated by the blood sea. Key, 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 key. Key, 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 key. Eat. 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 Devour even the marrow. Redemption is impossible, entertainment does not exist. Boring, boring, boring. Humans are truly boring. Boring, boring, boring. Self-destruction is inevitable. He he. He 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 he. Ah ha 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 ha. Outlam, the longest-lasting head of Atlas, seemed unable to escape his destined end, completely descending into madness. P.S. Most of the big shots in Type Moon verse are trying to find a way to prevent the future land of steel. Chapter 692, Chapter 692, Hope for the Future. 1,266 words. Seeing Zepia like this, how could Shinji not guess the result of the future simulation? Ah, it failed. The end couldn't be avoided, could it? The end of the planet, the land of steel. Although it was known long ago that avoiding this inevitable conclusion was an almost impossible task, even the Jewel-old man, and that guy couldn't succeed, after hundreds or thousands of years of effort. What chance do we have? Foolish. The illusion ceased, and the red that stained the moon slowly receded, restoring its original pure and incomplete moonlight. Under the bright moon, the pure white princess looked indifferent. With birth comes an end. Our endpoint is always extinction. The toil due to seeing an obvious future, I don't sympathize with it at all. You can't say that. Shinji put away the harp and shook his head. Even if they know that life will eventually end in death, living beings still feel fear. This is an unavoidable instinct of life. The shorter the life, the closer it is to death, and the more fearful it becomes. The reason I work so hard on the third magic is largely because of my fear of death. That's why I can never understand humans. I can't fully understand the thoughts of the immortals either. Take it slowly, there's still a lot of time. But before that, I need to clean up this mess. Although the night of Wallachia has ended, Tatari hasn't completely dissipated, and might be used to cause another round of anomalies. According to memories from a past life, Melty Blood is a series, and the chaos caused by the Night of Wallachia was just the first installment, the no-subtitle chapter. The sequels happened because others used Tatari. The most memorable one for Shinji was Dust of Osiris. After the Night of Wallachia dissipated, Shaun inherited the seat of the 13th ancestor, stronger than the Night of Wallachia. She could mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone using human blood, and attempted to initiate a grand forbidden spell to seal reality into fantasy, a world where the end was altered to complete the fantasy. The scale of the anomalies was larger, involving more people, making the game more interesting. But games are games, reality is another matter. The actions of Dust of Osiris, Shaun, were too dangerous, and Shinji had to eliminate this threat. Sorry, Arcuade, but I'll have to use powers that may discomfort you. He had long prepared the method of elimination, a golden divine spear over 3 meters long with a blade length of 1 meter, the immortal blade. This is the famous Brahmastra from Indian mythology, containing the purest solar power. In a sense, it's a more effective weapon against the dead apostles than the harp and Shinji's secret trump card. Due to its overwhelming presence and power, Shinji would only use it when he was sure it could destroy the Knight of Wallachia in one blow. Now is the time. With the flames of the sun, dispel darkness and falsehood. Shinji injected all his magic power into the spear, forcefully stamping his feet on the ground, and leaped high. In the next second, the golden spear, dyed red, blossomed with an avalanche of brilliance, striking Zephia's final existence. Brahmastra Kundala, O Brahma, curse me. The sun. An indispensable entity for the entire planet, providing heat and life, symbolizing hope and life, and also representing power and destruction. It gives humans the hope of life and delivers death to vampires who defy natural laws. The stream of light surged. The solar flames swept. The power of Brahma's noble phantasm and Karna's life were unleashed, transforming into the solar power that incinerates all things, radiating outward in a circle, engulfing the upper floors of the temple building, the blood-covered ground, and the night darkness. As the reinforced concrete continued to evaporate, the last existence of the Knight of Wallachia was fully exposed to the scorching impact, screaming in terror, as Shinji said, life fears death, an instinct that can never be erased. The sea of blood was continuously burned. Just before the central, solid part of the sea of blood was about to be completely evaporated by the solar flames, Zepia's eyes, not yet melted, regained clarity once more. Oh! Oh! What a dazzling light, it had been a long time since he had seen such brilliance. In the past, he often basked in such light, reading, studying, or simply resting. The memories were so vivid and strong, pulling Zepia back to the days long gone. Since when had he given up this everyday experience that every human has? Ah, it was when he inherited the name Eltnam, and glimpsed that lifeless land. It was a miserable sight, the planet on the brink of death, a powerful, indescribable being descending from the sky, wantonly destroying everything on this planet. To change this outcome, he kept challenging, kept calculating. With changes in abilities and methods, the simulated scenes indeed changed. But those changes were insignificant, the planet's death outcome remained unchanged, and humanity's end remained unchanged. At some point, he concluded that the Earth had no future, and humanity had no future. Perhaps only a miracle could change it, but the known 5 great magics had already been included in the calculations. A new miracle, a completely new magic, was needed for this. Who decided there are only 5 magics? Even the magicians themselves haven't concluded that, so what do the conclusions of others matter? As long as there is the slightest possibility, I will strive for it. The name Eltnam is all about making the impossible possible. No one has achieved it. I will achieve it. No one has proven it. I will prove it. I will use all available resources, and leverage all attainable powers, even if it means breaking taboos and being shunned by the world. Perhaps those mad predecessors thought the same way. Unfortunately, after pouring all my strength and efforts into countless schemes, it all turned out to be nothing but an illusion. It's over, it's all over. In the final simulation before the end, the scene I saw was still that miserable sight. My future, humanity's future, the planet's future. Once the simulation program starts, it won't stop. Zepia could only force himself to watch this scene, that he had seen countless times. Desolation. 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 Death. 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 The end. The end. The end. No change. No change. No change. No matter how much I complain or lament, the scene plays out according to the set program, replaying over and over. Until the very end, it disintegrates into countless fragments, drifting into the unknown distance. Wait. That is. At the last moment, within one of the extremely tiny fragments among the countless pieces, Sepia saw something different. There was refreshing greenery, warm sunlight, and humans who had not perished. At the edge of the fragment, figures were advancing one after another. They might not be tall or grand, perhaps not even alive, but they all had an indomitable spirit, challenging destruction. Ah! I see it. I see it. A sigh. It was something unseen in countless calculations, and compared to the whole planet, a fragment is incredibly small, but it brought Sepia a new meaning. Its name is hope. A different future. The thing I have longed for. So I did take the wrong path. But it's not too late. The last remaining eyes shed 2 lines of tears, something incompatible with blood and vampires. The flames of the sun finally arrived, taking his last existence to the other side. Chapter 693, Chapter 693, Legacy and Reward. 1112 words. Shinji slowly descended from the sky, catching the now dull immortal blade just as the sun's flames were exhausted. His face, which had been filled with regret, now alternated between expressions of surprise and confusion. A different future. Was it just a hallucination brought on by his intense wish before death? Or did he see a different scene? It doesn't matter whether it was or wasn't. Humanity will face extinction one day, just like the planet. The pure white princess descended from her high vantage point and landed beside Shinji. The important thing is, what do we do with what Sepia left behind? Suspended in the air were 2 crystalline droplets, spinning and still bearing the marks of Sepia's soul. What is this? Shinji first cast a protective spell on himself and tentatively reached out to touch one of the droplets. As he made contact, a message flowed into his mind. I see, it seems he did see it. What is this thing? Arcuade asked. A legacy and a reward. A blue light of soul energy swirled in Shinji's hand, firmly encasing the 2 droplets. The legacy is his accumulated knowledge and techniques over the years, as well as the equations for his final prediction of the future, meant for his descendant, Shaun Eltnamatlasia. Because the gift is a polymer of spirit particles, it will dissipate quickly without someone to sustain it, so he hoped I would preserve the legacy and deliver it to Miss Shaun. As for the reward, he left his experiences from the pursuit of 6th law, an offer too tempting to refuse, but what? Never mind, I'll explain when I see her in person. By the way, Arcuade, could you help me search for any remaining blood, especially any mixed with spirit particles? Sure. When it comes to sensitivity to blood, who could surpass a true ancestor with an insatiable thirst for it? With a wave of her hand, she sliced open a floor tile, revealing a thick substance, half crimson and half pitch black. Seeing this strange blood, a hint of curiosity flashed in Shinji's eyes. It is here. In this state, haha, no wonder Sepia chose this descendant. Even a small oversight could leave a hidden danger. Sensing the threat, the half-red, half-black blood began to melt and burrow deeper. Unfortunately, it was just a mass of blood and hadn't reached its future potential. Shinji easily froze and sealed it with runes, storing it in Kibisis. Mission accomplished. Now for the cleanup. Whoever named this building temple clearly isn't from the world of mysteries, and the conflicts in the mysterious world shouldn't affect ordinary people. Let's restore everything. Arch-Ede nodded. Pure white light spread outward, reversing time wherever it touched. Ruins and debris were reassembled, and the floors demolished by noble phantasms were restored. In just a few seconds, the entire building was completely rebuilt, as if tonight's battle had never happened. As the white light vanished, the princess and her knightly protector returned to the rooftop. With the end of the night of Wallachia, the conclusion of Tatari, the dissipation of marble phantasm, and the cessation of soul materialization, the city's anomalies finally came to an end. The otherworldly realm centered on the building gradually calmed. Without the high concentration of spirit particles, Shinji, who had appeared in his servant form as a young man, reverted to his youthful self. Arcuade also reverted, her long, flowing hair became short again, and her elegant, regal gown turned into a contemporary, breezy summer outfit. Similar to how Shinji used magic to recreate his true soul form, Arcuade used marble phantasm to manifest her essence, the true form of the natural sense, the dignified yet cold copy of the crimson moon. In this state, she could come infinitely close to the crimson moon and summon that thousand-year-old red moon. In this form, Arcuade's presence and power were much stronger than her usual self, but Shinji still preferred her usual self, the willful one, who liked to act spoiled, feared boredom, clung to him, and was easily jealous. Just like now, as soon as she reverted, she pouted and glared at Shinji with her newly red eyes, muttering under her breath. If you have something to say, just say it, Shinji yawned. If you won't say it, I'll sleep for a bit. When the sun comes up, it'll be your turn. The red-haired woman who appeared at the end, what's her relationship with you? Arcuade finally spoke up, and Shinji was puzzled. Huh? Why did you suddenly think to ask about that? I feel she's very dangerous. Just tell me quickly. Your feeling is correct. She is indeed very dangerous. And she is? Scat hack. Never heard of the name. Seeing Arcuade's bewildered face, Shinji helplessly covered his forehead. If you haven't heard of her, just read the world's memories. No. Arcuade refused without hesitation. It's too troublesome, and I'm exhausted. Summoning the crimson moon was tiring, and you even made me restore the building. If I use any more power, I might not be able to resist biting you. Biting, in this context, meant sucking blood. Arcuade extremely detested bloodsucking, so Shinji used this term as a euphemism, and over time, Arcuade began to use biting instead too. This was one of the changes in Arcuade since meeting Shinji. Previously, Arcuade both hated and feared her bloodsucking impulse. But Shinji believed that it was a natural part of her race, an unavoidable reality. So he began to slowly guide her, and now Arcuade could actively face this innate impulse, even working with Shinji to find ways to suppress it. Hearing Arcuade's words, Shinji knew she had indeed reached her limit. It makes sense. Tonight, eliminating the Knight of Wallachia seemed like Shinji did all the heavy lifting with Arcuade merely observing coldly. In reality, it was quite the opposite, the observer was the real hero. Without the red moon she summoned, no matter how many noble phantasms Shinji unleashed, he wouldn't have been able to kill the phenomenonized Zephia. At best, he could have protected himself and endured the night in the virtual world. Summoning the red moon from 1,000 years in the future was a tremendous drain on Arcuade, just as Zephia had analyzed. She indeed had no strength left for combat, and had to rely on Shinji. Of course, because Arcuade's appearance was so deceptive, whether her lofty demeanor earlier or her current lively enthusiasm, she gave the impression of being in good condition, causing Shinji to subconsciously overlook her weakness. In the future, he needed to pay more attention, and not be fooled by her energetic facade. The princess was unexpectedly prone to overexertion. Chapter 694, Chapter 694, Who's Stronger? 1092 words. Realizing Arcuade's weakness, Shinji lost the mood to tease her. She is the ruler of the land of shadows, someone who placed herself in a magical realm to transcend human wisdom, possessing terrifying skills that touch the divine. She is an eternal queen, ageless and immortal. Sounds pretty impressive. Arcuade tilted her head slightly. Ah, very impressive. I haven't seen anyone more formidable than her, well, among humans. Hesitating for a moment, he chose humans because he wasn't sure if the current real scat hack was stronger than the wizard Marshal Zerorech. Judging purely by the destructive power of Gibalg alternative and second magic, the wizard Marshal might be stronger, but no one could guarantee that scat hack didn't have even more powerful techniques. After all, she was always growing stronger. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a lack of confidence. Even if he stepped into the realm of magic and awakened his origin, could he surpass her? Hey, who do you think is stronger, me or her? Seeing Shinji's changing expression, Arcuade for some reason developed a competitive spirit. You and her, that's a tough question to answer. Shinji stroked his chin, and thought carefully. Although the Type Moon fans loved comparing power levels, these two women had extremely high potential and fluctuating abilities, making it hard to compare. The current you would lose to her true form. In Moon Cell, where you have the ultimate one, you would win. I see. And if I reclaim the power Roa stole from me? Well, it depends on the environment. In the Land of Shadows, she has a higher chance of winning. On the Moon, you have a higher chance. In the present world, you win at night, and she wins during the day. Of course, the more likely outcome is a prolonged battle, since both of you have nearly immortal bodies. This is just my personal opinion, though, not necessarily accurate. Is she really that formidable? Arcuade was skeptical. Yes. Shinji nodded. She is a god slayer, having killed gods. Do you think that's impressive? You seem to know her well. Arcuade's lips pouted more and more. No one in the present world knows her better than I do. She is my... Come out. Halfway through his sentence, Shinji suddenly turned to look at the nearby staircase, gripping the divine gunblade and silver rune bullet in both hands. In the next second, the just-restored iron door opened slightly, and a familiar voice called out from inside. Shinji? Shiki. The gap between the door and frame quickly widened, and the owner of the voice pushed the door open. It was indeed Tano Shiki. It is you. Of course it's me. Teacher Tuko's eyes have been watching here all along. And we saw through the crystal ball. But until we see for ourselves, we can't be completely at ease. Now that you've seen, put on your glasses. Being stared at like that gives me the creeps. Shiki wasn't wearing his glasses, and was holding the Nanaya knife. Although Shinji knew he was being cautious, and wanted to confirm his identity with the mystic eyes of deaf perception, being stared at by those eyes made Shinji feel incredibly fragile, as if he could be cut open at any moment. More importantly, Shinji was worried that Shiki might lose control of his impulses under the stimulus of death. Although Shiki had been training with Ryugi Shiki and Tuko for several years, and could control himself better now, in extreme situations, the inversion impulse could still erupt, such as prolonged exposure to death, or an overly strong presence of non-humans. Both conditions were currently met. Sorry. Shiki quickly averted his gaze, but didn't put on his glasses. What about that vampire called Knight of Wallachia? Dead. And you guys over there, stop hiding and come out. Is it dead? Akiha peeked out from the staircase. Didn't you see through the crystal ball? The Tano residence isn't close to here. You probably rushed over before seeing the end. That's correct. When Knight of Wallachia turned into a human, we hurried over as quickly as possible to provide support. That was me driving, speeding, and running red lights the whole way, and it only took less than 10 minutes. Kahaku's head also popped out. You're amazing. Aren't you afraid of having your license revoked? Shinji joked half seriously. For the sake of the young mistress, I would charge forward even if it means being smashed to pieces. That is the duty of a maid. Kahaku struck a dramatic pose, though her exaggerated act implied that she had truly let go of her past hatred. Well done, Shiki. Shinji secretly gave Shiki a thumbs up. Shiki, completely clueless about the situation, could only scratch his head awkwardly. Is that Knight of Wallachia dead? Dead, not even dust left. If you don't believe me, ask Tuko. At this point, Shinji frowned and activated his mental scan. No, it's not Tuko. This feeling is, Etherlight. Shaun Eltnamet Malaysia. A third head, no, at this point, there was no need to hide. Everyone lurking in the shadows stepped out. Besides the resources he had reviewed beforehand, there was another familiar face, Risebife, whom he had fought 3 years ago. Wow, almost all the relevant characters from Melty Blood showed up, especially Shaun and Risebife, those close friends. They missed each other for some reason in 1998, and 3 years later, they met again. Judging by their positions, they indeed had great chemistry, Northwest doubt about their close friendship. If Satsuki Yamazuka were added, the back alley alliance would be complete. Shaun had no idea what Shinji was thinking. She first glanced at Arcuade, who was annoyed at being interrupted, then addressed Shinji, "You know me. I've seen your profile and received a request to find you." Truly, it was effortless. "Wait, Miss Shaun is under the protection of our holy church. I, Risebif Stridberg, will not allow any unidentified individuals to approach her. Magus, state your affiliation and purpose." Risebif stepped in front of Shaun, making Shinji want to retort, "All right, I get it, you two are close friends, do you have to show off so much?" "Shinji Matou, affiliated with the clock tower. Our headquarters received a request from the Atlas Institute to help find Miss Shaun. The Holy Church also accepted the same request, and Miss Shaun is a crucial witness for us. No matter what, I must take her back to headquarters." Risebif's stance was firm and unyielding. P.S. Shinji was in disguise wearing Hade's cloak when he first met Risebif. Chapter 695, Chapter 695, The Perpetually Troubled Shiki. 1064 words. Due to Shaun's prolonged disappearance, the Atlas Institute became anxious and sent out requests to all its contacts, which led to different factions working on the same task. Historically, such situations were not uncommon, leading to the unwritten rule that whoever arrived first would take the lead. Of course, being unwritten meant it could be violated, and many were unwilling to give up. At times like these, the age-old rule prevailed, might make right. Whoever had the stronger fist got to call the shots. Risebif's intentions were clear: either you back down, or we fight. Shinji didn't mind a fight. Back then, he was holding back from testing himself and concealing his identity, which caused him to be at a disadvantage. If he fought with all his might, the outcome would be uncertain, especially since his strength had increased several times over. However, knowing the church's ways, even if he defeated Risebif, they wouldn't let it go easily, leading to inevitable trouble. So Shinji chose. "I see. In that case, forget it. The headquarters doesn't prioritize this task. Just record a video later, I'll go through the motions." "Huh?" Risebif, who was adjusting her stance and ready for battle, was stunned. After a moment, she sighed in disappointment, remembering the superficial unity among the three major departments of the Mages Association. "All right then." Seeing her reaction, Shinji, who had interacted with her before, knew what she was thinking and secretly laughed, though he showed no emotion on his face. "Okay, Shiki, can I borrow a room to record a video? I also have some things to discuss privately with Miss Shaun." "Privately?" The two increasingly close women exchanged glances and frowned simultaneously. "To be precise, with Arcuade as well." "Does it involve me?" Arcuade, who had been named, perked up again, and Shinji quickly calmed her down. "Yes, I need your help with something later. Please be quiet for now." "Okay. You wouldn't refuse, would you, Miss Shaun?" Shinji made a serious face. While the others couldn't understand, Shaun seemed to catch on and nodded silently. "Great. Sorry to trouble you again, Shiki, Miss Akiha. You're always welcome to visit. Considering you helped eliminate the anomaly." The same answer but different ways of expressing it. "Master Shinji, Miss Arcuade, please follow me." Kahaku, slipping into her maid role, led the way. Just as Shinji was about to take a step, Arcuade suddenly leaned heavily on him from behind. Hey. It's dawn. I'm so tired, I don't want to walk. Carry me." The willful princess whispered into Shinji's ear, her voice growing softer until only warm breaths remained. Behind her, the darkness gradually receded, and the sky began to lighten. Vampires were more sensitive to the sun than any other creatures. "You." Recalling her actions that night, Shinji didn't say much more. He gently touched her head with his forehead. Thank you for your hard work. I'll wake you when we get there. Hey, Shinji. The drowsy princess suddenly opened one eye. Why haven't you told me yet? What exactly is your relationship with that woman? You're still asking even now. Tell me. All right, I'll tell you. She's my Shirsho. Half of what I can do, she taught me. I went through a lot when I first started learning from her. What kind of things? I'll tell you later. For now, just sleep. Okay. A man and a woman, speaking softly in the first light of dawn, created an inexplicably harmonious scene, prompting everyone who witnessed it to instinctively lighten their steps. Walking at the back of the group, Xian shaded her eyes with her hand and glanced back at the rising sun. In a voice only she could hear, she said, "Is it over?" Hard to believe, but they do indeed have the strength for it. They, or rather, she might truly have the ability to solve my problems. I take back what I said earlier. I mentioned adding Satsuki Yumizuka would complete the back alley alliance. Now, there's no need to add her. Satsuki Yumizuka is already here, having experienced the event firsthand and serving as the catalyst for this meeting. More crucially. What? You said you took Satsuki Yumizuka as an apprentice. When Toko mentioned this news, Shinji's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he forgot what he was about to say next. What? Is there a problem? Toko stood with her hands on her hips, protectively placing Satsuki, who felt awkward under Shinji's gaze, behind her. Although the number of her magic circuits can't compare to those of long-standing family heirs, she's still higher than you. Moreover, for me, the number of magic circuits isn't the most important, precision and uniqueness are. Satsuki's uniqueness is enough to qualify her for a sealing designation. Shinji didn't doubt this. Satsuki Yumizuka indeed had the qualifications. Although she was a character whose role was cut down, her talent and potential were beyond doubt. Take, for example, the side story in Tsukiheim. After being turned into a vampire by Roa, she crosses the levels of ghoul and living dead in just one night, directly becoming a dead apostle and freeing herself from Roa's control. If she hadn't been eliminated by Shiki, or someone else, later, she could have quickly ascended to the level of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Even more astonishing, Satsuki comprehended the reality marble on her own. Among all the characters in the Type Moon universe, her talent and potential were top tier. If someone like her isn't qualified for a sealing designation, who is? Although the qualifications for a dead apostle and a magus aren't identical, there are many overlaps. One couldn't help but admire Toko's keen eye for talent. Still, you just freed yourself from a sealing designation, and now you've taken on an apprentice who qualifies for one. I'm afraid you'll be hunted again. Hunted? Satsuki shivered. She had only been Toko's apprentice for a few hours and didn't yet understand the dark and brutal world of mysteries. Don't be afraid, Toko reassured her, patting her shoulder. This is Japan, not Europe. Their reach doesn't extend here. Besides, you have Shiki. Ah? Me? Humph. Satsuki blushed, Shiki was surprised, and Akiha was furious. Though Kahaku and Hizui remained silent, their expressions changed. The internal strife within the Tano family escalated, making Shiki's future appear increasingly turbulent. Chapter 696, Chapter 696, half. 1160 words. Ignoring the reactions of Satsuki and Shiki, Toko continued. If that doesn't work, we can rely on him. Shinji, let me ask you, if my disciple is being targeted by those people, are you going to help or not? I didn't say I wouldn't help. Shinji pressed his temples. I just hope you tell me in advance so I can be prepared. You didn't tell me you were coming back this time either, and even snatched my prey. My bad, I promise it won't happen again. I won't let them target your disciple. Feeling Toko's resentment, Shinji didn't dare to retort and immediately surrendered. Given our relationship, I should show my appreciation for your disciple. Miss Satsuki, do you believe in Buddhism? I do. Although she did not understand why Shinji asked this, Satsuki still answered. That makes it easier. Shinji reached into his backpack and took out several pendants. These are jade Buddhas that have been blessed. Wearing them is good for your health. If I remember correctly, the monk who blessed them is from Borobudur Temple, and they're quite effective in matters of fate. Choose one that you feel connected to. Thank you, Mr. Matou. The word fate made Satsuki's eyes light up. She seriously selected one, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed. Seeing her devout expression, Akiha couldn't stay quiet. I also want one. What are your conditions? No conditions needed, they are gifts for you all. Everyone gets one. Taking this opportunity, Shinji distributed the souvenirs. Shiki, Akiha, Kahaku, and Hizui each got one. For girls and one boy seeking fate, the focus instantly shifted to Shiki. How clever of me, someone praised themselves, completely unaware that the future chaos he would face would be much worse than Shiki's. The Tano family's conflicts could wreak havoc on a city at most, but if the girls around Shinji went crazy, the whole world could be in trouble. The scene was indeed thrilling. Successfully diverting attention, Shinji carried the sleeping Arcuade on his back and, accompanied by Tuko, entered the workshop with Shaun. Yes, Shinji had changed his mind. The conversation with Shaun was top secret and couldn't be known by outsiders, so security was paramount. No place in the Tano house was safer than Tuko's workshop. Considering Shaun's physical condition, Tuko's knowledge and skills might come in handy. To be direct, Miss Shaun, your condition is very bad. Your existence is transitioning from human to dead apostle. After activating the bounded field, Shinji's first words made Shaun's face change. Don't rush to deny it, and no need to explain. If I'm saying this, I'm confident. You've been tracking the Knight of Wallachia for 3 years, not just because he's a disgrace to your family, but because he bit you 3 years ago, am I right? Shaun lowered her head without speaking. For an alchemist with high-speed thinking abilities like her, not answering often meant tacit agreement. Just as I thought, Tuko nodded secretly. With her understanding of the human body, she had noticed something unusual about Shaun at first sight, which is why she helped cover for her. Shaun's previous weakness and biting her hand was not due to overthinking and using pain to stimulate herself, but to suppress her blood-sucking impulse. 3 years ago, the Knight of Wallachia appeared in an Italian village. The church noticed the anomaly and urgently sent a hunting team. Shaun, who had doubts about her lifestyle and wanted to gather information, joined them. In the end, the team was annihilated and only Shaun survived. However, Shaun's survival was not as she had previously claimed by escaping the range of Tatari. Instead, she was bitten by the Knight of Wallachia during her escape, losing part of her blood. When she woke up, Tatari had dissipated, and her body started losing temperature bit by bit. However, Miss Shaun doesn't seem to have fully turned into a vampire, and still retains part of her humanity. Generally, after being bitten by a dead apostle, the human part would disappear within hours. The stronger the dead apostle, the shorter the time. To Tuko's confusion, Shinji provided an explanation based on his memory. Because the Knight of Wallachia exists in a very special way, he has become a phenomenon. When not meeting the conditions for manifestation, he essentially doesn't exist, so Miss Shaun doesn't lose her life as quickly as others bitten by vampires. Her transformation is very slow, and even today she's not fully a vampire. If I had to say, she's half dead, half vampire, half human. At this point, Shaun no longer hid the truth. Mr. Matou is right. The reason I've been hiding for the past 3 years is because I was bitten. During these 3 years, I've been researching how to stop my transformation into a dead apostle, and even further. I don't want to give up my human identity. I don't want to become a vampire. No matter how slow this transformation was, Shaun could still sense the changes in her body. She feared people would notice her abnormalities, so she didn't return to Atlas Institute or seek help from the church. The Eltnam family couldn't bear to be further disgraced because of her. Since her body still retained some human parts, she didn't give up. To this end, she broke taboos and exchanged technology with the outside world. She sought the Knight of Wallachia to solve the problem at its source. She had been striving and persisting. Like Arcuade, she had been suppressing her blood-sucking impulses for the past 3 years. The difference was that her impulse came from her body, not her spirit. Vampires rely on blood, not nerves, to connect their body parts. A vampire's body is several times stronger than before, and maintaining such a body requires a vast amount of energy and nutrients. Therefore, she needed fresh blood. She needed to suck blood. However, due to her attachment to her human identity, she endured it. When she couldn't bear it anymore, she bit herself and sucked her blood, temporarily numbing herself to get through the increasingly intense impulses. This persistence and resilience were the most dazzling aspects of Shaun, and made Tuko look at her in a new light. Incredible. Have you made any progress over these 3 years? The blood-sucking impulse is triggered by good intentions, that's all. Saying this, Shaun looked very dejected. Over 3 years, she had tried countless times without any progress. Her heart, like her body, was dying bit by bit. This challenge against the Knight of Wallachia was her last effort or surrender. As her transformation into a vampire intensified, and her abilities strengthened, she increasingly felt the gap between her and her enemy. If she couldn't defeat him, perhaps ending it here wouldn't be so bad. She hadn't expected the challenge she faced with a resolve to die would end this way. Her near-extinguished persistence now saw a new hope. Chapter 697, Chapter 697, Mihoyo. 1,165 words. The so-called New Hope doesn't just refer to Shinji and Arcuade teaming up to kill Sepia, thereby completely severing the influence of the idea blood, hemonomic principle. Vampires turn others into their thralls by injecting their blood into them after sucking their blood. The blood injected by the vampire into the victim is the idea blood, hemonomic principle. A vampire's power is closely related to their blood, and the quality of the blood directly affects the strength and transformation speed of the new vampire. With Sepia's death, the vampire blood within Shaun would lose its power and vitality. Although this wouldn't completely stop her transformation into a vampire, it would buy her more time. This was the first point. The second point, and the source of Shinji's confidence that Shaun wouldn't refuse him, was the presence of the last true ancestor, Arcuade. How did the dead apostles originally come into existence? True ancestors, when they sucked blood, created degraded versions of themselves, the first dead apostles. Subsequently, dead apostles began to turn others, and Magus studied and replicated this process. The origin of dead apostles lies with the true ancestors, specifically their blood. Obtaining the blood of a true ancestor might cure her vampirism. However, for the past 800 years, true ancestors either died or entered eternal slumber. The only active vampire princess had accumulated just 1 year of activity over those 800 years. Shaun had no hope of finding her. No one knew how happy Shaun was when she witnessed Arcuade's descent. There were also concerns. The power of a true ancestor surpassed that of the Knight of Wallachia. Could she gain the cooperation of such a being? Fortunately, the guardian knight of the true ancestor, a magician named Shinji Matou, who seemed very close to her, wanted to talk. If she could seize this opportunity. Since Mr. Matou knows my situation, you should know what I want. Since you're willing to talk to me in this manner, I must have something you want as well. Miss Shaun is so frank, I should also show my sincerity. As Shinji spoke, he reached out and pinched Arcuade's nose. Wake up, wake up. So sleepy, the sun hasn't set yet, let me sleep for 10 more. Arcuade mumbled like she was talking in her sleep. For the Earth's beloved daughter, not breathing was no issue. 10 minutes. 10 hours. I'll just take 10 minutes of your time, wake up. Not even 1 minute. Then your dinner and midnight snack are gone. Helpless, Shinji had to use his trump card. How could you? Arcuade occupying Tuko's bed finally opened one eye halfway. Alright, Shinji is so annoying. Just 10 minutes. 10 minutes plus an extra meal tonight. Deal. Can you see what's happening to her? Shinji pointed to Shaun. Yes, bitten by Zepia, transforming into a dead apostle. Although she only glanced briefly, Arcuade sharply grasped Shaun's state. Can you turn her back into a human? Impossible. A human who becomes a vampire can't revert to being human, just like time can't be reversed. That's not necessarily true. Tuko suddenly interrupted, instantly attracting the attention of 1.5 vampires. Oh? What do you mean? Reversing the time of the entire world is impossible, but reversing or accelerating an individual's time isn't. I've personally seen such an example. You've seen it yourself. Hearing Tuko's words, Shinji was initially stunned, then quickly nodded as if recalling something. Ah, that's right, it is possible. Time reversal is akin to a miracle, and miracles do exist in this world. Miracle, you mean? Shaun's mind raced, and she quickly concluded. Magic. Yes, magic. The second magic. When it comes to interfering with time, the first thing that comes to mind is the second magic, parallel world interference. It sounds like a manipulation of space, but Shaun knows that time and space are inherently one. No, it's the fifth magic. Tuko shook her head, the transparent surface of her glasses reflecting a layer of hazy light. That was the most painful failure of her life. From a young age, she was cultivated as a potential magician. Before she turned 18, her goal was to inherit the fifth magic from her grandfather. However, on her 18th birthday, her grandfather suddenly changed the heir to Aoko Aozaki, who had been living an ordinary life. This act was a denial of all the efforts and life that Tuko had put in since she was 4 years old. Unable to accept such a reality, she experienced a split in personality and broke off from her family, traveling alone to study at the clock tower. During her studies abroad, she researched puppets, runes, magical engravings, and phantasmal species, using any means necessary to gain power, all to return to her hometown of Misaki City and duel with her sister who had inherited the fifth magic. In the late 1980s, Tuko finally completed all her preparations and returned to Japan with numerous trump cards, causing a commotion. At the beginning of the turmoil, Tuko, with her thorough preparations, fought against Aoko and her old friend, the witch Kwanji Alice, who had the heritage of fairy tale mystery, and a mysterious boy named Sujuru Shizuki, who accidentally got involved. Tuko held the upper hand. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. First, Sujuru Shizuki suddenly erupted, defeating Tuko's greatest trump card, the highest-ranked phantasmal species, Luff Beowulf. Then, Aoko, determined by Sujuru Shizuki's death, activated the fifth magic to interfere with time, throwing Sujuru Shizuki's death into the distant future and gaining 10 years' worth of experience, ultimately defeating Tuko and cursing her never to step into Misaki City. Although the essence of the fifth magic has no definitive explanation to this day, it is possible to interfere with time to achieve the future or change the past. This experience was processed into a game called Mihoyo, which on the Holy Night, and Shinji thus knew Tuko's backstory. Additionally, he combined the fact that both Aoko and the final boss of Fate/Grand Order Part 1, Goetia, had the ultimate move Ars Almudel Salamones, deducing that the fifth magic might be related to the quantum time lock, the foundation of human order. If this deduction is correct, the fifth magic indeed has the potential to rewrite the past and overturn the future. Shinji never imagined that Tuko would voluntarily bring up the matter of the fifth magic. He invited her to the conversation without any connection to the fifth magic, simply wanting to rely on her puppet-making skills as a bargaining chip to assist Shaun. Tuko, this is nothing, the past always needs to be faced, and seeing Miss Shaun, I somehow thought of my past self. The same persistence, the same tenacity, especially those eyes that held doubts but stubbornly forged ahead. Such a state is very dangerous, one wrong step and she could go astray. She doesn't want Shaun to walk down the wrong path. Chapter 698, Chapter 698, Shinji's Suggestion. 1106 words. In certain fields, those who achieve great success often possess a tenacity that refuses to accept defeat. This is a good trait, but when tenacity turns into obsession, it becomes very dangerous. Sepia, who was just killed before dawn, is a prime example of such obsessive madness. Tuko Aozaki once teetered on the edge of obsessive madness. Fortunately, she recognized it in time and found her path. Xian, however, still lingers at the crossroads of fate. According to the development in Melty Blood, Xian might recognize her true self, return to Atlas to research a way to remove her vampirism, and become an outstanding alchemist. Alternatively, she might follow a different branch of fate, becoming the successor of Knight of Wallachia, transforming into a dead apostle more terrifying than Sepia. The previously mentioned Dust of Osiris is one possibility for Xian's ultimate form, one where she never visited Japan, and lived in Atlas Academy. Although Dust of Osiris is essentially blood extracted by Sepia, and materialized using the Tatari function after Sepia's death, and this blood itself was also absorbed into Shinji's magic bag, the opportunity for Xian to recognize her true self has been disrupted by changes in the world line. Originally, she would have sought out Shiki in her search for Arcuade, forming an alliance to defeat vampires. In the process, Xian would gradually be moved by Shiki, finding solace, and thus continuing to seek a way to become human again after the incident. But now, with no connection between Arcuade and Shiki, Xian's transformation ended before they even began. There's a real chance she might truly give up on being human, and become a vampire. Shinji approached Xian hoping to prevent this outcome. Unexpectedly, before he could even broach the subject, Tuko had already become a guiding light, and in such a manner. The newest magician. Xian quickly sorted through the information in her mind. Aoko Aozaki, the user of the fifth magic, is one of the 4 existing magicians, with nicknames like Miss Blue, Witch of Destruction, and Magic Gunner. Look at these nicknames. Aside from the first one, representing the highest rank primary color, blue in the clock tower's color assessment, a color Tuko desperately desired, the other 2 are not flattering. In fact, like her sister, Aoko is also a troublesome individual, a significant headache for the clock tower. When she mastered magic, she followed tradition, and went to the clock tower to register, but found the registration process too cumbersome. She gave up on registering, and left with her suitcase for an impromptu trip. Such behavior naturally caused some discontent and inevitable trouble, but she resolved all issues with her fists and magic bullets. She earned the nicknames Witch of Destruction and Magic Gunner during that time. Aoko's talent as a magician is average, but she has an unparalleled talent in destruction. Her favorite attack method is forming a barrage of magic bullets, delivering a storm-like assault. Hence, the nickname Magic Gunner is easily understood. I remember She is my sister, but I've severed ties with my family, and have a terrible relationship with her. If you find her, don't mention my name, otherwise, she won't help you and might even hit you. My sister is very rough. Even in her warning, Tuko didn't forget to tarnish Aoko's reputation, despite the latter's reputation already being bad enough. I'll keep that in mind, thank you very much. Xian bowed according to Japanese custom. No need to thank me, Tuko waved her hand. I'm just telling you that the fifth magic can reverse processes, but it doesn't necessarily mean it can restore your humanity. Even if it can, that idiot might not help you. And based on her last use, it would accelerate the universe's destruction. Oh, I wonder what kind of expression that idiot would have upon hearing such a request. Accelerate the universe's destruction. Seeing Xian's strange expression and combining it with Tuko's last words, Shinji finally confirmed that Tuko was still Tuko, unchanged. She wouldn't help others without a price. What seemed like free assistance always had her motives, like causing trouble for Aoko. Oh, by the way, I don't know where that idiot is now, but I know her credit card company. They must have a way to find her, otherwise, they'd have to bear all the bills and card charges themselves. Since Tuko was defeated by Aoko, she frequently caused trouble for Aoko, often spending extravagantly and charging it to Aoko's name. Even with Shinji's support and Fujino helping manage finances, Tuko still occasionally spent money in Aoko's name, as if she couldn't function otherwise. These sisters truly leave one speechless. Despite many uncertainties, Xiao decided not to delve further. As long as there was hope, it was enough. Next, she needed to deal with the church and win over Aoko Aozaki. As for finding Aoko Aozaki, Xiao wasn't worried. With her ether light, she could easily read others' memories. As long as Aoko wasn't hiding in a coffin like Arcuade, she couldn't escape Xiao's search. Of course, those are matters for the future. For now. Mr. Matou, shall we continue our previous conversation? All right. I wanted to give you some suggestions. Do you want to hear them? Of course. As Ms. Tuko said, the fifth magic might not solve my problem, so more guarantees are necessary. My approach is similar to your initial thought. Although Arcuade said reversal is impossible, that's from the perspective of a true ancestor, not a human. Humans have evolved from a species on this planet to now being able to rival the planet itself. At this point, Arcuade let out a displeased snort from her nose. Shinji casually tapped her forehead and continued. Facts are facts, regardless of right or wrong, and they must be acknowledged. The development of humanity to this point is a miracle in itself. So even if Arcuade thinks it's impossible, you need not feel discouraged. Besides, when the true ancestors first appeared, did they anticipate that Magus could transform into dead apostles through magical rituals without being bitten by a vampire? If I remember correctly, at least 2 of the 27 ancestors were transformed through rituals and are still alive today. The 2 dead apostles he referred to are NRVNQSR Chaos, the 10th ancestor, also known as Fabro Rowan, and Kabak Alcatraz, the 27th ancestor, known as the dead apostle of the Millennium Lock. If humans can transform into dead apostles through such means, then reverting to humanity shouldn't be an impossible task. I can't argue with you, Arcuade said, turning her head away in a huff. Chapter 699, Chapter 699, Legacy. 1057 words. All right, don't get upset. I'm just talking about possibilities, not saying it's already achieved. Having spent almost 2 years living with Arcuade, Shinji had long since gotten used to handling the sulky princess. Besides, we can't achieve it without your help. Me? Arcuade immediately forgot her displeasure. Yes, you. How can I help? By providing samples, namely your blood. No way. Arcuade shook her head without even thinking. Why not? The blood of the true ancestors is what causes the birth of the dead apostles. Analyzing the source is the most efficient and potentially successful method. I don't want to give my blood to other people. A very Arcuade-like response indeed. Shinji patiently persuaded, my princess, now is not the time to be difficult. If the research succeeds, it will provide another way to deal with dead apostles, which benefits you as well. That does seem to be the case. Arcuade thought for a moment and nodded. But my blood represents my power. Even a tiny bit can turn a human into a powerful vampire. Miss Xiao hasn't drunk blood for 3 years. I believe she can be trusted. Shinji gently looked at Xiao, who raised her hand, both moved and solemn. I can swear in any way possible. I can also sign a binding contract or document. But I still don't want to. Then, how about adding my guarantee? Tuko interjected, I'll be responsible for managing your blood. You. Arcuade's pupils instantly turned golden. You don't need my blood because you are already fixed. This fixation didn't refer to her seemingly young appearance. There are many magecraft that slow aging, and in some sense, the quest for immortality is even considered a driving force for magical progress. But Tuko had long transcended this field. She was completely fixed. All right, I agree, but only 1 drop. That's enough. I'll get the container. As Tuko spoke, she was about to head to the nearby lab. Arcuade was mistaken, Tuko wouldn't ingest the blood of the true ancestors, but that didn't mean she didn't need it. She was very interested in the existence of the true ancestors themselves. Understanding their blood could further enhance her doll-making techniques, which was why she was willing to vouch for Xiao. No need. Shinji waved her off. Ordinary containers can't preserve true ancestor blood. Arcuade, make one using the materials from the chain of earth. All right. Arcuade said as she used her nail to cut her skin, letting out a drop of bright red liquid. The moment the blood left her skin, Arcuade's body instantly healed. At the same time, silver metal rapidly formed around the blood, converging into a thumb-sized sealed container that enclosed the blood. I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me again, or I'll get angry. With a flash of silver light, the container holding the true ancestors' blood fell into Tuko's hand. Arcuade then pulled the blanket over her head and fell silent. As Xiao looked at the container in Tuko's hand, wanting to say something, Shinji spoke first. Miss Xiao, this is the best outcome. Tuko's understanding of the human body is unparalleled. If she can't cure you, then you'll have to rely on magic. Moreover, Japan has weak influence from both the Mages Association and the Holy Church. For someone in your position, there's Northwest safer place. I understand. What do I need to give in return? Talking to someone as intelligent as Xiao was the easiest. Just give a hint, and she would understand. You should discuss that with Tuko. If you need the protection of the Tano family, talk to Shiki and Misakiha. What about you? I don't need anything. Originally, I was interested in Atlas's research on spirit particles and the Eltnam family's ether light, but someone has already paid me, and they paid too much. I don't like owing favors, so I'm collecting it from you. Paid you? Could it be? Yes, it's your late ancestor, Zepia. He left an inheritance. Hearing Shinji say this, Xiao showed clear signs of inner conflict. What, don't want it? Haha, that would make things easier for me. Honestly, I'm a bit uneasy about handing this inheritance over to you. You're too much like Zepia, equally outstanding, equally granted at leisure. Stop it. Equally stubborn, even your ways of living are the same. I said stop it. The usually calm Xiao suddenly became agitated. Don't compare me to him. At least I'm not. Not what? Not a vampire. Is dragging that body around really suitable? I haven't. Haven't what? Haven't you drunk blood? I'm not talking about appearances but the essence. Xiao Eltnam at leisure, have you ever wondered why Zepia annihilated the entire extermination squad 3 years ago but spared you? Shinji's question made Xiao shiver. She instinctively responded, because I am Eltnam. Is that it? Is that the whole truth? It's one thing for others to say that, but you, with your high-speed cognitive abilities, capable of deriving conclusions from information, can't come up with any other explanation. Or is it that your instincts are resisting this conclusion? Because once you accept it, the existence known as Xiao Eltnam at leisure would collapse. Enough, what exactly are you trying to say? Xiao grew increasingly agitated, almost hysterical. Zepia spared you because you are essentially the same. You are both of the same kind. Shinji's words hit Xiao like a thunderbolt, rendering her mind blank and halting her thoughts. We of the same kind? No, that's impossible. We are not. Think about it, Miss Xiao. How different is your way of existing from Zepia's? Have you ever considered how many minds you've invaded since you were born? Just because others can't see it doesn't mean I can't. Your ether light that spans the entire city, connected to your hand. This is. You've never thought about it, right? Because you consider it natural. You've long been accustomed to taking others' information. If taking information is acceptable, why isn't taking blood? Isn't that contradictory? To be blunt, wouldn't becoming a dead apostle be more convenient for an alchemist in pursuit of truth? You should be able to feel your increase in power. The contradictions buried in her heart for the past 3 years were finally exposed. Shaun's face turned pale, and her legs gave out, causing her to collapse to the ground. Chapter 700, The True Self. 1114 words. Conflict. Number 1. Stop. The ether light of the Eltnam family is considered heretical technology, because it can secretly steal the refined wisdom that others have spent their entire lives honing. Contradiction. Number 2. Stop. If this secret of the Eltnam family were exposed to the outside world, it would have been banned long ago. But Atlas is different, it allows all heresies, and all anomalies, and has no constraints except for that one prohibition. Growing up in such an environment, I naturally thought it was reasonable. Error. Number 3. Stop. No matter how fearful or hateful, there is nothing wrong with the mystic code of the Eltnam family. No one has the right to deny Eltnam, not a single alchemist can surpass us. Alarm. Number 4. Stop. However, from birth until now, all the knowledge, thoughts, concepts, and principles I have acquired were not produced by Shaun Eltnam. They were all borrowed or read from others. Disorder. Number 5. Stop. Infiltrating other information centers is equivalent to immersing oneself in another's self. This is an extremely difficult task because a mature self will expel any cognition and concepts different from its own. But because of Eltnam's ideology, I have always considered this normal, so I could unguardedly absorb information from that person. Distortion. Number 6. Stop. We, the Eltnam, are life forms that cannot exist without information. We are beings that cannot survive without taking something from others. The reason I left Atlas was also because I had doubts about myself and needed to acquire more information. Correction. Number 7. If this doesn't make us the same kind, then what does? In that case, why reject taking blood from others? From an existential perspective, dead apostles are far superior to fragile, short-lived humans. Why cling to being human? Because I have always denied this, even when I sensed the error, I continued to deny it. How foolish. Cut. Sever. Ahow. Roaring, madness, hysteria. An unusual aura filled Tuko's workshop, a black aura that did not belong to humans, carrying the bloodthirsty scent of a vampire. When the contradictions deep within her soul were brutally exposed, when the last shred of her facade was stripped away, Shaun's soul finally fell into chaos, and the last line she had always held onto crumbled. She finally gave up resisting, and willingly began transforming into a vampire. Her 10 fingers twisted, her nails lengthened, turning into claws. Her expression became ferocious, fangs grew, baring her teeth. This was the true form of a vampire on the hunt, the mortal enemy of humans, and a threat to humanity. Seeing this scene, Tuko sighed deeply. Was it necessary to go this far? This is too much, it doesn't seem like you. It was necessary. She is the successor chosen by Zepia, and she has even greater potential than him. If she can't overcome this hurdle, she will eventually become a greater disaster. Shinji also sighed. The repaired Indra's thunder manifested, and the divine thunder barrier unfolded, firmly restraining the girl, who had not yet fully transformed into a vampire. What's your plan? Are you going to kill her with your own hands? Was all that set up for nothing? Of course not, it's up to you now, Miss Life Coach. Me again, huh? Who else but you? If you hadn't warned them about going down the wrong path, I wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. You are shameless. Tuko was both annoyed and amused. I've never been ashamed of it. Shinji took pride in his response. Just tell me if you're going to help. I never said I wouldn't. Tuko's attitude mirrored Shinji's when he had dealt with taking in an apprentice earlier. But I can't do it alone, I need your cooperation. Tell me what to do. First, beat her until she's barely hanging on. That's easy. Shinji raised his hand, and the lightning from Indra's thunder became more intense. The divine thunder instantly pierced through Xiao's body, leaving her charred and severely injured. What next? Next, it's time for the life coach to step in. Speaking of which, why didn't I have someone to guide me back then? Tuko lit a cigarette and walked over to the heavily injured Xiao. Wake up, if you keep going crazy, you'll die. Ugh. Perhaps sensing the threat to her life, the madness in Xiao's eyes slightly subsided. Good, there's still hope. Now, listen to what I have to say. It's not too late to make a decision afterward. First, I need to correct a fundamental error. Not just you and Zepia, but all humans are beings who cannot exist without information. When humans are born, they can't speak. Why do they learn to speak? Because they acquire information from their parents. The language spoken by the parents determines the language the child learns, gradually becoming instinct. Everything learned during growth is the same. You think you've stolen the refined wisdom that others have spent their lives honing. Aren't others the same? The textbooks students use, the skills and experiences teachers pass on to their disciples, aren't these the same? Humanity has grown to its current state by relying on the transmission and development of such wisdom through generations. It's not just you Eltnams. Why do you think you're special? Myself. Xiao's lips barely moved as she struggled to speak. The fact that you can converse with me proves yourself. It might not be as strong as others, but it exists. And is yourself really not strong? Your persistence over the past 3 years, regardless of right or wrong, for whatever reasons, is born from your own will. I can assure you that over 95% of humans would not be able to resist the impulse to suck blood for various reasons. So there's no need for you to be conflicted. Then why me? Because you're just afraid of your nature, and that's why you're using this way to escape. I'm afraid. Yes, she was indeed afraid. She didn't want to recognize that she was the same as Zepia because even if she did, she couldn't change it. She had been born and grown up this way, and now she couldn't and didn't want to change this way of living. So she escaped. From Atlas. From Italy. And from her true self. What should I do? Who knows? That's something only you can figure out. Tuko lit her cigarette. However, one thing is certain, acknowledge your true self, recognize your weaknesses. Then, answer me, do you still want to become human again? Chapter 701, Chapter 701, We Are Different. 1080 words. My true self keeps taking over, constantly absorbing information, even now. Although human survival depends on taking, I do so more frantically than others. Zepia was right, from this perspective, I am indeed similar to him. This is my essence. I realized this reality a long time ago, but kept running away from it. Zepia turned into a vampire, and became the Knight of Wallachia. What about me? Will I follow his path? Will I turn into a vampire? Become a disaster? Do I hate drinking blood? As Xiao fell into confusion again, Tuko spoke up once more. Don't overthink it. No need to calculate. High-speed thinking and segmented thinking are unnecessary. Only by completely abandoning rationality and relying on the answers derived from your feelings can you find your true self. This theory, incompatible with the environment of Atlas, and this approach, completely contrary to her cognition, an option that shouldn't have appeared, yet it moved Xiao deeply. High-speed thinking halted. Segmentation thoughts 1 through 7 completely shut down. Rationality was unnecessary, rely entirely on feelings. Ask yourself, do I hate drinking blood? The answer is surprisingly simple. I hate drinking blood. I hate drinking blood, and I hate myself. I hate constantly seizing information, and I hate this insatiable body that cannot survive without taking human blood. Hate, 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 hate. It's obvious, isn't it? Smoke rings spilled from Tuko's lips, drifting into the air like the fog in Xiao's heart. Hate is just hate. Often, there's no reason because humans are such strange creatures. This is what is called humanity, the so-called self. With a self, even if you and Zepia share the same essence, you are different individuals with different futures. It's time to wake up, confused girl. Yeah, it's time to wake up. Thought areas 1 to 7 recovered. The constantly repeating voice in her mind grew weaker, gradually becoming noise. This was the correct way to treat external information. It was only due to her weakness that the noise found an opportunity to infiltrate. When acknowledging her weakness and correctly understanding herself, this noise was merely pure static. I, Cheyenne Eltnam Malaysia, have not shamed myself to the point of being controlled by such a thing. My weakness is a fact I have long known. Even so, I must learn to be strong, so as not to hate myself more, to bid farewell to my weak self. Ether light connected, targeting my body, repair commencing. The limbs pierced by lightning were stitched and mended at an astonishing speed, finally restored to their original state, leaving Shinji speechless. Oh my, does etherlight have such a use? Because etherlight was originally developed as alchemy for medical purposes, as a neural simulation, it later evolved into a tool for interfering with thought and reality. Invisible threads accumulated more and more, first restoring the body, then the damaged clothes. Indeed, if even humans can be perfectly replicated, repairing the body and clothes is nothing. Have you finally regained your sanity, Xiao Eltnam Malaysia? Please correct your statement, Shinji Matou, Xiao said, springing up from the ground. Although driven by the impulse to drink blood, it doesn't mean I lost my sanity. The brain of an alchemist is not something you magi can understand. Shinji touched his nose awkwardly at her sharp words. I've been disliked. Well, it's only natural to be disliked after using such methods. But even if you dislike me, I still have to say it. Miss Xiao, Zepia's legacy involves not only the issue of becoming a vampire, but also the truth behind the madness of Atlas's previous directors. I have to be careful. Are you ready to accept all of this? Of course, don't underestimate me. I am the heir of Eltnam. The alchemist who had recognized her true self exhibited an unprecedented sharpness. The intense self-confidence she exuded at all times was eye-catching. Great determination and spirit, but let me say this up front. If you do not escape the fate of Atlas's previous directors and end up going mad like Zepia, I will kill you using methods beyond your calculations and analyses. The method Shinji referred to was the blood that survived the purging of the noble phantasm. It was the blood taken from Xiao by Zepia 3 years ago, originally Xiao's human life, which would evolve into the dust of Osiris if left undisturbed by Tatari. With this, even if Xiao lost control, Shinji wouldn't be afraid. He could just create another Xiao to deal with herself. There was a part of Zepia's reward related to this. Unaware of this intention wrapped in a spiritual barrier, Xiao responded confidently. When that day comes, I will be prepared. Neither you nor the true ancestor will have a chance. I look forward to it. Shinji's expression remained unchanged as he extended his hand. A crystal-clear drop formed from aggregated spiritual particles floated in midair. Take it. This is the legacy Zepia left for you. I hope you can forge a different path. I indeed accept this legacy. Xiao moved her fingers, and the ether light interlaced and finally formed a light cocoon that securely enveloped the inheritance crystal. Miss Tuko, I need a quiet room to digest the information within. Follow me. Tuko gave Shinji a look that said, we'll have a proper talk later, and pushed open a side door. After they left, Shinji silently walked to the window and let out a long breath. Finally, it's over, this chaos and the future chaos. Next, I need to find a way to keep Xiao in Japan. I hope the relationship between Risebife and Xiao can outweigh their duties and avoid any unpleasant incidents. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to report to Lorelei. This time, it got a bit out of hand. Ah, my low-key plan. Saying this, Shinji took out a satellite phone from his pocket and dialed a secret line prepared by the Department of Policies. My lady, it's me. No, I'm not in India right now, I'm in Japan. You gave me a mission, right? I found the target, but the Holy Church people got there first. That's what I thought too, so I had the church people record a video with Miss Shaun. I also have good news for you. Don't be too surprised when you hear it. I killed one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Hello, my lady, are you listening? Tonight, Lorelei was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 702, The Burial Agency. 1,141 words. The situation Shinji feared did not occur. Possibly due to the massive shock caused by the elimination of the Knight of Wallachia, the issue of Shaun's handling was put aside, allowing her to stay in Japan temporarily, residing at the Tano household. Although not many people were involved in this incident, each one had significant backgrounds and identities. The day after the Knight of Wallachia was eradicated, the Holy Church, the Clock Tower, the Atlas Institute, and the upper echelons of Japan's mystical world all learned of this explosive news, causing a commotion. That was one of the infamous 27 dead apostle ancestors, a being that had caused numerous calamities, a powerful dead apostle that even the church had turned a blind eye to. If the manifestation of the Knight of Wallachia 3 years ago had not been in Italy, close to the Holy Church's headquarters, the church would not have even sent a punitive force but merely sent people to clean up afterward. Now such a monster was dead. Dead in Japan, in an inconspicuous small town. Killed by 2 people. What a joke. This was the first reaction of those who heard the news. The 27 dead apostle ancestors were legends that had circulated in the mystical world for over 1,000 years, synonymous with power and terror. Though half of them had been suppressed by the Holy Church, casting a shadow over this legendary name, it was the result of the Holy Church's relentless efforts over millennia. Even so, it was only suppression and sealing. Since the title of 27 ancestors became known, the Holy Church had eliminated only one ancestor, the 11th seat, Stanrobe Calhoun. And even that elimination was not complete, as the grudge of Stanrobe Calhoun remained, turning into a vortex of destructive power known as the Stantia, the first wraith, which would take about 200 years to dissipate entirely. And now you're telling me that such a level of monster was suddenly eliminated. Everyone's first reaction to this news was disbelief. Fortunately, the news provider held significant status in various major factions, so the message was not immediately dismissed as false and thrown into the trash. After an in-depth investigation, the major factions learned that one of the 2 people who eliminated the Knight of Wallachia was the last true ancestor, Arcuade Brunestad. Now there was no doubt. Although the true ancestors did not have a prominent reputation, and were active for only short periods, those familiar with vampires knew the power of these natural-born vampires. This particular true ancestor was the strongest among them, an executioner specializing in killing vampires. No one found it surprising that she accomplished such a feat, except the Holy Church. To be precise, it was the Holy Church's deepest dark side, an independent agency with immense authority, known as a final force that could rival the combined forces of other Holy Church departments. If the Holy Church was the exorcism group, then the burial agency was the Holy Church's demon-killing group. They did not uphold legal or theological doctrines, but operated purely on the principle of strength, practicing thorough meritocracy. The organization required its members to have the ability to kill heretics effectively. Strength was the primary criterion, while faith and character were secondary. Anyone capable of eliminating targets the Holy Church found inconvenient was welcome to join, regardless of their identity, even if they were only nominal believers. It is no exaggeration to say there was not a single normal person in the organization, both in terms of strength and personality. Some members were even non-human. They were not exorcists banishing demons but executioners slaughtering demons. They were heretic inquisitors with special authority, but in practice, they executed targets without trial, earning them the label of a hitman group. Their actions were always kill first, report later. The organization's name was the Burial Agency, and more than half of the Holy Church's actions against vampires came from them. Naturally, the report Risebif submitted to the Holy Church was also placed in the hands of the leader of the Burial Agency, the first seat, and the strongest member, known as Narbarek. Narbarek was not a personal name, but a title inherited by the family name. Just as Lorelei Bartholomew automatically inherited the name Lord Bartholomew upon assuming the title of head of the Bartholomew family, each generation of the Narbarek family members who became the director also inherited the name Narbarek. The current Narbarek was a woman who looked relatively young, with long hair that covered her right eye. She glanced casually at the copy of the report on the desk and lost interest, saying, "Hand this over to your master and seal. Let them handle this matter entirely." From the darkness emerged an elderly priest wearing a cassock and small round glasses. He bowed to the young woman at the desk and turned to leave. The priest's master was an extraordinarily handsome youth whose gender was indiscernible, dressed in a special ceremonial robe that could never appear in public. The reason was that the robe was too luxurious, with gold embroidery on the highest quality pure white brocade, and it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. The robe alone was worth as much as the entire assets of a small organization. Of course, for this young man, wiping out a small organization like that would be easier than obtaining this ceremonial robe. Accepting the report from the elderly priest, the young man thanked him gently. "Thank you for your hard work. Please continue to keep the director occupied. Find as many tasks as possible to keep him busy. No matter what, that person's hobby is fighting others. If he has free time, it will be a disaster. I don't want to be caught by her again. It's worse than facing 100 strong enemies." The old man nodded, standing quietly in front of the young man. The young man continued, "Inform me of any developments promptly. Although there might be a considerable distance between us, distance is not an issue for us." A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face, while continuous squeak, squeak, squeak sounds came from the corner behind him. Someone pushed open the door, bringing light into the dark corner. The source of the squeaking sound scurried away along the wall. From their short limbs, large bodies, and long tails, it was obvious they were a group of rats. The old man turned around, his always kind gaze pausing on the face of the person who opened the door. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, he left the room. The young man, with hands adorned with rings exuding the same luxurious and mysterious aura, picked up the report and chuckled softly. "Now, let's see what kind of trouble that troublesome director has stirred up for us." Chapter 703, Chapter 703, Miriam Solomon and the True Ancestor. 1163 words. Damn director. The director naturally referred to the leader of the burial agency, the current Narbarek. Damn was how the young man described the director, and judging by his tone, there was no hint of a joke in this descriptor. It was a genuine wish for the director's death. The other person in the room showed no dissatisfaction or opposition. After all, this was quite common in the burial agency they belonged to. Not just the two people in the room, but all 8 members of the burial agency, 7 regular members and 1 substitute, wished for the director's demise, except for Narbarek herself. This was because the director had an extremely vile personality. Enjoying killing was one thing, but the key issue was that when there was no one to kill, she would find different ways to bully the other members of the burial agency, making everyone's life miserable. If Narbarek did not possess top-tier power, and had not sealed several of the 27 ancestors, these outliers would have sent her to hell long ago. For now, since their fists weren't as strong as hers, they could only vent through words. Cursing their leader out of habit, the young man flipped open the report, and exclaimed upon reading the first paragraph. "What? Miriam, what happened?" said the other person in the room. This was a young girl dressed in a black nun's habit. Compared to the overly luxurious ceremonial robe worn by the young man called Miriam, the simple black outfit with white trim, and a cross emblem on the chest was the normal attire for Holy Church members. The girl appeared to be a few years older than Miriam. If Miriam had just crossed the threshold of youth, the girl was nearing the end of that stage, about to graduate from girlhood into young adulthood. The girl's style somewhat resembled Shinji's, with an Eastern face but Western features, short blue hair and blue eyes. The difference was that Shinji's blue was ocean blue, while the girl's blue was sky blue. Shinji had curly hair, recently straightened, while the girl had straight hair. Something big happened. Ha ha ha, this is truly interesting. Miriam laughed heartily, not hiding his delight. For you to laugh like that, it must indeed be significant. The girl was accustomed to Miriam's demeanor. Of course, one of the 27 ancestors was eliminated. Completely eliminated. The 27 ancestors. And eliminated. That is indeed big news. Which one? The easiest to eliminate is still living well. Hey, is it okay to be so blunt? There's nothing wrong with it because I dislike you. Ugh, so harsh. Miriam smiled as he let out a sorrowful wail, seemingly enjoying this kind of exchange with the girl. But compared to this one, I am indeed easier to eliminate. You admit it. The girl's sky-blue eyes showed a hint of curiosity. The girl knew very well how troublesome Miriam in front of her was. Although his current body was not strong, he didn't rely on his body for combat. He relied on a massive group of familiars and for great demon beasts that acted as his limbs. Each demon was terrifying enough to rival god-level phantasmal species, not to mention he had collected countless treasures over his long life. Even without relying on familiars and demons, taking him down wouldn't be easy. The girl was certain that if she attacked Miriam now, there would be only one outcome: she would be suppressed. Because Miriam was also one of the 27 ancestors, the 20th seat, also known as the Crown, Miriam Solomon, and simultaneously the 5th seat of the Burial Agency. The Burial Agency was such a bizarre organization where even heretics could join if they had the power. I have no choice but to admit it. Miriam gently stroked the gem ring on his right index finger. After all, that was an existence that had turned into a phenomenon. I see, the 13th ancestor, the Knight of Wallachia, who appeared near the Vatican 3 years ago. We happened to be on missions away from the headquarters then, so the Holy Church organized a temporary punitive force, which was completely wiped out. So what? We've always had a mutual dislike for the higher-ups, except for the director. Everyone is waiting to laugh at the higher-ups. Even if the director took the Holy Church's secret treasure, she probably couldn't handle the Knight of Wallachia that had turned into a phenomenon. As far as I know, the only one who could deal with that one is the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood. The Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, also known as Princess Alt Rouge, had made a pact with the Crimson Moon, the Knight of Wallachia. How on earth? Japan. The ancient dead apostle, fixed in the form of a young boy, continued reading the report. Suddenly, his arm trembled, and he let out an incredulous yet delighted ah. It's her. As he spoke, Miriam's face rapidly turned from pale to bright red, and the girl seemed to hear a pop sound. Seeing Miriam like this, the girl had a premonition. She reached out, took the report, and her gaze fixed on a name. Arcuade Brunestad, of course, it's her. Only she could make you show such an expression. The girl knew that Miriam Solomon was a direct dead apostle of the original true ancestor, Crimson Moon Brunestad, and harbored a pure admiration for his master, being the most die-hard supporter of the Crimson Moon faction. After the Crimson Moon was blasted to dust by the Old Man of Jewels, Miriam went into seclusion. When Arcuade was born, this admiration and loyalty transferred to the Crimson Moon's clone, Arcuade. She woke up from her slumber and went to Japan. How did she get to Japan? No one prepared identification for her, no one taught her modern social knowledge, no one bought her a plane ticket. Is she all right? Won't she cause any trouble? Miriam muttered incessantly like a mother hen looking after her chick, rendering the girl speechless. Do you think she can't survive without you? Miriam paused, muttering to himself, could it be Blackwing? No, it wouldn't be him. Then who could it be? Someone who knows the location of the castle stands by her side, and can arrange her identity. Assisting the princess in integrating into society had always been Miriam's duty. Whenever the princess awoke from her slumber, Miriam would rush over to teach her common sense, arrange her identity, buy plane tickets, and even provide funding. But this time, he knew nothing about her awakening. Whenever it comes to her, you become like this. If you keep reading, you'll find out. It's that woman, who can easily charm ignorant poor souls. The girl spoke with annoyance. Compared to Miriam himself, she had a stronger aversion to the true ancestor he admired. See, I was right. There's a guy who calls himself her guardian knight. Humph, and he's only 14. Chapter 704, Chapter 704, The Eighth Candidate. 1144 words. Guardian Knight. What a nostalgic title. Becoming the princess's guardian knight isn't a simple task. Miriam snatched back the report and carefully read the subsequent parts. Summoning the crimson moon, dispelling phenomenons, independently killing Zepia. While this strength may not match the dull-witted Black Knight and White Knight, it barely qualifies him to protect the princess. You're not angry? The girl's tone carried a hint of surprise. Why should I be angry? Miriam retorted. Isn't it great that the princess has found a qualified guardian knight? Someone to take care of her, someone to protect her. It makes things easier for me. The girl was speechless again. Earlier he had acted like a love-struck innocent boy, yet now, the princess with another man, he wasn't even a bit jealous and was genuinely happy for her. Indeed, human thoughts are hard to understand for a dead apostle. The girl decided not to trouble herself further and decisively changed the topic. Do you think Zepia was independently killed by him? Look here, the intelligence department has marked it as questionable. Even without the phenomenon, Zepia is still an ancestor. It's not a matter of belief, it's a certainty. Look here. Miriam pointed to a line in the battle description passage. The princess summoned the crimson moon. With her current state, this is her limit. Without anyone else's help, this is the only answer. As a direct dead apostle of the Crimson Moon and collaborator of Arcuade, Miriam was well aware of Arcuade's current condition. Thus, even though all major forces that knew about the Knight of Wallachia being eradicated credited Arcuade for the main effort and doubted Shinji's prowess, Miriam did not doubt it. So you're saying this guy named Shinji Matou already possesses ancestor-level strength? According to the data, he's only 14. This is the interesting part about humans. Despite being clumsy and having various issues, they possess infinite potential. If it weren't so, humans couldn't have become the world's masters. At this point, Miriam finally displayed the maturity and experience befitting his identity. Moreover, how do you know the intelligence is accurate? It clearly states behind Shinji Matou's name, Clock Tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association. It's not surprising if they manipulated the information to deceive the Holy Church. That's indeed possible. Hearing this, the girl also realized. The Mages Association, which has been at odds with the Holy Church for so many years, can cultivate such a monster. This 14-year-old might just be a disguise, he could be a monster like you. A monster, perhaps. Whether he's a monster or just 14, this person is worth noting. We might encounter him in the future. Besides, I have another suspicion. This guardian knight who suddenly appeared beside the princess might be connected to the second magician. He sighed. Mentioning this elder who truly stood at the pinnacle of the world, Miriam sighed helplessly. The master he admired, the perfect and mighty Crimson Moon, whom even the son of God he once was could not defeat, was destroyed by Kister Zelrich Schweinord, who was still human at the time. And he, along with other servants, had no way to retaliate, not even a thought of revenge, due to the overwhelming disparity in power. Although also one of the 27 ancestors, every ancestor knew that Zelrich, like the primordial one, existed on a different dimension. The second magician, what are the chances? The girl's voice also grew more serious. I said it was a guess, so of course, there's no certainty. But the director passed this report to me, hoping I'd investigate this knight's background. So, I'm your observer. After all, only the director and I know your true identity and your relationship with that woman. It's mutual observation. The director wouldn't make it that easy for you. Members of the burial agency were a bunch of eccentrics. To prevent them from not taking tasks seriously or going rogue, the organization had a unique task mechanism. One person executes the task, another monitor, and if any deviation is suspected, there is punishment. The benefit of this system was that it kept these monstrous members in check, preventing major trouble. The downside was obvious: the elite-oriented burial agency had even fewer hands. Thus, mutual observation came about. As the name suggests, mutual observation meant members had different tasks but close destinations, each monitoring the other. At this point, Miriam smiled and glanced at the girl. Still haven't figured it out. The princess leaving the castle is a significant signal. For many years, she has only left for one reason. You mean Roa? The girl's previously gentle expression instantly turned ferocious. Yes, the only thing that can wake her up is Roa, squeezing every bit of value out of us. The director knows how to play her cards. But you won't refuse such a task, will you? I won't. Roa must die, and it must be by my hand. For my father, my mother, for everyone who died at my hands, for everything that happened to this body. Neither will I. So let's just say thank you to the damn director for this one time. The cold killing intent emanating from the girl starkly contrasted with the Miriam's gentle smile, making the atmosphere in the room increasingly eerie. First, we head to Japan to meet the author of this report. Risbeif Stridberg, captain of the Vestal Shield Knights. She's a celebrity within the Holy Church, and has some connection with you as well. What connection? You both have killed the same number of vampires, and are both experts in the use of sacred texts. There's a saying among the higher-ups, that you two are the twin stars of the Holy Church's new generation. You must have heard that. I've heard it, but it's meaningless. I joined the burial agency for two purposes: to kill Roa and to atone for my sins. Nothing else matters. Such a life would be very dull. I don't want to say the dead are gone, but your life is far from over. My life ended the moment I was possessed by Roa. The girl's expression was indifferent, her eyes desolate. Still so stubborn. Miriam stood up, seemingly losing interest. Suit yourself. Seal, finish up your current work and then we'll depart. I remember your previous task was to evaluate a candidate. Yes. I heard this candidate voluntarily applied. Yes. Haha, it's been years since we've seen someone Southwest eager to court death. Didn't you tell her that previous candidates either went mad or were tortured to death? I did, but she insisted, and she's only one step away from success, as long as she can pass the director's test. So you've already approved of her. Interesting, interesting. What's her name? Karen Hortensia, the dark nun who sold her soul and body to a demon. Chapter 705, Chapter 705, Future Plan. 1046 words. Such misfortune. Vacationing in Hokkaido during the hot summer should have been a pleasant experience, but Shinji didn't feel any joy at all because of the string of events that had recently occurred. The beginning of it all was when he and Arcuade teamed up to eliminate the Knight of Wallachia. Originally, this was a good thing. They extinguished a disaster before it could manifest, ensuring the safety of Tuko and Shiki, and incidentally earning some merit with Lorelei to prevent her from constantly complaining that he was just wandering around the world without doing anything worthwhile. Shinji knew very well how hard Lorelei worked. Unlike other lords, the Bartholomew family governed the Department of Law and Politics, which aimed to maintain the survival and order of the Clock Tower and the Magical Society. It was the darkest of the 13 departments. The Bartholomew family, including Lorelei's father, had a notorious reputation in the world of the occult. Yet, from such a family emerged an anomaly, Lorelei, who was once an outstanding young lady, and now a lofty queen. If the Bartholomew family, adept at political maneuvers and manipulation, was a bottomless quagmire, then Lorelei was the lotus that bloomed from it. Of course, living in such a family and inheriting the lordship, it was impossible to remain untainted. Lorelei was not ignorant of political maneuvers and tactics, but she preferred to overwhelm her opponents with sheer strength rather than relying on such methods. Under her leadership, the Department of Law and Politics, which had been gloomy for countless years, saw a new wave of vitality and vigor. The older the organization, the harder it is to shake it. The amount of effort Lorelei put in to bring about this change was imaginable. Shinji stopped his travels in India and returned to Japan to eliminate Zephia to support Lorelei. According to Shinji's original plan, he would return quietly, eliminate the Knight of Wallachia in this area that had been cleared by Akiha and was mysteriously barren, and then let Lorelei announce the big news. Since he entered the city quietly and avoided making any noise, no one would know, let alone witness it. Lorelei could calmly manage the information, perhaps attributing the credit to the brigade, or even taking a break, and then claiming he had encountered and eliminated the Knight of Wallachia upon his return, ensuring his reputation would skyrocket while he remained in the shadows, earning great rewards silently. It was a perfect plan. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Shinji's plan went awry from the beginning. Perhaps it was fate, but people related to the anomaly gathered around, and they had already started fighting the Knight of Wallachia before Shinji found its main body. Moreover, they witnessed Shinji and Arcuade's performance. This was very awkward. Toko knew his nature and watching him show off was fine, but being seen by outsiders was problematic. The resulting reactions were the real issues. First, the plan to earn merit and boost Lorelei's reputation was ruined, along with his intention to stay low-key until adulthood, even more so because the last true ancestor, Arcuade Brunestad, who usually acted alone, now had someone with her to eliminate the Knight of Wallachia. The Holy Church and other forces wouldn't miss the chance to investigate who this person was, making it impossible to stay low-key. In desperation, Shinji urgently contacted Lorelei, Kenneth, and Old Jewel. He asked the two lords to manage the information and draw the mystical world's attention to Arcuade as much as possible, ideally depicting him as a lucky tag-along. If that didn't work, they should focus the attention on him alone to avoid implicating his family. He also asked Old Jewel to keep an eye on the Matou family and Fuyuki City to prevent anyone from targeting his family. The three prominent figures agreed without hesitation. Especially Lorelei, who directly made a detailed plan for Shinji, including protection for his parents, arrangements for his sister Sakura's studies at the clock tower, and Shinji's plans. It seemed less like an emergency plan and more like a long-prepared scheme. All right, it's not like it truly is. Lorelei's pride wouldn't allow her to conceal something like this. Compared to working behind the scenes, she prefers that this one young man, whom she cannot surpass, step into the spotlight and become her right-hand man. Shinji had always declined due to his age, but now that she finally got this opportunity, how could she not take full advantage of it? Shinji was touched by her goodwill and regard, but he still had concerns. These concerns stemmed from the Fifth Holy Grail War in 2004, 3 years later. Since returning from the parallel world, he and Justice had been preparing for this Holy Grail War. Most of the resources Shinji earned from working for Kenneth and Lorelei had been invested in these preparations, supplemented by continuous financial support from Tokiomi. And the weakening period of the Tosaka family following Tokiomi's death provided great convenience for this arrangement. If not for this incident, Shinji was confident he could fully dominate the Fifth Holy Grail War and ultimately purify the Greater Grail, regardless of how much the plot deviated, unless the opposing masters summoned top-tier servants like Gilgamesh or Ozymandias, while his side ended up with Astolfo or Matahari, who are essentially useless in battle. But this possibility had already been ruled out. Shinji ensured he had 3 catalysts to summon top-tier servants, Artoria's scabbard and fragments of Karna's chariot, the latter being spoils of war he acquired in India while dealing with some scoundrels claiming to be descendants of Surya. Additionally, he and Sakura had sealed the room where Scat Hack once resided, which means 3 top-tier servants, all strong contenders for the highest ranking classes. Even if Rin Tosaka, obsessed with the Holy Grail War, used the world's first snake skin shed left by Tokiomi to summon Gilgamesh, Shinji would not be intimidated. At worst, Karna could take the rider class by using his chariot, or remain as Lancer, while Scat Hack could become Caster. Top-tier servants are overwhelmingly powerful regardless of their class. With 3 top-tier servants and formidable magi like himself, Sakura, and Kiritsugu, it would be hard to lose unless they made foolish mistakes like Gilgamesh. Chapter 706, Chapter 706, The Magician Takes Charge, All Misfortunes Are Averted. 1152 words. Of course, achieving a good prep time requires an indispensable prerequisite: the situation in Fuyuki City must remain unchanged. More accurately, the outside world must still perceive the Holy Grail War as a small-scale magical ritual in the Far East. The clock tower routinely sends 2 magus to go through the motions, and the Holy Church routinely dispatches a supervisor. Other than people like Kenneth, who rushes over on a whim looking for trouble, no major unrelated figures would typically come to participate. However, if Shinji steps into the spotlight and becomes a well-known figure in the world of mystery, things could get complicated. As everyone knows, fame attracts attention, and along with it, people will dig into your background, experiences, and even the city you reside in. Although the Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Matou families have hidden the secrets of the Holy Grail War very well, there's no guarantee that this concealment can withstand the intelligence departments of the Mages Association or the Holy Church. If they discover something, they wouldn't need concrete evidence, just a certain level of suspicion. The situation of the 5th Holy Grail War would then head into unknown territory. Not to mention, the 2 representatives decided by the clock tower for dispatch could become a significant variable. Originally, the 2 masters were a self-important, widely ridiculed nouveau riche called Atram Galeasta, master of Castor Medea. He angered Medea with his foolishness, and was killed by his servant. In the Fate series original game, he doesn't even show his face until the latest UBW arc, where he gets a bit of screen time. Such a first-class idiot is bound to self-destruct without any intervention. The other is Bazette, recommended by the behind-the-scenes manipulator Kodomine Kirii, spanning across the 4th and 5th wars. This woman is much more formidable than Atram Galeasta. She is an ace enforcer of the Sealing Designation Enforcers, the Department of Spiritual Evocation, and the Astronomical Observatory, one of the few top fighters among the new generation at the clock tower. She can fight on par with combat-oriented servants, and possesses secret relics comparable to noble phantasms. Shinji remains cautious of her among the few. However, this woman has a fatal flaw: she's too naive. With a bit of scheming, she can be tricked to the point of losing her way, the type who would help count the money after being sold. In the original timeline, she, like Atram Galeasta, had no role in the main story. Before the story even began, she was schemed against by Kodomine Kirii, who recommended her, had her arm cut off, and lost her command seals and servant. Dealing with such a fool is as easy as pie. But what if the clock tower knew this wasn't a small-scale magical ritual, but a ceremony to achieve the 3rd magic? What if it could even reach the root? What kind of participants would that colossal entity, which controls 90% of the magus in Western Europe, send? What heroes would they prepare to summon? Look at the parallel world's Holy Grail War. The Sophia family, one of the 12 lords, prepared fragments of the Round Table and summoned top-tier catalysts like Karna and Achilles within days. Kenneth, no matter the world, always managed to get a piece of Iskandar's cloak. Lord Animusphere of the astrology department had one of the 10 commandments worn by Solomon, the king of magecraft. 2 beings on par with Gilgamesh and Karna, paired with masters like Kiritsugu and Kairi, would make it uncertain whether Shinji could secure victory, even if he held onto his predetermined master-servant lineup. After all, there's no rule that masters can't have helpers. Mercenaries, enforcers, a brigade, any of these could cause more destruction than Kiritsugu and Mia combined. Moreover, can Shinji, or rather, the 3 families, truly hold onto their rightful participation slots? It was previously mentioned that these slots could be taken, either before or during the war. Compared to those colossal entities, the 3 families are still too weak. The only fortunate thing is that during the Great Holy Grail's dormancy, no one can see its true nature. The Old Man of Jewels also promised to keep an eye on the matter, so Shinji isn't overly panicked. However, this concealment has its limits. The more active Shinji is, the greater the variables. Therefore, after confirming Tuko's situation, Shinji quickly left the Tano residence and headed to Hokkaido. Leaving the Tano residence was to avoid giving spies from various factions a chance to spot him, and going to Hokkaido was because Aoko Aozaki was currently there. Shinji's goal wasn't to build a relationship with Aoko Aozaki. Given his current high-profile actions with Arcuade, if word got out that he was in contact with the newest magician, he might as well ask the Old Man of Jewels to move the Great Holy Grail. Trifoz in Romania would be a good choice. Arcuade's castle, the Millennium Castle Brunestad, is there, and the Kazikli Bey can exert full power there. Of course, Shinji would only choose this as a last resort. Romania is not like Japan, it is not within his sphere of influence. Moreover, the Mages Association and the Holy Church have significant influence there and might monitor spiritual veins for anomalies. Shinji came to Hokkaido to leverage Aoko Aozaki's deterrence. That's right, deterrence. The Witch of Destruction is a notorious problem child among major factions, with an unpredictable personality and movements, disliking constraints and surveillance. Since her rise to fame, spies from all over the world have been severely beaten by her. Over time, an exclusion zone formed around Aoko Aozaki, and even if someone knew she was nearby, they wouldn't dare to scrutinize her too closely. In Japan, besides those forbidden zones and secret realms, the areas around Aoko Aozaki are where spies act most cautiously. Thus, having recently made big news, Shinji Matou temporarily settled on the northern coast of the country, quietly observing the turbulent undercurrents in the outside world. On the other side, Lorelei, Kaineth, and Zirich also fulfilled their promises. Kaineth discreetly released various pieces of information, mixing truth with falsehood to confuse and mislead people about the Matou family's background. Lorelei secretly dispatched 2 members of the brigade to Fuyuki City to guard the Matou residence, handling spies in the shadows. She also sent a letter to the Matou family, describing Shinji's recent situation and issuing Matou Sakura's school admission notice. Zelrich made the most brilliant move, appearing publicly at the clock tower and announcing his intention to take on a disciple. This attracted the entire world of mystery's attention, reasserting his presence and reminding many of a crucial fact: the Tosaka family, the managers of Fuyuki City, was established by his disciple. Anyone planning to cause trouble in Fuyuki City should consider if they are tough enough. This is truly a case of the magician taking charge, averting all misfortunes. Chapter 707, Chapter 707, Late. 1142 words. Late Night Diner. As the name suggests, it's a diner that only opens late at night. Operating hours are exclusively in the evening. It sounds like an ordinary night stall, but in Japan, this is a unique cultural phenomenon that belongs exclusively to this overseas island nation. Unlike regular nighttime restaurants and bars, the menu at such diners is extremely simple, just a piece of paper with a few items listed in order. XX set meal, XX yen. XX noodles, XX yen. XX alcohol, XX yen. The items are generally limited to single digits, usually 5 to 6 items. Additionally, you can order dishes not listed on the menu, as long as the ingredients are available and the owner knows how to make them. Don't expect to find any delicacies here. These diners are small, ranging from a dozen square meters to 30 or 50 square meters at most. The ingredients are common, easy to store, and not prone to spoilage. Some even use whatever is cheapest. You might wonder if such diners have customers or whether they can keep running. In other countries, unless there are no other dining options nearby, such diners would struggle to survive. But in Japan, these diners are quite popular, and the longer they stay open, the busier they become. This has a lot to do with Japanese society and culture. The social norm in Japan is not to go home after work, but to find a place to drink and eat with clients or a few colleagues, only returning home around 8 or 9 o'clock. If you don't do this, you'll seem useless, and your colleagues will ostracize you, your boss will look down on you, your family will resent you, and your company might even fire you. This custom started in the last century during Japan's economic boom, when evening socializing became mainstream. In many companies, expense receipts for socializing could even be tax-deductible. This custom has been passed down as part of the culture. On the other hand, Japan is a fast-paced country with a lot of pressure. After a day of work and life, people accumulate various pressures and grievances that need a place to be vented. The lower one is on the social ladder, the greater the pressure, so these cheap diners that provide a place to vent are very popular. Perhaps what customers are consuming is no longer food, but a sense of home. Located in Iwate Prefecture, Hokkaido, Grievance Pavilion is one such ordinary late-night diner. Grievance Pavilion didn't originally have this name, it was something more ordinary. The owner was an elderly man in his 60s, but recently a young man took over, seemingly not a local, with a bit of a Kansai accent. It's said he's a relative of the old owner, having drifted aimlessly for years without success, and took over when the old owner became too frail. He renamed the diner to its current name. Initially, regulars were worried that the familiar place would become unfamiliar. But soon they found that although the name changed, the decor remained the same, familiar faces were still around, and the young man cooked and worked just like the previous owner, speaking and acting with a seasoned maturity uncommon among young people today. Running a diner isn't easy. Apart from dealing with official matters, there are also yakuza. Every year, there are reports of conflicts between business owners and yakuza, often resulting in bloodshed, mostly involving young people. But this young man is different. No matter the situation, he remains amicable, resolving issues with a few words. Even the usually arrogant yakuza members become polite when they visit, sometimes sitting down to eat just like the other customers. The same recipes, the same taste, and more importantly, the familiar feeling never disappeared. The small ripple of a name and owner change faded over time. Soon, regulars found the new name very fitting, as everyone came here to vent their grievances. The young new owner also brought many surprises. Unlike the previous owner, who only cooked local dishes, the new owner could cook a wide variety, including dishes from Kanto, Kansai, Hokkaido, Okinawa, and even some foreign cuisines. Curious customers asked the owner, "You're so talented, why not go somewhere better?" The young man just smiled and replied, "I just picked up a bit here and there while drifting aimlessly. It's not as impressive as you say, and I don't have a chef's certificate. Besides, if I leave, who will cook for you?" Then came the regulars' various jokes and memories, slightly livening up the atmosphere at Grievance Pavilion. But these were rare moments. Most of the time, the atmosphere at Grievance Pavilion was so calm it was almost dull. Customers would walk in, quietly order a drink, sake for the older ones, beer for the younger ones, and order dishes they'd requested many times before. Then they'd drink and eat while quietly venting their grievances. Only when someone had something to celebrate or the young owner, bored, created a new dish would there be a different atmosphere. Regulars called these moments surprises. The last surprise was 8 or 9 days ago when the owner somehow acquired a few small bottles of a drink called soju. It looked like sake but tasted much stronger, with an alcohol content of 52%, 3 to 4 times that of regular sake. It's impressive he managed to get such a thing, proving his wild connections were not just talk. Of course, there were regrets too. After all, he was young and not very skilled at some dishes known only to older folks. Whenever this happened, the owner would sincerely apologize and humbly ask for advice. If the customer didn't know, he would take the time to visit local elders. Soon, a new item would appear on the unwritten part of the menu. This earnest attitude made the diner's reputation grow in the neighborhood, attracting more business. Some regulars even thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to marry their eligible daughters to the owner, and began subtly probing this idea. But they quickly dismissed such thoughts because the seemingly ordinary young man had an unbelievably beautiful girlfriend. Every time it approached midnight and most customers had left, a girl who liked to wear white would walk into the diner, shouting energetically in a way that clashed with the diner's atmosphere. "Hey, I'm hungry, Shin, Haruki." Or, "I'm so bored, play with me, Haruki." Whenever this happened, the young owner would respond with a karate chop, a menu, or tossing a tomato or apple. "Stop messing around, how many times have I told you not to disturb others, Kazusa? Wait a while if you're hungry, I'll cook for you. If you're bored, come help me wash dishes. And so, the diner gained another vibrant figure. Chapter 708, Chapter 708, Grievance Pavilion. 1157 words. Many people are unaware that late-night eateries, like the Midnight Diner, have an unwritten rule: they only serve regulars. When strangers walk in, the owner usually ignores them. Don't misunderstand, the owner isn't being cold or impolite, they simply don't know how to handle unfamiliar faces. The patrons at these places usually eat whatever is available without making specific requests. When faced with someone they don't know, the owner doesn't know how to welcome them, so they just put on a blank face. The kinder ones might prepare a sign explaining the house rules. On the counter of the Grievance Pavilion, there is a wooden sign with the following rules. Feel free to express any grievances. Please come alone. If you see someone you know, pretend you don't recognize them. Don't spread what you hear here, forget it as soon as you leave. At first glance it might seem strange, but given the name Grievance Pavilion, it makes perfect sense. The Grievance Pavilion is a place where anyone, be they a hero or a rogue, can come and vent without being questioned about their background or past. As long as you're willing to talk, everyone here, including the owner, will be a good listener and won't spread what they hear. It's worth mentioning that this sign was what kept the regulars coming when the store first changed its name and owner. New patrons, upon seeing this sign, gradually joined the ranks of the regulars, and the reputation of the Grievance Pavilion spread silently but swiftly, much to the surprise of the new owner, Hiroshi Kamiya. Don't be mistaken, Hiroshi Kamiya is an alias for Shinji Matou. To avoid being tracked by intelligence agents, Shinji and Arcuade couldn't use their real names, which also allowed Shinji to play with some references. However, this time Shinji didn't play with his voice actor reference, but rather one related to Arcuade. Arcuade's earliest voice actor, Hitomi Nabatame, is most famous for voicing Kazusa Toma from the renowned White Album series. Since Kazusa is part of the White Album trio, Shinji naturally became Haruki Kitahara, the only male in that trio. Shinji came to Hokkaido to evade spies sent by various forces. Initially, he just wanted to find an inconspicuous place to lay low, study magic, venture into Mooncell, and wait for the storm to pass. Running a midnight diner was a complete accident. One day, they were attacked by a horde of hostile life forms, disorder programs, in the spirit particle construct world. Although each life form wasn't strong and could be easily destroyed with a single shot or claw, their sheer numbers made them overwhelming. Surrounded and frustrated, Arcuade decided to call it a day, and Shinji initiated a forced logout. It was still dark outside, and Arcuade didn't want to sleep, so Shinji suggested they go out to find something to eat. They ended up at a midnight diner. To be honest, the food wasn't great. Shinji barely ate a few bites before giving up, but Arcuade, with her natural physique, devoured everything without hesitation. While Arcuade was engrossed in eating, Shinji, with nothing else to do, began to observe his surroundings. Shinji had known about the fame of midnight diners in his previous life because of a popular manga that was later adapted into films and TV dramas. After crossing into this world, Shinji tried it out of curiosity but was sorely disappointed. Nowhere near the midnight snacks Sakura-chan used to make, a complete waste of time, was Shinji's evaluation before he went abroad for his food vlog, back when he was more of an eater than a cook. This time, if it weren't for the lack of other options, he wouldn't have brought Arcuade to such a place. But after observing for a while, Shinji changed his mind. It was the right choice, he should have come earlier. It wasn't that he lowered his standards, but rather his perspective had changed. He remembered a comment from his previous life: in a midnight diner, you don't savor the food, you savor the vicissitudes of life and human warmth. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he didn't have the experience to appreciate the subtleties of life's flavors. But now, having stepped into the realm of the third magic, he could draw power from thoughts and emotions and thus sense those hidden melodies behind lives, whether humble, ordinary, or brilliant. At that moment, Shinji had a new realization. Among the 5 remaining magics, only one is related to the human heart and emotions, the third magic. Thoughts turned into power, hearts creating miracles. Without fully understanding the human heart, one could never truly complete the third magic. Thus, no matter how hard the Einsteins tried, they could never reach the level of a magician. For Shinji to complete the third magic, he too had to delve deeply into the human heart. Where is the human heart found? In the lowest layers of society, the more you are among the common folk, the more you can see the full spectrum of life, midnight diners being a prime example. Zelrich had once told him that magic, unlike magecraft, wasn't about diligence, environment, or even talent. The key was a sudden flash of enlightenment. Without enlightenment, even someone with the exceptional talent of Zephia couldn't unlock the door to magic. With enlightenment, even a mediocre student like Aoko Aozaki could become a magician. Like the sudden enlightenment in Buddhism, when it happens, a mortal can become a Buddha. Without it, even a great monk is just a monk. Of course, such things are rare and unpredictable. Shinji could only think about it, but if there was an opportunity to perfect his magic, he wouldn't pass it up. If he truly became a magician, the Holy Grail would be nothing. He could easily create one by hand to give to Justice, another for Rin Tosaka to fulfill her wish, and a final one for Lorelei, hosting the Holy Grail War right at the Clock Tower's main campus. He could live his life like the old man of jewels, using the world as his chessboard and all beings as his pieces. Not satisfied. Upset. No problem, challenge me at the Clock Tower, solo or in a group, your choice. Arrogant. No, not at all. Magicians have that kind of confidence. The old man of jewels and Aoko Aozaki did the same, and never suffered for it. In the Nasaverse, figures like Gilgamesh, Shiro Amiya, and Sieg aren't the real cheats. The true cheats are the magicians, beings of limitless potential. Of course, these were just Shinji's fantasies, with an almost zero chance of coming true. But that didn't stop him from trying to understand the human heart and perfect his magic. Initially, he roamed the streets, observing various lives. Later, he found this inefficient and bought an old, long-standing midnight diner in a mixed area to start his life as Haruki Kitahara. Chapter 709, Chapter 709, The Gap of Miracles. 1,199 words. Late at night, the silence of the small shop was broken by the voice of Toma Kazusa, no, Arcuade. Haruki, I've finished washing the dishes. Ah, you're daydreaming again. Don't disturb him, he's not daydreaming. Another voice sounded, belonging to the third person in the shop, or more accurately, a spirit. It was Justice, the legitimate lover who had come from Fuyuki City out of concern for Shinji. Both Shinji and Arcuade had changed their names and disguised themselves. Justice was no exception. She placed her physical body in the small world created by Arcuade and accompanied Shinji in spiritual form. When the shop was empty, she would materialize to help with cleaning and sometimes even take care of the shop in Shinji's stead, also under a disguise and a new name. Yes, she was the last member of the White Album trio, Kitahara Haruki's legitimate lover, Setsuna Ajiso. Shinji intended to fully embrace the White Album theme, of course. As for the relationship drama, that wasn't possible. Justice and Arcuade were both immortals, and their views on love were different from humans. During the New Year period, the household was a constant scene of dramatic conflicts. Justice always observed quietly, never getting involved, and would gently console the losers. Arcuade, after the harem ending of the Tsukiheim seal route, publicly declared her acceptance of a harem, stating, I don't mind if you have other lovers, as long as you love me. Here, there were no conflicts between Kazusa and Setsuna, they got along very well. What is he doing? Toma asked. Listening to the Symphony of Souls, Setsuna replied. I don't understand, Toma shook her head. Improving the third magic, Setsuna rephrased. Got it, Toma pointed towards the curtain at the door. But there are customers outside. At this hour. Setsuna wrinkled her high nose, and then quickly dispersed her physical form. Next time, tell me sooner. Well, you didn't ask, Toma muttered softly. Hey, Haruki, there are customers. Ha! At this hour. Kitahara Haruki, or rather Matou Shinji, had the same surprised expression as Justy's. It was understandable. The restaurant industry had specific time segments. Even a late-night diner had peak and low periods. Peak time was generally from half an hour after opening until 1 in the morning. After that until 5 in the morning was relatively quiet, sometimes with no customers for an hour. Justy's usually took care of the shop during this period, while Shinji and Arcuade would clear fictional world instances. Initially, Arcuade was against Shinji opening a shop because it was boring and severely cut into their time exploring fictional worlds. However, when Shinji said it helped perfect the third magic, she reluctantly tolerated it. The princess had become more understanding, perhaps influenced by Sakura and Fujino, who were exceptionally good girls. Justy's entered spirit form, and Shinji casually wiped the counter, just sitting and waiting. This mode of not needing to greet customers, just taking simple orders, and letting them eat was a key reason why he chose a late-night diner, easy and effortless. So this is the grievance pavilion those punks talked about. Not impressive. The voice outside the curtain sounded like an adult woman, not very old, with an energy and vigor that was incongruent with the quiet late-night street. From her words, it was clear she was a new customer who had come based on a recommendation. Late-night diners didn't make it onto any media, relying purely on word of mouth. The recommendation seemed to come from a Yakuza member. Could she be a woman involved with the Yakuza? As Shinji irresponsibly speculated, he looked at the last few bottles of hidden liquor under the counter. The small bottles of cheap wine and vodka he had bought were mostly consumed by those Yakuza members. He wasn't sure if they genuinely liked the strong liquor, or were just showing off. He hoped this woman could drink enough to clear out the inventory so he could bring in new stock. What should he get next? Cheap sweetened wine. Homemade rice wine from the local vendors. Maybe a bit of both. While he pondered, the curtain lifted, and a woman matching the voice's impression walked in. Shinji glanced at her casually, his hands on the counter suddenly trembling, the cloth in his hand quietly slipping away. Long black hair reached past her waist, swaying slightly with her steps, and she carried a brown suitcase, seemingly just back from a trip. But these weren't the reasons for Shinji's near lapse. What truly shook him was her face, a familiar yet unfamiliar face. The familiarity came from Aozaki Tuko. The woman's features, including her eyebrows and nose, were very similar to Tuko's. The unfamiliarity came from her eyes, a pair of blue eyes, clear and bright like a sky washed by rain. It's her. Shinji harbored a secret about the Grievance Pavilion. The name Grievance Pavilion wasn't Shinji's original creation, it came from a fan-made manga he had read in a previous life, which also bore the same name. The 4 rules of the shop were also derived from the manga. Originally, he couldn't remember them clearly, but somehow, when he decided to name the shop Grievance Pavilion, the vague memories inexplicably became clear. Perhaps this was fate. To be fair, that single-chapter manga wasn't particularly well drawn, nor was the plot especially remarkable. Despite this, Shinji never forgot it because of the author's heartfelt wish embedded in the story. The manga's story was simple. The Aozaki sisters, Tuko and Aoko, accidentally met at the Grievance Pavilion. Under the deliberate guidance of the shop owner, they mocked and complained about each other, almost coming to blows, but ultimately reconciled. Like the author, who went by the pen name Werewolf, Shinji also hoped that these 2 equally talented and divinely favored legendary sisters could make amends. He knew very well that their relationship wasn't as bad as they described it. They always cared about each other. What they lacked was an opportunity, a chance for 2 equally proud, equally stubborn women to open their hearts. Shinji hoped to create such an opportunity. So when he decided to open a late-night diner, the name Grievance Pavilion naturally came to mind. He hoped that, like in the fan-made manga, one day the sisters would meet unexpectedly, speak openly, and restore the closeness they had in their girlhood. Because they were sisters, true sisters born of the same parents. Although too many accidents and trials had brought things to this point, there was no need for it to be this way between them. Toko had mentioned more than once that watching Shinji interact with Sakura reminded her of herself before she left the Aozaki family. Shinji had also thought more than once about helping her reclaim her former self, even if only for a moment. So, even knowing it might upset his regular customers, even knowing it might affect his business, even knowing he couldn't seek out Aozaki Aoko, he still chose this name. Longing is strength, emotions create miracles, perhaps this wish could indeed create a miracle. Now, it seemed that the door to what could be called a miracle had opened just a crack. Chapter 710, Chapter 710, Aozaki Aoko. 1153 words. Miracle, initial signs. Is it fate? Or causality? Is it a coincidence? Or is someone secretly guiding or even manipulating the world line? None of this matters. Shinji only knows that Aozaki Toko's sister, the other half of the Aozaki family's peerless pair, has come to the grievance pavilion, and is now standing in front of him, looking at him, and his shop with a peculiar gaze. This grievance pavilion, hee. Hey, shop owner, do you know me? Whether it was daze or excitement, or perhaps bewilderment, it was all a momentary thing. When Aozaki Aoko started speaking, Shinji had already adjusted his mindset. He pointed to a wooden board beside him without answering. Please feel free to complain. Even if you meet acquaintances, pretend not to know each other. Interesting rules, and it seems there are quite strong compulsory inscriptions attached. And it seems you and this young lady here also. Aozaki Aoko, standing at the pinnacle of mystery as a magician, saw through the secrets of the grievance pavilion with just a few glances. Miss, you're putting me in a difficult position. Acquaintances must pretend not to know each other, let alone probe into someone else's past. This place is just a small shop providing food, and a place to vent for the tired and weary, nothing else. Shinji's reminder did not make this magician known for her freewheeling ways stop, instead, it piqued her interest even more. She put her suitcase on the ground and sat across from Shinji, her blue eyes staring at him playfully. What if I insist on asking? Then there's nothing I can do but ask you to leave. Shinji's expression remained unchanged as he calmly picked up a cloth from the floor. Arcuade tilted her head, her disguised black eyes glaring at Aoko without blinking, occasionally menacingly baring her teeth. The atmosphere in the shop gradually became tense, but Shinji felt no waves in his heart. In fact, he even found it a bit amusing. He knew Aozaki Aoko quite well. One of Type Moon's four main heroines, the protagonist of Mahotsukai no Yoru, the earliest created but latest named heroine of Nasukinoko, and the first female character to serve as the main viewpoint in a canonical work. She first appeared in Type Moon's debut work Tsukiheim, appearing as Tano Shiki's teacher at the beginning and end. Though she only had a few lines and silhouettes, she left a deep impression. Her personality is carefree and unrestrained, and she loves freedom. Beneath her beautiful exterior lies a clumsy and solitary heart. Her dashing style is sometimes accompanied by impulsive and reckless actions. To summarize in one sentence, she is the standard hot-blooded shounen manga protagonist. Such a person would never start a fight with Shinji here. The grievance pavilion is surrounded by residential areas, and with Aoko's destructive talent, if a fight broke out, the nearby residents would suffer, easily causing hundreds or thousands of casualties. Even if Aoko did get hot-headed and decided to cause trouble, Shinji wasn't particularly afraid. While magicians are indeed powerful, they aren't invincible. The combination of himself and Arcuade might not lose, and even if they did, they could escape. Even if they couldn't escape, they wouldn't die. The five great magics each have their mysteries, but one thing is universally acknowledged: the second magic is the best for running away, and the third magic is the best for survival. Having spent some time as Kitahara Haruki, Shinji now is hard to kill, whether in the fictional world or the real one, as long as he doesn't want to die. As Shinji expected, Aoko didn't get hot-headed. She waved her hand dismissively, looking disappointed. Forget it, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just dealt with some punks earlier. When I heard them mention the grievance pavilion, I came to check it out. Turns out I was meddling. No, I should say I saved those idiots. Miss, please don't imagine us as monsters. We are honest business people who don't engage in illegal activities. And Kazusa, stop baring your teeth. You don't look scary at all. Shinji continued to act nonchalant, while Arcuade let out an "oh" and lay on the table out of boredom. The Grievance Pavilion, an important base for perfecting the third magic, could never be just an ordinary shop. Besides the ever-growing strength of Shinji, there were his contract spirit Justice and Gaia's daughter Arcuade. The shop itself had many modifications. The counter and stove were reinforced by Arcuade using marble phantasm. Underground, there was a bounded field set up by Justice using infinite threads. The sign next to the counter, crafted by Shinji himself, looked like an ordinary wooden board with 4 sentences written on it. In reality, the paint on the board was infused with Shinji's blood and magically processed, giving these 4 rules real compulsive power. Anyone without magical resistance would be involuntarily influenced by this compulsion while inside the shop, compelled to share their story and gradually forget it after leaving. Even those with intentions of extortion would become just like any other customer once inside. That's why Shinji could claim he was an honest businessman who did not engage in illegal activities. Because the 3 of them used high-level mysteries, even people related to the mystical world would hardly notice it, until they encountered a magician like Aozaki Aoko. Whether you engage in illegal activities or not is none of my business, and those punks are none of my business either. As you said, I'm a customer and you're the shop owner. I want to order something. All right, customer, what would you like to eat? Shinji draped the cloth over his shoulder and stood up. I'll have some salmon. Sorry, we don't have that. Then, some sushi. Apologies, we don't have that either. What do you have then? I'm very sorry, but we've almost run out of ingredients. What's left is here. If you don't mind, you can pick from these and I'll make something for you. As Shinji spoke, he pointed and Aoko turned her head, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Cheap soba noodles, cold leftover rice, vegetables that had been out all night, a few eggs, and some not-so-fresh refrigerated meat. What can you make with this? We can cook noodles, fried rice, fried eggs, and we can do some simple grilling, like grilled meat and vegetables. Grilling, huh? Aoko seemed to remember something, her expression softening. All right then, but I have high standards for grilled food. If it's not tasty, be careful, I might not pay and just eat for free. I can't guarantee the taste, but I think it should satisfy you. Shinji bent down to take out the grill plate, his calm expression now tinged with confidence. During this time, he had learned far more than just magic. He had ventured into many areas that magic could never touch. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.